Hey, good day again. We thank God that you are out there watching. We appreciate that you found time to join us for your favorite open forum political show on Debate TV. It is that time again when we look at what is at play on the front of our political uh, players. And today there was Uhuru'S State House Luncheon. We noticed some Oka Mps present and the DP Ruto campaign retreat. What is at play? So we have a show for you tonight that will require you to pay close attention just to remain on the cutting edge to know what is happening and how accurate is it. Politics is a very subtle game that there are a lot that play behind the scenes, before the scenes, and all manner of things. Well, today is that day again. Let's get down to business. The link is right there in the comments that you can use to get into the studio and we get talking. I want to appreciate those of you that are joining fast and furious. Edika Nyahururu tuned in. Thank you so much. Eric Ukoth, karibu sana kwa show. Benz Akengo, karibu kwa show. I appreciate all of you. Thank you so much. Eugene, karibu kwa show. Johnston, you're welcome to the show. We are glad that you are watching from wherever you are watching. And it's a nice moment for us to interact and be able to give our view on what we think is at play right here. So let's get in. And please, when you get in, make sure that you give whatever our app that we are using for broadcast, that is StreamYard, give it full control of your camera and your audio. If you don't, you will not be able to get into the studio. Ahmed Ramadan, your device is not connected properly, so we can't add you to the studio. Please rekebisha hiyo alafu urudi. Rekebisha hiyo ndio urudi, alafu tutaendelea na majadiliano yetu. Tunawakaribisha nyote ambao mnaingia. Karibu sana ili tukajadiliane mbivu na mbichi, nini kinaendelea katika siasa yetu, Kenya inaenda wapi, na sisi tunacheza namba gani? What is our role in all these? David, how are you today?
I'm good, buddy.
Good. I hope you're not on the road.
No, I'm in the house though, but I'm resting. I'm just taking a nap. It's the morning.
Oh, great. What do you make of the luncheon today?
No. Just welcome guys first. I'll comment later.
Sawa, karibu kwa show. Timothy Rono, your device is not well connected. Please do something about it. James Blue, how are you today?
I'm fine, thank you.
Long time I've not seen you. What happened?
It's been long. Ni Azimio tunang'ang'ana naye huko ground.
Okay.
Sawa.
Mnafanya kazi poa.
Kabisa nzuri sana.
All right. Bwisa. Karibu kwa show. Vipi leo?
Niko salama ndugu yangu. Habari ya leo kila mtu?
Fiti kabisa. Uko sehemu gani wewe?
Niko Ruaka, niko Kiambaa.
Oh.
Yeah.
Uko ni Azimio ama UDA?
Mambo naweza sema mambo the things are shifting. Mambo inaendelea kushifti, hata hii kijana nasikia wanataka kutumwa nyumbani. Hii jazi si ya UDA. Hii jazi si ya UDA. People should not be mistaken. Hii si ya UDA. Ni One Acre Fund. I've never been a member of UDA.
Okay, sawa.
Yeah,
so Timothy Rono, your device is not well connected. You just try to get in. If you're using phone, restart your phone so that it can flow well with StreamYard. Then you will get an opportunity to feature in the studio. So let's get down to today's business. David, you are ready to talk about the luncheon?
No. Najua nilikuwa kazi usiku mzee, sasa sijashika vizuri. Wacha watu waongee kwanza. Wacha mimi niwakeep company. Nikijaza jam nitatoka tu.
Sawa. Buisa tuambie luncheon hii vipi?
Sir, mimi leo nimeona kumekuwa na mkutano State House. Na ijanishangaza kwa sababu we had there these guys wa Amani Congress, let's say kulikuwa na watu wa Oka na kukakuwa na watu wa ODM na kukakuwa na watu wa Jubilee. So in short, hapo kulikuwa na team handshake, full house. Watu wenye hawakuonekana huko walikuwa jamaa wa Wilbaro peke yake, ndio si kuona. Na my take on this, kuna vitu mbili mimi, unajua kama kuna watu wata-agree na mimi na kuna wengine hawata-agree na mimi. Kuna vitu mbili maybe there's something. Mi mara ya kwanza vile kulita hiyo mkutano, vitu mbili ring in my head. Kitu ya kwanza ilikuwa maybe the president was using that moment to whip the members of handshake team, maybe to lobby on something. Maybe unajua in Kenya politics everything is possible. Maybe they are lobbying about kuna kitu maybe wanataka kupush, maybe to push the date of election mbele, ama wanataka now that the coalition amendment bill ishapita parliament. Ama kitu cha pili ilikuwa kupeana asante kwa what they did by passing that coalition bill. So hizo vitu mbili ndio zinanizunguza. According to me, naona zinaweza kuwa they took center stage. Alafu hata ukiangalia speech ya president kidogo ilikuwa ni kupiga asante kwa wale walipitisha, which walikuwa team handshake. Na hapo kitu moja unaweza angalia, hakukuwa na differences, hakukuwa na mgano ati nani hakuwa anataka ama nani. Mimi niliona mpaka these guys wanajifanyanga wako bitter sana. Hakukuwa na sides. By the way, kuna kuanga bitterness between the Ford Kenya. I was so shocked to see this guy Kiminini MP Chris Wamalwa was very happy behind sijui alikuwa nyuma ya nani hapo hivyo. Jamaa amefurahi, sijui ni chai walikuwa wamekunywa. So there was no any antagonism between these handshake brothers. Na mimi kitu yenye nimeona, there's something in Kenya. Unajua when we were about to go for an election, katiba tulikuwa tuende election mwezi wa 8 mwaka wa 2013. Na mimi nakumbuka wakati huo ilikuwa tarehe 10 ilikuwa mwezi wa 8 mwaka wa 2012, mnakumbuka? Then it was pushed ahead. Na kulikuwa na mkutano kama huu kabisa wakati huo, if some of you have a good memory of our politics. So mimi vile niliona tu kuna mkutano na it was very abruptly. Hiyo haikuwa imetangazwa. Mimi niliona tu kwa gazeti jana, then leo ika happen. So hii mkutano mimi nimeona with a third eye. Maybe there's something cooking. Maybe there's some kuna postponement of the election date. Maybe ni ya kuambia hao jamaa maybe the leadership is going to the lakeside, so nyi mjipange before yule jamaa awapange. So that is my take.
Okay, thank you Buisa, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako. Tuendelee mbele. James Blue, vipi?
Salama sana.
Hii luncheon wewe unaionaje?
Luncheon rafiki yangu Buisa ameanza on a very good note. anasema ako na third eye. So maybe mi kuchangia, mi nilisikia tu part ya Uhuru akiongelea BBI. Hiyo part nilifurahi kwa sababu alikuwa anasema sio poa kuambia watu uongo. As much as tunasema hakuna kitu imekamilika. BBI ilikuwa kitu mzuri, so he was actually regretting what happened through the corridors of our Kenyan court. Najua sasa hiyo part kidogo alikuwa anasema let's prepare for the same in the near future. Maybe there is a resurfacing of what BBI had to do with BBI ilikuwa ipange maneno ya leadership, allocation of resources, blah 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 blah, equality and bringing all these communities on board. As much as ilikuwa inajaribu kugawa some few seats on top, it could actually accommodate everybody. Vile nilikuwa naangalia maneno yake, so Uhuru alikuwa anaambia Wakenya tulieni, somebody who initiated BBI is the one who is going to take up the mantle after me. So mkuwe tayari, kama kutakuwa na katiba msikuwe shocked. If there is going to be something related to BBI or BBI in a different phase, do not be shocked. Then mimi kusema ukweli, hii maneno ya Oka, unajua wanatuchezea akili. Oka ni kama watu hawaelewi kitu inaendelea Kenya hii. Let them disband that thing, watoke huko kwa hizo retreat nini. Ama maybe ni walipangwa hivyo. Unajua Oka si watu wanajipanga. Labda walipangwa waende kwa mahoteli kutangatanga kidogo, then wakisha disband kila mtu aone mahali anaridhika. Lakini uliona flag Kalonzo ameanza kuvaa, ni kama hii yangu hii ya Azimio. Unaona mimi ni Azimio damu, so Kalonzo pia ameanza kuonyesha maneno. So Uhuru anajaribu kuambia Wakenya it is possible, na baba ndio alianza. Baba actually was the one coiling this thing of inawezekana. Unaona aliruka juzi, Uhuru aliruka juzi kusalimia watu wa huko Dala, akawaambia sasa nikirudi narudi na baba. So let us start singing in that direction. The tune is very clear. Wacha kudanganywa na hii maneno ya sijui niliabductiwa, nimesamea hao watu. So how can somebody bwana unalia damu alafu in the next day you are released from IC. Unajua hii kitu wanajaribu kukaranga, nyanya inakosa kwa hii nini, kitunguu inakuwa kidogo, alafu wanatumia tip top kukaranga. Yaani hawatumii mafuta mzuri kukaranga hii maneno. Lonyangapuo ulisikia juzi pia. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm deviating from what is running on the screen. Lonyangapuo alisema hataki kuona maneno ya kuinua nini racing wheelbarrows all over. Anasema hiyo wakati haijafika. Na mimi niliona video ingine watu walichoma Facebook watu walikuwa nachoma wheelbarrows. Sijui ni wapi, but somewhere in the mountain. And these people of the mountain are now realizing kumbe tulikuwa tunadanganywa. We were being peddled a lot of lies. Moses Kuria from abroad. Mnasikia vile maneno inaenda bwana. Wakenya nataka tufurahi. You know, tuone tu vile Kenya inaelekea. Ni mzuri. Kenya inaelekea kuwa nchi mzuri. So mimi sina mengi ya kusema, but bwana nikiona baba akifurahi, hata nikilala njaa I'm still very okay. Wacha Wakenya wengine wachangie.
Thank you James Blue. Tunakushukuru kwa maoni yako, and we appreciate all of you that are joining us in the comment section. We appreciate Shombo Malum. Hi to you. I'm fine, thank you so much. Johnson, we appreciate you. Cosmas Maruz, Biwot Nicholas, nasema mzee wa Azimio Lafujo Ako TV. Okay. Whichever the case. Evans Okeo, karibu sana. Who else? I want to name some, shout out some names. Maanzo James, karibu kwa show. Aluman Junior, you're welcome. Janet Jepkosgei, thank you so much. And then we have James Muturi, karibu kwa show. Kipsang Ole, hiyo ingine utanimalizia baadaye. I don't want to spoil anybody's name. Kevin, thank you so much. Where is this? Robert Wangi, karibu kwa show. I appreciate all of you. Please, let's remain civil even as we comment. Differing in opinion doesn't make enemies. We only change if somebody has a better point than yours, but you don't have to insult somebody because his point doesn't agree with yours. Thank you. Bantu Warriors, habari vipi leo?
Oh, Bernard, ndugu Bernard, asante sana kwa kunipatia nafasi. Habari yako bwana Bernard?
Fit. Karibu.
Asante sana bwana. Tukikukosa wewe jana hata mimi niliondoka kwa sababu tukikukosa wewe uko unique. Kwa hivyo ukiwa huko kwa hii platform inakuwa shida bwana, na wengine wanakuja wanatukosea, wanaanza kutoa maneno kwa especially kwa ladies. Hata tumefurahi sasa wanawake wanakuja, lakini kuna wale wenzetu wakifika hapo wanaanza kuwatupia maneno. Unajua sichana ni wanyonge sana. Kwa hivyo wewe ukiwa hauko hakuna kwa defend. Hata Wekesa anafanya kazi nzuri na Temba, lakini sio kama wewe, kusema ule ukweli.
Pole, mitambo ilikataa jana.
Pole sana kwa mitambo leo. Tunakuomba sana Bernard, ufanye bidii ujikamue uweko hapa kwa kiwanja. Asante sana.
Thank you.
Asante sana bwana Bernard. Yangu mimi ni kusema ni kulingamana na luncheon hii iliyotokea ya leo. Tunashukuru sana kwa mtukufu rais wetu kuweza kuandaa hawa wananchi na wabunge na viongozi wote kuwa hapo kwa pamoja, na inaonesha unity, na kama vile baba saa yote anaongea tuwe kitu kimoja. Hata watu wa Oka pia walikuwa hapo, na hii inamaanisha ni mambo mazuri sana. Na kitu ingine nataka kusema ni kuwa pia big win kwa president wetu, kwa sababu ya Raila na Oka walikuwa hapo. Azimio imeonekana kuwa ina changamoto, na tuna imani sana bila wasiwasi, I'm 100% baba atakuwa the 5th president. Na wale is just like a empty debe, ina make noise tu all the time, ina make kelele tu, hakuna kitu wakunayo. Watapiga kelele, lakini tarehe 10 mwezi wa 8 wakati huo atakuwa baba na anaapishwa, sijui ataingia wapi. Lakini vile vile hatuna ubaya na wao, tutakuwa na wao, na baada ya hapo tutaungana mkono mmoja na tutasaidiana. Kwa hivyo mimi niko hapa kidogo, nikiona watu wamekuwa wengi, mimi nitakuwa niko nyuma tu nafuatilia. Na kitu cha mwisho, tunawakaribisha hawa wenzetu, wapinzani wenzetu. Sisi wote ni wa Kenya, sisi sote ni ndugu. Hii ni mambo ya politics tu, lakini sisi sote tuna hii nchi moja, tunaishi pamoja. Kwa hivyo wakija hapa waje na heshima, na sisi tunawaheshimu. Wewe unawapatia nafasi waeleze mambo yao, lakini kwa njia ya amani, na sio kutupatupa maneno na kuleta ugomvi hapa katika hii platform yetu, kwa sababu watu wengi duniani wanaona, na sioni kama vile wanavyotupa maneno inamsaidia kiongozi wao. Ni hayo tu Bernard, mimi niko karibu hapa, niko na nyinyi tu. Asante sana bwana Bernard kwa kunipatia.
Okay, thank you Bantu Warriors, nakushukuru sana kwa maoni yako. This is our country, let's keep building it by shaping the opinion as we continue. Inawezekana vipi leo?
Salama sana Mr. Bernard and panelists wote, hamjambo?
Hatujambo, karibu.
Jambo, inawezekana.
Asante sana kwa kunipatia nafasi. Unasemaje Bernard?
Nilikuwa nasema hivi, just 1 minute. Timothy Rono, your device is not well connected. That is why you are buffering. You hata tukipatia nafasi ya kuongea utaweza. Then there is Ahmed Ramadan. Please, if you're using phone, restart your phone and allow StreamYard to control your camera, full control of your camera and your audio. Otherwise, hautaweza kuongea kwa studio. Please follow the instructions. You will be able to get into the studio. Thank you. Inawezekana, endelea.
Yes, venye nilikuwa nasema hii Luncheon yenye imekuwa State House tumeobserve, na rais alikuwa tu anaita hao MPs kwa kupitisha hizi bills za chama, and it was a good thing kwa sababu MPs walikuwa na msimamo wao na wakapitisha. Unajua the president has an agenda. Yeye pamoja na His Excellency the Prime Minister wako na agenda ya kuunganisha nchi, na Prime Minister amekuwa akituambia yeye anahubiri injili ya kushikanisha Wakenya through ship yenye inaitwa Azimio la Umoja. So hapa ndio unaona hata ma MPs wa Oka wamekuwa na the thing is hawa watu wa Oka wanajaribu wanajaribu kukaa pahali kwa fence, wanaangalia huku na huku, lakini hata tumeshaanza kuwaona. Tumejua Musalia anaenda hiyo upande ingine, tunajua Kalonzo anakuja upande yetu ya Azimio, you know, and the exodus from ANC we can see it. Even kuna huyu MP elect nimesahau anaitwa aje, but alichaguliwa juzi huko Western through ANC ticket. Ameenda kwa ground, ilikuwa leo, anauliza MPs, anauliza wananchi, mnaonaje, tuende upande wa Azimio ama tuende hiyo upande ingine? Tuende upande wa Azimio ama tuende upande ingine? Wamesema wanaenda Azimio. So Azimio is growing up. Hii mambo ya political bill parties naona ikiendelea vizuri, na another point ambayo nilikuwa nataka kusema ni hii mambo ya the way DP ameongea leo akiwa pale Ongata Rongai. Anasema Raila hakuna kitu amefanya hata akiwa prime minister. I want to tell him the prime minister yeye ndiye amempatia hiyo, yani hii freedom ambayo ako nayo as a deputy president, na hawezi tolewa. Haufuati your president na bado tu unaweza kaa hapo. Hiyo freedom imekuja because of the prime minister, you know. Sasa yeye yani blatantly anasimama mbele ya wananchi, anawaambia hakuna kitu yenye prime minister amefanya, hata kama wajinga waliisha Kenya. So that's just one point ambayo nilikuwa nimeudhika nayo sana. Anatuambia hakuna kitu prime minister amefanya, but in reality the prime minister has done a lot of work in Kenya. And the president alipofanya impromptu visit kule Nyanza province, alisema atakuja very soon na Raila, and we are waiting for him akuje huko tuone campaign ikianza. Tukiwaona wakiwa pamoja tunafurahi na tunapata hiyo mori ya kwenda kupiga kura. Tunangoja 9th August tuende kwa wingi. Asanteni sana, nitaendelea kutoa another point.
Thank you. Inawezekana. We appreciate your contribution. Let's all just as an announcement, on the 17th there is a new mass registration of voters. Usikue hapa unapika domo unasema Azimio ama unasema UDA na una kura. Kuanzia 17th uende kuregister. Hata kama uregister, enda uangalie. Wanaweza kuwa wametoa jina lako wakasema ulikufa ama ulihamia kwingine. Kwa hivyo ni muhimu uende kuconfirm kama kura yako iko hapo. Na siku ya kwenda kupiga kura, kama unapigia baba, usiandike ndani ya voters card baba. Vote properly. Kura zetu zinaharibika kwa sababu tunaenda huko na mioto ya kusema baba. Sasa tunaandika baba kwa kila box. Nataka cool down. We don't want to lose any vote. We want to win these elections free and fair and with a huge margin that nobody will dispute anything. So cool down, take your time, angalia box ya baba, weka X ndani, isiruke iende kwa box ingine. tunataka kura zetu zote zikuwe safe. Sawa sawa. Thank you. Alafu watu watu wa nyuma ya curtain mmeanza kuincrease screen, imeanza kuwa black. Tafadhali naomba tufanye nini? Tutengeneze screen ikuwe bright. Yes, James Blue, unasemaje?
Hiyo part ya kutik kubwa ama kuandika baba, you know, the love for baba is too much. Umesema ukweli, kura nyingi zinaharibika kwa sababu ya mapenzi bwana. Umesema, that is a good point.
So lazima tukiwa mashinani tufanye civic education, tufundishe watu vizuri, tutaki kupoteza kura yetu. I have one of my brothers, yeye alienda kupiga kura akasema anapigia Raila na akaweka ndani pamoja na ID yake, akisema mimi nataka nisindikishe so lazima tufundishe watu wetu wasituharibie kura, tukue na kura ambazo zinaeleweka. Thank you so much. Derek Okomo, upo?
Bernard, hii mkono itachoka ikikaa hapo juu ikingoja.
Bwana Captain, subiri kwanza.
Yes, Mr. Bernard.
Unakuja kwako. Samahani tafadhali.
Sawa.
Yes.
Yes,
Derek.
Let me include my camera so that I become audible. How is everyone?
We are good. We can get you, but organize your camera. Come, Captain. Iko nini sema?
Bwana, sasa wewe Bernard, habari zenu, lakini habari ya panelist wote.
Fiti. Namna gani wewe?
Niko salama bwana. Wewe mimi naona una reduce hii forum ikuwe tu ni kusupport Raila peke yake, ati ukifika pale unatik tu baba.
Kivipi?
Ungesema yote ukienda kupiga kura, kama wewe ni wa Ruto ufanya namna hii, kama wewe ni wa Raila ufanya namna hivi. Unaona? Kama wewe ni wa wale wengine kina Abdi Badida unafanya hivi. Sio mtu mmoja peke yake unataja kwa social media. Are you seeing?
Okay, now let me speak.
Captain, wewe ukitaka nipigie debe mtu wako unanilipa.
Haya, sawa, kama sasa niseme hivi. Kama unapigia baba unaweka tick na unaweka pale hex. Lakini kama ni Ruto unaweka tick moja tosha.
Captain, that is misleading the public.
The way you
are kama ni baba.
Mr. Bernard, I'm the one who was speaking.
Mwingine yote yule. Alafu hapa mimi pia niko na uhuru wa kuchagua president wangu ile nataka. So in the process of the civic education, I'm not supposed to teach everything to everybody. I'm only giving an example so that you who is on the ground, you can teach the rest of the people on what to do. So kama wewe ni wa UDA, utapiga mahali pa UDA. Usiandike ndani wheelbarrow kwa sababu haitaingia.
Hivyo sasa tunafundisha watu kwa njia ile inafaa. Sasa hata mimi nataka niwaambie watu wenye wanapigia baba kura, pigia baba kura, weka tu tick na isipite, na usiweke pale hex ati nini. Tick peke yake, enda nyumbani, enda ngoja ihesabiwe. Sisi watu wa William Ruto tunapiganga kawaida vizuri, tunaenda nyumbani tunangoja pale screen. Hatunanga maneno. Wale other aspirants pia hivyo, msichanganye maneno. Kama unampigia mtu unaweka tick. Mwenye umtaki usiguze mahali pake, wachana naye. Utakuwa umespoil hiyo karatasi. Are you seeing? So tuendelee namna hiyo.
So now let me proceed.
Okay, Derek, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Bernard, today the platform is good and the discussion is very important, especially for those who are keen enough. You realize that most people, they are attentive to this program and they also want to be enlightened on some issues pertaining politics. You have just mentioned some minutes ago, and it was an advice to everyone or to all the citizens that during election you need to vote accordingly, not to go with a lot of ego or excess happiness. I see someone is carrying his hand, but I'm speaking. Just give me time, I complete, then you ask me a question after that. Oh, Mr. Bernard, according to the topic of today, that is what I want to talk about. Then I just give someone another chance to speak. It is Uhuru State House, Luncheon, the Oka Mps, President and DP Ruto retreating the campaign. Today, DP was in Embakasi, the part of Embakasi, and I was lucky to see how things were happening, the crowd, the behavior, the conduct, and the comments of the people during the live stream, the live show. It is true that this nation, it belongs to everyone. It belongs to me, it belongs to you. And then there is no one who should be enjoying the monopoly of a certain group or a certain region, that this one is my territory. There were those who are saying that DP could not go to Embakasi because that one is the territory for, especially Embakasi East, that one belongs to Babu Owino. But I was happy with Babu Owino of what he did. He never reacted. He never did something evil to DP. It means he has shown the act of democracy. And that one, it indicates that even him, he has got right to go to Rift Valley and sell his agendas. He can go to everywhere to sell his agendas. But it was unfortunate that when the supporters of UDA, under the comment section, I was able to read what they were trying to say, that now it is the UDA that is emerging the best in Nairobi. And I want to assure them that the other time the sitting president mentioned that wewe unaweza anza mbio mbio alafu mzee akuje polepole akupite. Unaona? It is true. Yes, today was in Embakasi, but I'm glad that our able Azimio leader, who is Honorable Raila Odinga, he will be in Homa Bay, he will be in Nyanza region. And that was indicated by His Excellency, that he will accompany him in Nyanza region. And I pray that they be alive and testify. They see what will be happening in Nyanza. I know most of them will hide. Hata wataangalia TV. I pray that they see when it reaches that day. So to me, as normally, I always view all the way from Kirinyaga County, and I'm glad that in Mount Kenya region, my friend, for those who are around or those can testify, that Raila Amolo Odinga is what they need. They don't need any other person. But if someone is cheating them that they need DP, then I'm telling you that they need that token. Because as now we have got a team, and a strong team, who is supporting Raila Amolo Odinga, headed by Peter Kenneth, SK Macharia. It's a strong team. We also have the women representative. We also have the aspirant, the governor aspirant, that is Ngirisi. So we have a strong team in Mount Kenya. If someone is talking about Mount Kenya belonging to William Ruto, that person is lying. Here is where Baba is known. Ndio maana Excellency was saying that mzee atakuwa nakuja polepole kwa mlima, polepole akupita yule kijana mgeni akitembea pale akicelebrate ati amewin. So Mr. Bernard, with me, my submission tonight, so that I can give someone time, because we have so many here and each and every speak. All these aspirants, all the politicians, I have got an advice to them. Let us preach peace and unity in this nation. It is very important because according to the reaction, today when I was in my workplace, we tried to analyze, and some were saying that it is going to be worse than 2017 and 2007. It means some people have got already gained the mentality that there's going to be chaos during election. And the other time Rala mentioned that if he's defeated, he will accept. Ruto also said, if he is defeated, he will accept. But now, to the voters, the common wananchi, those who will be voting, kindly please, once you have voted, go home and relax and wait for the result. And then just to conclude, the last bit to conclude.
Please conclude.
Yes, I'm concluding. I'm speaking the last statement, then I conclude. Mr. Bernard, there's a poll that we conducted today. I organized it myself. It's a poll that we conducted. It was very early in the morning, saa 12. So that we determine who is the suitable candidate or the suitable president comes August 29th.
9.
Oh, sorry, 9th, eh? Yeah, 9th. Sorry, 9th, August 9th. Who will be the sweetest, the sweetest candidate? And we realized that there are only two people who are being mentioned. That is Raila Amolo Odinga and Samoei Ruto. But to my surprise, those who voted in Rift Valley region were so many, and they were voting in Raila Amolo Odinga. So it means, despite that Ruto is celebrating the other side, that one is the background, is the bedroom, we also have voters, and we also have a good number in Rift Valley region. So I still wish Baba success, and I know we are going to succeed.
Okay, thank you, Derek. We appreciate your submission and your reporting. We look forward to engaging further. I would want to... Hii mikono imezidi. Alex, ngoja kwanza tusikilize Timo alafu tukuje kwako. Naomba. Tito. Oriana man.
Ndwaraga uriya barusiya yobusa.
Wewe kuja pole pole. Vile
niko na mbio kama TP.
Karibu.
Mimi naongea.
Wewe Tito ongea ama tuende kwa Alex ndio urudi.
No. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, and I'm very happy as a jovial Kenyan, and I'm very happy to see everybody is very happy. I greet you. I know that you have a powerful people and a powerful in the house. Keep on going. I appreciate you so much to enlighten Kenyans to know what's going on. The other thing I was supposed to apologize. The other show I was talking about the Linduri, nilikuwa nimekasirika. Tuna forward, mtu anaturudisha nyuma. So nimeomba msamaha, nilikuwa natoa matamshi mbaya. The other thing I can just mention, Kenya is ours to everybody. Tusiposhikilia, tuna expect nani ashikilie. Tunapoongea vitu tunaongea hivi, hiyo tuna stream Kenya ikuwe line moja na ikuwe itufae sisi wote na tutoshee sisi wote. Hakuna mtu anaenda kuhama. Kule kipikwa, kuna watu wanachukua mizigo waende Zaire, Zambia. Hakuna, tunakaa Kenya hiyo moja tu. I'm speaking from outside, but I'm very happy when the Kenya is going to be organized, and then they vote, and then they make our country to be proud. Tunawajoin tukijua tuko na amani, economy ina flow. Hata ukiwekeza shilingi 2-3 unajua iko na security, utaishi mahali pako na ufurahie. So meeting yenye ilikuwa State House, I really very happy and appreciate the Kenyans, what they are doing, especially the president is working harder on the line to make akitoka Kenya iko pamoja. But those who are working hard to make Kenya split to be in two. Sijui anataka kuliti nani. Unajua ukitaka kuwa prefect, uwezi kawanyisha class, alafu unataka kuwa prefect wa watu wote. Utakuwaje prefect wa watu wote? Na class imekawanyika. Wakitoka nje watu wanaenda kupigana, ukisema sasa una lead the same class. So president is doing good so far, apart from maendeleo, but ile kupreach watu washikane, watu washikamane, ndio tufanye kazi pamoja, tufanye biashara pamoja, kila mtu akae mahali popote pale penye atapata nafasi yake ya kufanya shughuli zake, inakuwa poa. So down the line, Kenya is doing good in politics. Ile kitu nasashukuru tu, mimi namfuata baba ni kwa sababu zake. Kama kuna mtu yuko kwa serikali, but still is fighting from outside to nominate people. Ile kitu wange ni jazz kitu moja tu. Baba amekuwa opposition. But wakimwambia select watu wako tuletee, wala watafanya kazi na wewe. Alienda akatoa Kikuyu. Ule mtu anaitwanga sijui nani Mwaura. Akamweka hapo hakwenda Mjaluo amchukue akuja ampatie position. That's give me a credential to see the baba is a national leader. Akaenda akachukua Soshoni ni Munandi na kuna Wajaluo wamejaa. Kwani Wajaluo hajasoma? Soshoni ndiye alienda shule peke yake, akaleta akaweka hapo hivi. It symbolizes that baba akipewa nafasi chance through hizo vitu zote sinaonyeshwa, si ati ni mtu anaenda kuenda nyuma kusema baba sijui atafanya ni. Baba ako na roho ya kukaa na binadamu wote, anafanya na kila mtu kazi. Pande nyingine nimesikia Omalo akiongea kwa Mlembe TV, kwa Mlembe Radio, akalament yeye amekaa na watu wote, anawasunguka, anajua wanafanya meeting, wanafanya nini, na anajua ni nini inaendelea kwa ground. Sasa kama Elita wa Waluya akituambia nini anapatana nayo kwa ground, akienda hizo mikutano bali venye ana avoid, akikuja aklik information, inafaa pia tumsikize. Watu wetu wanaenda kwa shimo to enlighten. Ule mtu unajua tuko na watu wako hawana radio, hawana TV na hawajui nini inaendelea. Wakienda wakisinga Wiliparo, wakisema Asimio, hawajui nini inaongelewa. So we are here to enlighten our people, to tell them the truth and what is going on and what they should do in their life to change their kids to go to school, to get hospital, to get medication, to get good roads, to get water. Hiyo vitu zote. Ule mtu umeenda shule usipopreach hao watu waelewe ni serikali inafanya nini, inafaa kufanya nini, hawatajua. So we are here to enlighten our people to know what is the right and what they're supposed to do and how they can vote. Ndaka tuwapatie hiyo motisha ya kuambia mkifanya hivi itakuwa hivi, mkifanya hivi itaenda vibaya. So our country, if we mess this 2022 August 9th, haki tutasama. Na mkitaka tuishi maisha mzuri, it's only one way. It's a shortcut and it's not the long way. Baba is going to go on one term. Anaenda kucreatea watu wengine chance ya kupata sasa hiyo preso. But in other hand, if we go that direction, my friend, 20 years hata inasababisha ikuwe 40 years. Surely, let us vote wisely. Thank you for the night. I've just made my submission, and I know that my point is at home. I really appreciate you Kenyans. Soon I'll be home to see Kenya how it's running. Ile maflyover mmeniambia nataka kuja kusiona nilinganisha na Dubai vile zinafanana. Thank you so much. You're welcome to you guys. I'm happy
karibu. Kenya yasonga mbele.
Thank you so much.
Na hakuna kurudi nyuma. You're most welcome. Thank you for your submission. There is Rachel Chelimboche. Hey. Jina refu kweli. Alichagua Sosioni ndio apate kura za Kipsix. Then there is Aaron Ruto says Muluya anasifia mganga kwa ku nominate watu wengine na honi akifukuza Waluya kama Wetangula na Malala. Now that's the kind of conversation I don't want to hear or see. We are talking about Kenya that is above tribes. And if you're still digging in and pushing for your tribe or particular decisions made so that they get particular tribes, uko nyuma, tunaomba tafadhali update kabla upitwe na wakati. This is not the time for somebody to dig for his tribe. It is time for you to think about Kenya, because Kenya is only Kenya with every other Kenyan. If you log out any other Kenyan out of Kenya, Kenya is no longer Kenya. So until you believe Kenya for all Kenyans, you are mistaken. It doesn't matter what you stand for. Thank you very much. Let's hear.
Bernard,
yes.
to stress in that point, watu wanasahau tumekuwa na Raila ametembea na Mudavadi. Vita ya Raila na Ruto ilitokana kupatia chance ya Mudavadi, ndio maana wana fight all over every time hiyo vita yote. Sasa tunajua historia, mwenye anaongea hivyo ajui nini inaendelea na ako nyuma ya maneno mingi sana. Mimi nimechaka kutoa hito point 2-3 kusema huyu jamaa anaenda anywhere na achakue mtu yote na amfanye mtu na aishi maisha yake na asaidie wa Kenya. Yeye waangalia all sides. Sija name pale penye nimetoka, sitaki mambo ya ukabila. Name pale penye huyu jamaa ameenda far kwa Kikuyu, ako na watu far kwa Kalenjin panda na angalia mtu ampatie kazi. Ule mtu anasema anataka kusupport kama ni pande yake mzuri, aniambie yeye amesaidia nani, ameweka nani kwa kiti na kutusaidia. Yeye ni kupiga propaganda na projo tu. Thank you so much.
Thank you Tito. Let's move forward. Alex, please come in.
Bernard, nashukuru sana kwa Mtembei TV kwa kutupa a platform whereby you tend to learn a lot. Namtaka kumshukuru bwana Captain. You know, hata kama saa ingine Captain anatoanga ribato, some of his ribato are very progressive. Na vile amesema, tunaposema ukipigia baba kura hivi, hata tunaambia pia watu wa UDA vile wanapiga kura. I think it's fair enough, kwa sababu after all we are propagating for democracy, and democracy is majority. If they be the majority, well, tutaumia though, lakini tutakubali kwa sababu contestation is a reality. Kuna you know there is a trauma after election, and the worst one for me was 2007. Wallahi, I didn't eat for 2 weeks, and I couldn't believe that Kibaki was a president. So, but I've come to manage it. So, wakati tunaongea juu election, prepare your people too, kuwa it can go against the way we think. So tunaposema pigia Raila hivi, piga tick, hata sisi tunaambia watu ya Ruto, kama unapenda pia wewe piga tick. That's being fair. Now, Bernard, you did something good that nobody did today in the media, but you are so economical mpaka nikakasirika. You put a clip ya Linturi akienda kwa meeting ya Raila, lakini ukaiweka kidogo sana. I mean, it was too short. I didn't know what even Linturi said. But let me say this. I want to applaud Linturi for doing such a courageous thing to go to a meeting where Baba was today. In an African context, hata wewe unajua Bernard, kama wewe ni mwanaume, ukikosea bibi yako kwa nyumba, hiyo siku utakuja mapema, utafunga nyama na gazeti, utasema pole. There is a way you apologize as an African. And I think Linturi has unequivocally apologized for him to have the courage to go to Baba's meeting where Munya and Kiraitu were. The same magnanimity, the same strength, and the same vocal we had to criticize him. Let us give him accolade today and say, I think that is how Kenya should go. The guy has apologized. And in this TV, whereby we criticized him, we should be vocal enough also to say, Linturi had the courage to go to those he called Madoadoa, and they had a talk. I don't know what he said though, but nilisikia Baba akimwambia na akimuonya, and you need to put that clip. Akamwambia, hapa Kenya hakuna madoadoa. But I wish to see what he responded. So Linturi has shown political maturity today. The courage to go to those he thought were his enemies must be something we must address. So because we had that meeting, the 3 meetings about Madoadoa, we spoke about him, we criticized him, we must at the same time give him the air to say what he said today, how he went to the meeting, so that Kenya can heal. That side of him needs to be shown for us to be fair, so that we will know honestly what he said. I don't know what he said, or he was even given permission to say, but the courage to go to that meeting alone, I think we must accolade him. And we should not forget, and we should tell our people that Linturi today went to a meeting in Meru where Baba was, Munya was, Kiraitu was. So we should not pass that, Bernard. So thank you so much, Bernard.
Okay, thank you. We'll get time to play the clip, although it's not complete. But we are glad that you noticed that and brought us to notice that. It's important, and I believe that's where we are headed as a country, whereby we need to embrace. This is what made politics attractive. But the politics of hate, whereby you part ways completely, you don't want to see eye to eye, you become enemies, you begin to send boys against each other, that is not how to build a country and be in the part and parcel of a civilized society. For us to be a progressive, civilized society, we need to embrace each other, even when we have different opinion on different issues. The truth is, this country can be a heaven on earth if we all outgrew our egos and began to embrace one another. God did not make a mistake putting us, all of us in this country, knowing that we are different. I believe, like in a cake, we need different ingredients. Each community in this country is an ingredient that makes Kenya tick, and we should appreciate them and be able to embrace them. Naomba sasa tumsikilize nani huyu, Wycliffe. Wycliffe, upo?
Yeah, mimi niko. Habari ya leo kila mtu?
Fiti.
Nashukuru. Siku nyingine tena tunapatana tujadiliana kuhusu hii siasa yenyewe. Unajua kwa siasa hatuwezi ishi bila siasa. Siasa inakuanga part of maisha. Sasa nataka ku-upload Alex vile amesema ni kweli, Linturi alikuwa na courage kwenda hiyo nini ya baba. Hiyo ni face ya UDA. UDA ni sisi ni wangwana. Tunaweza kuwa na difference vitu wadogo juu. Sasa unajua kulingana na Linturi ile maneno alikuwa ametamka huko, hakuwa na maana yote mbaya. So hivyo ndio face ya UDA inakuanga. And then kuchangia nini ya leo kuhusu mada ya leo kuhusu vile Uhuru amekaribisha baba State House, mzuri kutembeleana juu State House ni mahali Tiuko ni kwa the king, ni mzuri kutembeleana, ni mzuri, anafanya mzuri kukaribisha baba huko, hiyo inakubalika. Alafu hao nini wa Oka walikuwa bado hata wako huko. And then hii kampeni ya Ruto, turudi sasa kampeni ya Ruto. Kampeni ya Ruto, yes, najua bado sasa anaendelea tu kuuza sera zake. Na kulikuwa na swali moja nilikuwa nataka kuuliza. Tuseme for example unajua sasa hii hatujajua kama nitakuwa ni Ruto ama ni ama Ruto ama baba, lakini mmoja wao waenda atashinda. Hivyo ndio kila mtu anaamini. Mmoja wao atashinda. Inaweza kuwa ni baba, of which akishinda sisi ni wangwana, tunasema tunakubali matokeo na Kenya iendelee. Sasa tuseme Ruto ashinde na wao hata nyinyi mtakubali, alafu tuendelee na maisha tena. And then nilikuwa naangalia kama Mudavadi hajajua mali hapo, lakini unajua tuseme for example Ruto anajua anaweza rudi nyuma, anasema Mudavadi tosha. Akisema Mudavadi tosha, tuseme Mudavadi na baba wakishindana, unaona nani anaweza shinda?
Wycliffe, hilo swali safi kabisa.
Yeah.
Lakini sioni akitoboa kinyume na baba.
Yeah.
Baba yuko juu. Maoni yangu. Inawezekana, unasemaje?
Yes, Bernard, kuna hiyo kitu Alex alikuwa amention before niende kwa Wycliffe. Alikuwa amesema Linturi alienda kwa hiyo meeting. Hiyo ni kimake clearer. Ilikuwa ni matanga. Walikuwa wameenda matanga huko Meru. So maybe to some extent, maybe labda hata haikuwa ni apology. Labda niseme hivyo. Alikuwa ameenda matanga, ameattend matanga ya one of the na mtu alikuwa amefariki huko. Hii ingine yenye Wycliffe anasema ati nani anaweza shinda, watu sasa tayari washa decide, and I believe Raila, hata polls zinaonyesha is the clear winner. So Wycliffe, maybe ni wetu ndio hawiko sure, but sasa watu wamesha decide and the clear winner is Raila Amolo Odinga. Thank you.
Wycliffe, unaweza kurespond to songe mbele?
Yeah, nilikuwa nasema unajua vile watu wanasema sasa hii watu wengi wameamua ni baba. Unajua hadi huko kwenye nini, kwenye David unakuanga inaamuliwa. Unajua tunaweza kuwa tunasema kila mtu anasema kweli, watu wanasema ni baba, lakini tukienda kwa election yenyewe huko siku ya kufanya election and then results kuje ikue, unajua inaweza fanyika, kuna uwezekano, everything is possible. Unajua sasa ndio hiyo ndio nilikuwa nasema, inaweza kuwa maneno change.
Sawa, evindu vichenjanga. We agree with you, there's no problem. but unajua wewe ukienda unaona wewe ndio uko na agenda hii ya kukubali matokeo. Au ukienda hospitali uende kwa lab, wasema wanakupima typhoid. Okay? Alafu mtu wa lab atoke na matokeo ya malaria. Akwambie kubali matokeo. Utakubali Wycliffe? Unmute Wycliffe ndio ujibu.
Unauliza kama umeenda kupimwa nini, kama umeenda kupimwa typhoid and then uleteo results za malaria?
Yes.
Sasa unajua
kubali matokeo.
Hapana, si sasa unajua sasa hiyo umetumia example yenye kuna vile itaingiana juu. Sasa unajua ukienda lab, sasa mwenye yako lab, sasa si mwenye yako lab wewe ni daktari, umeenda kuona. Sasa daktari ni yeye anakuambia, na si yeye anachukua sample, tuseme ni sample anachukua. So sio sample ni yeye anajukulingana ile masomo ako naye, ni yeye anaenda kufanya hizo vitu zao za kuangalia nini ndio sasa apate results. Ndio akuletee. Sasa huwezi jua labda ameenda kuangalia hiyo vitu zingine instead of hivi vitu zingine. Tuseme ni sample amechukua. Hiyo sample amechukua, si ameenda kuangalia. So ataleta results kulingana na tuseme ile yenye imepatikana.
Yes, ndio nakwambia, kama umeenda kutest typhoid, matokeo ile inakuja inapaswa kuwa ya typhoid. Either kusema uko na typhoid ama hauna. Lakini ye akirudi aseme ametest malaria. Na hii majibu ni ya malaria na sample ni yako. Okay? Na wewe ulienda typhoid. So uone matokeo si ile ulikuwa ulienda.
Hapo sasa ndio maana hapo ni makubali, lakini nasema si hapo ndio maana ulisema nini inaingilia, tuseme utaingilia kuuliza mbona hii ni nini ilifanyika, na nilikuwa nimekuja kutestiwa hii typhoid.
Asante. Hiyo ndio nilikuwa nataka kusema. So wakati tumeenda kupiga kura na results zikatokea, okay? Na zile results zinatokea ziko na maswali, okay? Tuko na haki ya kuuliza hayo maswali kwa sababu sisi tumefanya, wakihesabu tunahesabu, wakirusha tunarusha. Wakijumulisha tunajumulisha. Alafu toto yetu na toto yenu haikubaliki, lakini result tumetoa kwa sufuria moja. So hii tofauti inatokea wapi? Lazima tuulize hii lab, either lab technician amelipwa ama mtu amekimbia na result za mwingine. So kuuliza maswali kuhusu majibu ambayo yanatokea ni muhimu, ndio katiba inapeana hizo nafasi, either uende kotini au demonstrate, uchukue industrial action. Hizo vitu zote katiba imepeana. So tusiseme eti results imekuja sasa tulazimishe mtu kukubali. Hata hiyo kujaribu kulazimisha mtu kukubali inamaanisha kuna kitu fiche ambacho unasukumisha. Lakini kama results sio zako, hata ukilazimisha ukubali, hata ukikubali hazitakuwa zako. You understand?
Yeah.
So let us go for free, fair, credible and verifiable elections. Ili tukihesabu kwenda mbele zinaingia, tukihesabu kurudi nyuma zinaingia. Si eti zinaendanga mbele peke yake, hakuna kurudi nyuma. Otherwise, asante sana kwa mchango wako, tuendelee kuongea na tujenge Kenya. Naomba sasa tuende kwa Dan Bundi. I hope Wycliffe umemaliza.
Nilikuwa nataka kusema nini moja tu ndio unaweza kumpatia Dan.
Okay, maliza tuende kwa Dan.
Yeah, ndio nilikuwa nasema, unajua tutakuwa bodi ya IBC. IBC ndio hao ndio bodi yenye wao wataamua juu. Sasa tumeenda kama competitors huko, tumeenda tumepiga kura, tumerudi nyumbani, tukingojea. Kazi yetu ni kukaa tu kwa TV tukiangalia, tukiandika. Wengine obvious kuna kwanga na wale ma agents wanafaa wako huko wanachunga kura, lakini si wote, wale wachache wenye wamechaguliwa wakaa huko. Sisi wengine tunaenda nyumbani, tunakaa kwa TV, tunafuatilia, tukiandika hivyo ndio inafaa. Asante.
Okay, thank you Wycliffe. And just to clarify, our agent wako kwa nini inaitwa nini kwa polling station, hao ndio wanatutumia majibu wakati sikura zinahesabiwa kwa kila inaitwa stream. Tukimaliza kupiga, alafu returning officer ana announce, ama presiding officer aki announce, sisi wanahabari tunachukua hizo results. Okay, alafu tunatumia media house ama tunatumia mahali ziko hizo results. Zinapaswa kuwa the same na zile zimeenda wapi? IBC headquarters. Lakini kama zetu zinakuwa tofauti, zile za IBC zinakuwa tofauti, basi lazima maswali yaibuke, because they were announced at the same time from the same place. They should agree. Thank you. Bundi, karibu toa maoni yako.
Habari tena.
Salama, namna gani leo?
Mzuri sana.
Haya, toa maoni yako.
Kwanza kabisa ningetaka kuanza hivi. Nakumbuka wakati mwingine hapa Bernard uliweka submission ya kwamba let us not talk much about Ruto, and Ruto is not here to defend us. But I see my fellow viewers here, sometimes they put a lot of energy in the Ruto issue, of which I wish they should remember that day you ruled, and you ruled it very fairly, because Ruto is not here particularly to defend himself. It's good to focus on the real issue yenye natuhusu. Okay, hata kama hatuwezi kosa kuongea juu yake, but not that much, not that deep. I don't know nani yule aliongea about Ruto going to a meeting, and then there is somebody else amesema about alienda kuomba msamaha. No, amefanya investigation, not investigation, alifanya pouring central na wapi akapata papa kuna nini wawili, of which I don't understand alifanya aje from 6 today na alikuwa na majibu. That might be so interesting. But also, as you know, every day I also have my own analysis and investigation. Today's investigation, I think I want to bring abroad. Ruto was not happy about how Ruto tried to assume Ruto alikosea. Nimelinganisha hiyo kitu na maafisa wa polisi. Mkubwa wa polisi, napata polisi amepiga watu marisasi ambao hawana hatia na wangeweza kuuawa, lakini unapata Inspector General amesimama akasema ama news wakora wawili walikuwa wanataka kunyang'anya askari bunduki na kabiliana na polisi, na wapolisi wakawashinda nguvu na wakawaua. Na unapata hii statement inakuwa ya ugongo. Ile kitu imesuia hiyo mambo siku hizi ni hyper.
unapata haipo ikikucha inakucha paka inaendelea na kesi paka unapata yule askari amefungwa kwa kuua, aidha bila kuua bila kusudia ama kuua. Yani inamaanisha hivi, anasimama na watu wake, anatetea watu wake, polisi anatetea askari wake. Okay, let us accept kuna local police officers wenye wanafanya vitu si mzuri, lakini pia kuna wengine ambao wanafanya kazi yao. Without these people so hatuwezi pata amani. Kila mtu anaweza taka kunyang'anya mwingine. Ndio hiyo nimeweka example ya Ruto. Ruto anafaa asimame na soja wake. As much as ikuwe vile itakuwa, unafaa kukuwa na mkutano huko nyuma ya tent. Umwambie pale ulikuwa unaniharibia. Hii China madoadoa uliongea si mzuri. Wewe tafuta njia usimame hivi ujaribu kuambia watu pole. Lakini unaona alisimama Bomet. TV zote sikimwangalia. Akamukataza. Na amesimama na yeye anatukana Raila juu yangu. Runturi na I'm saying. Now, Runturi is on his way out to Azimio. That is the fact. It will not go more than 14 days. Hayo yaongoje. Let me go to today's topic about Ruto, Raila going to State House. Actually, this is Riaso. Raila visiting State House, that is Riaso. Anajaribu kuonyeshwa mahali vitu iko, mahali vile itakuwa, mahali wageni watarara, wengine wale waheshimiwa, hivyo hivyo.
Wewe Tito, mute your mic.
So it's a really Riaso. And you see now, what I mean is that ni hiyo, kwa nini mkutano ikufanyika hoteli hapa nje ama wapi kafanyika State House? The guy must be taken around because 7 months si kubwa, ni hapa tu tumesafika tayari. So he must know everywhere, he must know, unajua president ya America anaweza kucha hapa, amweka mahali president ya Tanzania anaweza kaa. So lazima aonyesho exactly where these senior people should sit and ajaribu kuangalia mapema because kuanzia hiyo tarehe hawezi kuwa na hiyo nafasi sana because atakuwa anaenda Gatundu kuenda kujaribu kuangalia ng'ombe zake because he's a great man, he's a great leader. Now, I want to tell you, Uhuru is still a kingpin of Central. Bado ni yeye kusema. Siasa itaanza. Siasa itaanza wakati bunge itafunjwa. Bunge ikifunjwa tu, ndio sasa mutaona Raila na Uhuru wakiwa kwa gari moja, wakitangaza ni kwa nini walikucha pamoja, ni kwa nini mimi sitaki kutacha mtu, kwa nini mimi nilitenga mtu fulani, ni kwa sababu alifanya kitu fulani, itachwe na evidence, itachwe, ndio watu utasikia ikitolewa kwa podium ikisema CID kwanza chunguza jambo fulani na tunataka kuona mtu kotini. Expect that also is coming soon. Now we are going to see the Eurobond we have been told ilienda wapi. In fact sasa Ruto, Uhuru atatuambia mchana, alafu sasa CID wataambiwa wafanye kazi yao, tuambiwe where is the 200 billion. That is the time we will be told who is this has been taking money ya nyama hapa na akilipa 8,000 na saa hii pesa imetoka wapi. That is the time we shall be told. We shall be told our certain young person yako na almost 400 billion kwa akaunti yake, achafanya kazi yoyote, achaandikwa hata kioski, achakuwa hata MCA, ako na almost 300 billion his account na alipi taxi na ako Kenya hii, na kumbe yeye ndiye amesupply hata miti ya stima hii vigingi ya stima. That is the time somebody will go to court. So more is coming. People will come to realize, aya, kumbe hii mambo hii mzee hakukasirika bure. Aliona Raila afadhali. Raila anaweza kuwa ako na ubaya wake, lakini ni afadhali yeye kuwa rais kuliko wengine. Sababu ni hayo mambo tunangojea. Ngoje bunge ifunjwe, and I was shocked today actually. kusikia Mr. Kang'ata akilia kwamba achaalikwa. Surely I've never seen any MP from ODM crying achaenda huko kwa Karen kuenda kupewa vidonge pale. Sasa leo kama watu wetu na wao wamekanyaga, at least wamepikiwa chai kule State House, kwa nini wanakasirika? That is the spirit of handshake. So lastly, because mimi ni mtu wa kuona masaa, somebody said here that tuambie nchi yetu ile kitu sisi tunapakisha saa hii, sisi, mimi, wewe na mwingine, wherever you sleep, ambia nchi yetu hiyo tu, ambia nchi yetu na muambie yule kiongozi Mungu amechagua afike hiyo wakati atuongoze, hata kama ni hiyo miaka 5 mnasema, hata hiyo ni mingi, tunataka hata mwaka moja aweke foundation aweke chiwe yenye itakuwa milele na milele. So for 5 years we are okay, we are not complaining, but we don't know ikifika yeye mwenyewe atatuambia kama ni hiyo 5 ama atamalizia hiyo ngine 10. So for that one we not say it now, but sisi tunamhitaji hata kama ni siku moja aongee mambo mawili matatu tumuone akiwa rais. That's all I can say for today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you Tanbundi. Asante sana kwa maoni yako. Tunashukuru, tuendelee kuongea. Hii Kenya ni yetu sote. Kuna Mkenya ambaye ni Mkenya sana kuliko Wakenya wengine. Kwa hivyo kila mmoja wetu apate nafasi ya kuwa Mkenya na ashiriki katika uchaguzi akiwa huru. Asishurutishwe, asilazimishwe. Yeye achague rais anayempenda na nchi anayengependa kuwa na muongozo ambao angependa kuona ukiendelea Kenya. Okay, sasa naomba tuende kwa nani. Let's listen to Guru first. Guru, you changed your name today.
Not today, yesterday.
Come and tell us when did you do your baptism?
Yes, Bernard. How are you?
Well, tuambie State House vipi leo? Lunch ilitosha ama?
Lunch nadhani ilikuwa mingi, hata ingawa wengine walisusia, lakini unajua ukiandaa sio kila mtu anakuja, lakini tunaelewa tu. Sasa unajua kitu kimoja watu hawajui, serikali hufanya kazi na njia nyingi sana. Ile inaitwa political parties bill ilipea serikali nafasi ya kujua ni nani ako upande yake na ni nani ako upande mwingine. Luncheon ya leo ilikuwa ya kudhibitisha kwa uhakika. Wale wako nusu wanaweza ongeleshwa wachukue msimamo kamili. Ni wakati ya kuchukua orodha na kujua kwa ukweli nani anaegemea wapi ni huu. Na nadhani serikali inatumia njia zote kujua mwelekeo wa kila mtu, kwa sababu huwezi kuingia kwa roho ya mtu ujue kwa uhakika anafikiria nini. Mimi naona kwamba mambo inaelekea aste. Mzee Raila Amolo Odinga miaka yake ile amepambana inaenda karibu sasa kufikia akate keki, hata yeye awe nafasi yake, sababu ameipigania miaka mingi. Wale wanakataa kuja sherehe watakaposikia ile the smell of the meal wataingia pale haraka sana. Ni unajua unajua hii maneno huenda polepole. Kuna wale kuna wale hata kuenda kwa sherehe lazima wasukumwe. Kwa hivyo haijalishi, lakini kwa kurudi sasa kwa ile mambo ya siasa kabisa, ni kwamba foundation ya siasa ya Azimio imechukua mkondo, na leo hata umeona yule alikuwa huyu mbunge wa Maragwa ambaye alileta furugu pale Kasarani. Nilimuona huko, niliona hiyo uso huko. Kwa hivyo inaonekana sio alikuwa amepoteza njia akienda Kasarani, ni vile hakuenda amejiandaa mzuri, akakanyanga viatu ya wale walikuwa kwa mlango, lakini amekaribishwa. Niliona anakula vindoga pale vinono, na nadhani hiyo ni kukuonyesha kwamba hii inakuwa inaongewa na watu huku wengine ambao waendi pale chini mashinani, hawajaelewa kwamba siasa imeanza kuchukua mkondo mpya. Kwamba kuna kundi kubwa sana ya watu ya mlima ambao hawaongei sana, lakini wanapiga darubini hawa wanataka hii kiti kubwa. Na hata ingawa wengine wanasema hawa wawili hawako kusema they are not very comfortable, lakini utasikia mtu akisema afadhali baba, na hiyo ni step moja kubwa, kwa sababu hapa mbeleni haingekuwa namna hiyo. Kwa uhakika itakuwa ngumu sana saa hii kusema matokeo pale kwetu mlima itakuwa namna gani na ni nani atapepa kura zile nyingi, lakini kwa uhakika ni kwamba kila mtu ana kura zake pale, na ikiwa pasi namna hiyo ni kama kusema baba ashachukua hii kitu mapema. Sasa tukirudia kwa upande ya vyama, umeona leo makamu wa rais ni kama alienda kwa safari ambayo hakuwa amepanga sana, na unajua sasa hii makosa ndio huyu makamu wa rais anafanya, reactive politics. Asisaidii, sababu sasa kama tulivyosema jana ni kama amezoeza vijana pesa. Sasa akipitia pahali anakuta kundi la watu ya bodaboda, wanajiuliza kwani aliacha pesa kule kwingine na hapa hawezi acha. Kwa hivyo leo ule mama anaitobiko alikuwa Paris Tobiko aliambia makamu wa rais hajawahi kumuomba chochote, lakini pale aachie vijana wa bodaboda pesa na kundi moja wafanyabiashara pale. Si kufuatilia kujua kama aliwapea pesa, lakini inakuonyesha kwamba siasa yake iko namna hiyo, ni pesa. Na nimesema kwa hii forum, tukielekea uchaguzi atakuwa na wakati mgumu sana, kwa sababu akisema anaenda pahali watu wanangojea pesa, lazima aende akiwa amepepa pesa kupatia vikundi fulani fulani. Na hata ukiangalia zile rallies zilikuwa pale, unaona tu watu wako pale tu, ni kundi moja ndogo imevaa mafasi na rukaruka, watu wanamwangalia kama mtu ameanguka kutoka Mars. Na ingekuwa mzuri, kuna mtu alifanya Sunday akasema ukitaka sasa kujua kwa uhakika watu wanaegemea upande gani na genuine, pale sasa ndio unaweza kujua kwa uhakika, kwa sababu yule mtu pale atakwambia mimi nimekuja hapa tu labda kwa sababu nimeona akipita, nimekuja tu kwa sababu anaweza angusha pesa ama kitu kama hiyo. Kwa hivyo ukifanya hata quick survey unaweza jua kama mtu ni watu ni kumwenjoy, wanamwenjoy, lakini wacha tu atembee. Unajua sasa atakuwa na miaka mingi sana ya kukaa pale Sugoi. Kwa hivyo ingekuwa mzuri akisikia pahali imetajwa, atajua hapo ashawa ikanyanga na miguu yake, so si mbaya, lakini mzee hawezi kufanya hizo rali za kila vijiji na vitongoji, kwa sababu hiyo siasa hiyo sasa ni ya MCA. Kiongozi anataka kiti kubwa ni kama kwenda pale Thika, yule mtu yote ana ile hamu ataenda pale asikize sera na alafu aende apelekee wale wengine yale amesikia. Kwa hivyo itakuwa kitu ya very interesting tukielekea uchaguzi, kwa sababu nadhani mzee amekuja aste aste, karibu sasa kumpita, akiwa hajampita kama vile rais alisema siku ingine. Hapa hata hakuna second round, itakuwa first round, na ndio inaonekana inaelekea, na unaweza hata kuona panic kwa hii kundi lingine. Hata wale walikuwa wanajifia kifua kama Kang'ata na wengine ni kama wamezizia na itakuwa namna hiyo. Hata defections bando ndizo zitakuja hivi karibuni. Kwa hivyo tutatulia hapa, tutachambua hii maneno. Ile ya muhimu ni kwamba hii ni nchi yetu zote. Tutaenda tupige kura, lakini ni kama tushajua maneno vile itakuwa. Asante.
Okay, thank you, Guru. We appreciate your contribution. Let's keep the conversation going. And those people in the comments, congratulations. Please, let's keep it civil and respect each other's opinion. Hakuna haja ya kutusi mtu. Mmekutana hapa kwa mtandao tu, na hapa ndio labda mnaweza kuishia. Then I have something to say about this. Okay, let me not say that now, but I'll come back to it later. Captain upo? Bwana Captain?
Yes, Amia, my friend.
Maoni yako tafadhali tukisonga mbele.
Kwanza kabisa asante sana Ben.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving me this chance. Hawa wengine wanasema kuna one of the panelists amesema William anapeana pesa hapa, saa zingine labda akifika mahali atakosa kupeana na itakuwa shida, lakini nataka kumwambia bado kampeni haijaanza, pesa bado haijaanza kupeanwa. Hiyo mnaona inapeanwa, hiyo ni peanuts. Pesa itamwagwa my friend. Unajua kumwaga pesa, bado tutamwaga pesa, mark my words. Na saa hii usione kama ninaongea mbaya ama naongea at just because I'm talking. I'm telling you from the kitchen where those money is coming from. Sawa. Kuna one of the panelists amesema ya kwamba baba ameenda State House kuonyeshwa sijui ni kitanda ya nani. Hapo ni mzuri kujipatia hopes hivyo. Sai that msisumbue sisi kabla tufike kupiga kura tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8. Hiyo ni story, hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Ni muende State House kwa njia yote ile mnatumia, lakini sisi tutaenda State House, ama sisi watu wa UDA tutaingia State House kwa kura ya wananchi wa Kenya ile watatupigia. Na jaribu kuwa short. One of the panelists amesema ya kwamba au hata ni weekly, tukishindwa mnataka tukubali ya kwamba tumeshindwa. Sina namna hiyo, naona Temba hata unakubali na science. Lakini nyinyi mkishindwa amutakubali ya kwamba mmeshindwa.
Captain, maswala ya kukubali matokeo hayahitajiki. Matokeo yanapaswa kuwa wazi, yanapaswa kuwa verifiable. Tukihesabu kwenda mbele ingie, tukihesabu kurudi nyuma ingie. Lakini kama
sawa.
kuna abracadabra hapa katikati, mpaka tuelezewe hii abracadabra kwanza ndio tusonge mbele. Hakuna haja ya kulazimisha mtu kukubali matokeo.
Twende namna hii. Yule agent ambaye mmechagua ako pale wakati kura zinahesabiwa, si mnangoja waletee results ile IBC itapeleka kwa final tallying centers, ndio? What if yule agent awaletee results ambapo siko chini, lakini IBC amewaletea ile iko juu? Mtakubali hiyo?
Haiwezekani, kwa sababu huyo agent atengenezi results. Yeye anapewa copy ya result ambazo zimehesabiwa kwa hiyo stream.
Lakini unajua watu,
carbon copy.
Unajua watu
hakuna mtu ako na results zake. Results zote ni za IBC.
Unajua watu kama sisi tunachelewanga kuhesabu kura za Tharaka Nithi, tunangojanga kwa muda, labda agents wenu watakuwa wamechelewa, wamechoka. Are you seeing? So that will not be our mistake.
Kitu kama hiyo.
You will accept that. You have to accept that.
Tumeweka 4G. Network tumeweka 4G. Hakuna kuchelewesha.
4G kwa mpaka Tharaka Nithi.
Kim's kit ukishatuma inajizima.
Okay. Safi. So finally, guys, what thing I know myself, let me agree on what you have said. Let me agree and say this: Kenya will have a president finally. That is what I know. I don't know who will be, but kwa sisi wenye hatujazoea kushindwa, najua tutakuwa pale State House. Wenye mmezoea kushindwa, mtakubali na msije mkasumbuana tafadhali. Wacha tu tukuwe na Kenya ya amani. Ule amechaguliwa na wananchi, ambapo najua ni William, aingie State House afanyie kazi wananchi. So let's stop this ukora kalapa namna hii. Kama IBC, unajua IBC pia is another referee that I also me myself I'm not safe about it. Whether baba atashinda, waja ashinde fairly na William Ruto akuje nyumbani tulime. Kama Ruto atashinda, baba akubali, tutakutana pale Kisumu Bondo, nikipeleka maziwa yangu pale itengenezwe mala. Hapo tutakubaliana hivyo. Tusije tukawa na vita. Ole wako wewe Mkenya ambaye utachukua mawe kugonga Mkenya mwenzako mwenye anauza maziwa Kondele pale, apebe friji yake arudishe Eldoret kwa sababu baba hajashinda. Ole wako Mkenya ambaye utachukua mshale umfuguza Mjaluo achukue toolbox yake ya maspana arudishe Kisumu. Utakuwa umempotezea wakati ule mtu anabeba spana zake, abebe mali yake yote arudishe Kisumu, yule abebe friji yake arudishe Eldoret. That will be a waste of resources and itamchukua like another 1 year to come back. Tupige kura, tuende nyumbani, tungoje pale kwa screen mwenye atashinda, tuimba haleluya, Yesu ni Bwana, au tuongoze miaka 5 ingine kama tutapewa chance ya kubadilisha. Let's move on, guys. That is what I can say for now. Tukutane saa 8 usiku. Any question? I'm there.
Okay, thank you Captain. Tena nasisitiza hakuna haja ya kukubali matokeo. Matokeo yaje yakiwa safi, hakuna mtu atayapinga. Lakini ikiwa imechanganywa hapo, mpaka constitution imetupatia right ya kuuliza maswali, tutauliza. Na kuna story ya eti kubali yaishe, hakuna kukubali yaishe. Lazima ukweli ujulikane. Alafu story ya vita, hakuna vita. Hakuna vita. This is one election that is going to be decisive. Decisive completely. Hata kwenda kotini sioni kama inawezekana, kwa sababu kama umeshindwa na over 6 million, sasa unaenda kotini kufanya nini? Ku reduce 6 million ama kuongezea. So it's a good one. Let's look forward to a great time. Na kama vile nimesema 17th 30 days ya watu kujisajili kama wapiga kura. Usipiga hapa kelele ya UDA na kelele ya Azimio kama huna kura. Na ukishapata hiyo kura yako, weka chini ya pilo. Kitambulisho tengeneza ile ya photocopy utembee nayo. Kwa sababu kitambulisho itakuwa na dhamana sana. Na nini na hiyo kura yako. Weka chini ya pilo hizo original. Shonea ndani ya pilo kabisa. Utazitoa tarehe ngapi? hiyo tarehe 9. Tuko pamoja. So usianze kuzurura na kitambulisho ati kipotea itakuwa replaced. Saa hii process ya kutengeneza kitambulisho itakuwa slowed down. I don't know why, but it is also part and parcel of the election dynamics. So keep your original ID in your house. Make sure that you are set for the elections. Na ukienda kwa booth, usiandike majina ya yule mtu unapigia kura. Angalia kwa box vizuri, yule mtu unapigia kura, weka tick. Na hiyo tick ikae ndani ya box. Usimwage nje ya box. Ukimwaga nje ya box umeharibu. Usiweke ile marks tulikuwa tunapewa standard 4 inatoka at this end of the page to the other end of the page of the book. Kwa sababu mwalimu amechoka atake kumark every question, he just marks one tick and all the questions are correct. Let's not play around with the destiny of this great nation. Well, naomba tusonge mbele. Wapi Abonyo? Abonyo vipi?
Abonyo kabla hapo kwa fotokopi ya kitambulisho na kura, wakishindwa kuweka wanileteni waweke. Hiyo siku ya kupiga kura tutakutana.
Captain, hiyo ni kinyume na sheria Captain. Wewe unataka tukutumie DCI eh?
Yes, Mr. Bernard.
Yes, karibu bwana
Mr.
Abonyo.
Bernard, how are you, Mr. Bernard?
I'm well. Good to see you.
First and foremost, I want to take this opportunity and thank the Almighty Father for this wonderful day. Addition to that, I want to take this opportunity and appreciate my fellow colleagues and respect the opinion concerning politics. Somebody said something very important, according to me as a politician by profession, that politics, it is with us, and life without politics is not life. One of my colleagues. Mr. Bernard, before I go direct to the point, I want to take this opportunity and
just
say
a moment,
something.
Just a moment, Bonabonyo. The people behind the curtains, you are making the screen dark. We'll begin to eliminate you one after the other so that we create room for those that can make our screen bright. Usijifiche nyuma ya curtain kama sio lazima. Na kama maoni yako labda umepeana ya kutosha, unang'atuka ili mtu mwingine apate nafasi ya kuingia na atoe maoni yake. Hiyo ndio ushirika tulio nayo hapa kwa Mtembei TV. Endelea
Okay, it is only that you'll just bear with me, Mr. Bernard. Is just a request that where I am, it's a little bit darkness because the light is up there. Just allowed me to continue with this. I want to condemn and proclaim something in the police department, especially when we are in a national conversation like this. These are some of the things we must put them on board so that people can be aware. If we are talking about corruption, I think in the police department, without fear of contradiction, that's the beginning of corruption and the end of corruption. Today, I was just in Oma Bay walking. There was a police traffic. Somebody with a private car, the police guys demand money from that person. Somebody has a funeral with a body. The police department demand money from this guy. And I was surprised. Where are we heading as Kenyans? Direct to the point, Mr. Bernard, plus my fellow colleagues. The invitation of Azimio la Umoja, Member of Parliament, MPs, plus the Senate, together with Baba and Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, the President of the Republic. Okay.
Bernard, a point of correction, please. A point of correction before he moves on, because when he moves on, he will go and we forget, please.
Okay. Go on.
Mr. Bonyo, please talk something you know. Corruption is not in police. Corruption is in you. You never knew why those people were giving. He never demanded. Were you there? Did you hear what they were asking him? You don't talk of what you are seeing and put it in your mentality that they are demanding. Thank you. It's you who is giving that police that chance, because if you have everything, don't blame the police. If you have everything the way the police want it, don't say they demanded. I'm a Kenyan, I have a car, we always drive, but if you have everything that is genuine, police will talk to you, will ask you everything the way the law requires, but you are not forced to give him that money you are calling corruption. Then you come into the panel like this, you are saying all the police, they are doing that. Not all police. It's you is giving them. Thank you.
Abonyo, unmute and respond.
Okay, Mr. Kizito, I'm not talking about something I was there. And I think this is the first time I'm bringing such an issue. I was there. So let us not go there, but not all police are doing the same. But the fact is that I was there, and it is something I witnessed myself. In fact, even one of the police guy was surprised the way I was looking at them. But I come to learn that that's the Kenya, Mr. Kizito, you guys want, because you have a car, you do the same. Okay, let me go to the point, Mr. Bernard. Allowed me to continue with my opinion. Today, function of the State House is a sign of peace, unity, harmony. We have been talking about since 1963 up to now. I urge all leaders, all our leaders in different organizations and departments to do the same. Let us not take politics of Kenya as something very simple. When I recall back 2007, 2008, after the post-election violence, Mr. Bernard, plus my fellow colleagues, some are still suffering up to now. But if there is a way we can rebuild and reconcile and we come together as people and move as a family, I don't think there's something bad. I had Mr. Captain talking about giving out money. I want to tell you the reason why young guys are crying that there's no job opportunity in Kenya. Let me give you guys a few, just an example, especially where I come from, Homa Bay County, to the national government. The reason why we are crying that there's no job, we will cry after 5 years. These professors, engineers, they will come with money to the local people. They will distribute money to us. As we guys, we demand that we vote with our stomach. Unatuacha aje, situpe hata kakitu. Yeah, they will give you that. But remember, after election swearing in, they start working. They will say, I spent 7.5 million. Let me return that my money first. It will take the leader 4 years or 3.5 years to take the money back and now claim that I want to start working when the time is not there. If youths can say enough is enough, and for example, if deputy president can visit me, and I said that I have a visitor today, deputy president, and we say, Mr. Deputy, these are some of the agendas we have as youths, and these are some of the things. If you can do for us, it will be better according to your bottom-up model. In this area, we have 12 students, those who want to join university, but they don't have money. The background is not that stable. We have 10 or 5 students who want to join colleges. At the same time, we have some women who are, they come from a family that is not stable enough. And Mr. President, we have some groups here. If you can give us money to put on these groups so that after the end of the month, we contribute something small according to us so that we can support our own life, it is better. Mr. Bernard, for a fact of the matter, somebody can give me 10,000 today. But if I don't know what I'm going to do with that 10,000, it's not going to assist me. Because you'll give me that 10,000 and I will say, now I have money. I will start doing something which are not going to help me. So giving youths money and you appreciate that, I think is not something good. A leader should create even tournament for these young guys to make them busy, creative, and intelligent on how they can live without being given money. Because for a fact, even William Ruto is someone, and the captain said that William Ruto will distribute money. William Ruto will not distribute money even after election for the rest of the years. But it is just during the campaign period when these our leaders give us money. Finally, in conclusion, Mr. Bernard, I want to urge my fellow youths, all youths in Kenya, a time has come when we need to call a spade, not a big spoon. Let us go to the drawing table and look at our leaders from a given corner and watch them. Those who are chest thumping and those who are humble and those who have agenda for us. I was given a motivation point by one of my political mentor. If a leader come to your area, ask the leader, what do you have for my child who is unborn? If it is a adjoining leader, it will come back for you next time. But if it is somebody who is joking with your vote, it will not come, because you can't promise somebody that this is the future of, or this is the plan for your unborn child. Mr. Bernard, I heard you talking about voter registration. I want to urge youths to go there in a very unique way, and let us take vote and keep it secret for you, and you know where you are going. And I want to support peace, because I want one time to marry, even to walk to Central, to do my business there, to go to Rift Valley, go to school there, and those people to come, so that when we exchange mind, your brain become at least active, and you expand the thinking capacity of your brain. Mr. Bernard, I want just to take this opportunity and thank you in advance for giving me this opportunity to contribute. As we still wait for some other people, let us be serious here. Let us talk about facts, and let us respect each and everyone's opinion. Thank you very much, Mr. Bernard. May God bless you.
Okay, thank you, Abonyo. We appreciate your input and your contribution. Let's keep the conversation going. And it is important that we all adhere to what is necessary to keep us going. As a platform, we also urge you, if you can be of great support to us, you go on YouTube. There are details on how you can support Mtembei TV by either joining, by becoming a member. You will be supporting, or buying the sticker from Google. You will be supporting, or send whatever amount you can to Mtembei TV. There is a pay bill number, whatever, a till number on YouTube. You check it on the YouTube channel. The other, I think I don't think it's on the Facebook page, but be free to do that. And we will be growing as a big family, and we'll stay here. We'll be here before, during, and after the elections. We must be part and parcel of what makes Kenya tick, no matter what. Kizito Alafstone PK. Kizito, toa maoni yako.
Thank you very much, the panelists, Bernard, and all who are in the comment section. First and foremost, I would like to say this luncheon today was the best that no president has ever done in the whole of Africa, leave alone East Africa, because you'll never, even me, I was born in, with my age right now, I've never had any day the president has make a luncheon together with these members. This was the first that I've ever had. I've traveled a little bit in Africa, in every places, but I've never had them having a luncheon, even to thank people. I know so many people who are opposed to that, tomorrow you'll see in all the headlines of newspaper that they went there to be given granted. The way they said it in BBI. But there are times whereby even this Mtembei TV, one day, one time, he will call his normal members and say, so and so has been a regular member. I thank you people. That is what everybody, even the church people, even everywhere, you have to call, even at your workplace. There are times whereby your boss call the company and say, I want to thank you all for good work you've done. Thanksgiving is everywhere. That first, it really made me feel good and see how Kenya is going. Secondly, the way they were, it was not only Jubilee, it was not only ODM, it was a mix up of ANC, Jubilee, and all the parties. That is a very good move. If Kenya can humiliate that, we will not have these small talks whereby we find people coming and talking of nonsense that will make us fight. When I go to the Linturi section, how Alex said today, we have to applaud him. He made it. But the only problem with us, me inclusive, we Africans, we want to take this advantage out of nowhere, because to us in this panel we see it as something that was very good, and at the back of his mind, maybe he just went there because he has seen the other side is becoming very hostile for him. Now he's looking for a way, a place where it's not hostile. That is the only problem, that you will never, all the politicians, the only problem we have, we should be electing leaders, not politicians, because they always look for a soft landing point. Maybe he has seen older people, they never reacted according to the way he was told to go and do, then they ran away from him. Then he say, oh, these people, they can throw me to fire and leave me. Let me go and put my feet in the other side. Maybe this other side can be good for me. We can take it also in that direction, and also we can take it in a good direction. We cannot judge him because we don't know what was in his mind. But due to the fact that he came, he sat there, we don't want to know what he talked about or what, but the fact remains that he came and listened to what these people were saying. Maybe when he sit down in his house with his family, with his wife, he will recall and flashback and say, no, this is the right place to go. And those are the kind of politics we want, whereby even anybody who want to vie for any seat can go to any rally. He goes there, talk, listen to whatever is going there. He can talk about his own opinion, and people will say, you'll go home and judge. This man talk like this and this person talk like this. Which way can I follow? Those are the kind of politics we should encourage. Then the last but not least from my points, I wanted to tell Obonyo, in this panel where we are joining now, it contains so many different people from so many different countries, so many different places. When you come here, try to be factual. Don't talk like these social media people who always want, you go to drink, then you come, when the police stop you, you start with the video, then you video them, then you send them into social media. In Facebook, you say, look, they are asking me for.
Okay, Mr. Kizito, I think.
Just wait. I finish.
You can't come here and lecture me.
You will rebut.
No.
You are there, but you are lying because you are lying. I have a car in Oma Bay. If you see us when we meet here,
Mr. Bennett,
don't think
just
that
allow
we
me
don't
to
know.
respond.
No,
I said,
when we meet,
Abonyo, you're out of
No,
order.
no.
Nitakutuma quarantine.
when we meet here, we should not lie to one another, because maybe where he's talking of Oma Bay, maybe I'm there. He doesn't know. Maybe I'm in that place. So when he's talking like that, I just want to tell him that before you talk something in the platform like this, be factual and know. Don't bring propaganda. Propaganda will never make people move, because even we know police are corrupt. Everybody knows they are corrupt, but not all. Maybe even that man they stop, he never have the requirements the police wanted. Thank you. He might take it in another way, but I was just trying to correct him that whenever you are blaming anybody, first look into the log that is in your eye before you talk of whatever you had. Thank you. Then
Mr. Bennett,
me
only
for the
20 seconds, please, Mr. Bennett, if you
for the
allow
last
me to apologize. If you know, to me, I was trained.
Abonyo, listen, cool it, okay? Relax. Somebody finishes his submission, then you can respond. If you want to rebut or intercept, you lift your hand. You don't unmute and begin to create noise, because that affects the broadcast. The people viewing will not get what he's saying, will not get what you're saying, and so will look not people that won't be as professional as you are. Sawa. So rebut what Kizito has said, please, in half a minute. We need to go to Stone PK.
Okay, Mr. Bennett, I will be very brief. I want to apologize if I said something which is wrong according to Kizito because he has a car. I did not mean that all police are Nani, but the fact is this, Mr. Nani. I think there's a procedure or there's something those policemen are doing at this traffic. If I have a car, for example, and I don't have the qualification, there's a procedure to follow. But now, I was there. In fact, I was there and I was surprised. It's just a surprise to me. And what I want to say is, Mr. Kizito, you don't need to lecture people, or you don't need to correct people twice. A wise man, like me, you can just tell me one thing at a time and I will apologize. If you are in the police department, I'm very, very sorry, because experience speaks a lot. I'm very sorry if I said something which is not good to my fellow colleagues. You'll just bear me forgiveness. Thank you, Mr. Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Abonyo, and you seem to be a very good politician. You are playing safe. If what you're saying, you are in the vehicle and you saw it happening, you dig in. You don't be political the way you are being political. Probably you should have clips to the same, okay? Because you are the one talking about it. You are the only one that can substantiate it. But the witness of one person is never believed. The Bible requires 2 or 3 witnesses, and then a matter is settled. So if you are the only one bringing the story and you want to be the witness of the story and you want to be the judge of the story, hiyo inashindikana. Even in the media house, we will not carry such a story. We need to have evidence for us to stand by what you are saying. So that's why we are saying that. Not that we are oblivious of what happens in this country or how rogue at times the system can become. But all in all, when we want to share with the rest of the world information, we need to substantiate that information with undeniable evidence. Thank you very much for continuing to support Mtembei TV and continuing to follow us. And those of you who want to join, we'll be sharing the link shortly. But we want us to be here and contribute to the well-being of this great country, not just pastime. So I want to appreciate all of you that have joined. Let us stick within the time limit so that we give everybody enough time to make their submission. We'll listen to Stony PK, then the rest of the men in the panel, we will go to gender sensitive. Nitawaruka wote tusikilize dada kwanza ndio turudi. Kwa hivyo mnajua sheria za hapa, naomba tu mkavumilie vivo hivyo. Ni sheria. Stone PK, karibu tafadhali.
Thank you very much, Bernard, and fellow panelists. I'm Jambo, and I hope you had a good day. Wengine, you have a good evening. Today's discussion is good. We saw what happened, Uhuru's state lunch, and those of us who are here yesterday, I think I submitted when I was saying that there is a strategy that is with Azimio, which it's unpredictable, because Azimio has engaged very, very high brains strategists for this marathon, because campaigns are marathon. Anybody who thinks it's a sprint event, then you go wrong. So basically, none of us ever even imagined there would be such an event, which happened to be so unique that it has sent the other side, wondering. An event whereby, the head of state invites people who he think are on the right course, people whom he think have the Kenyans at heart. People who he genuinely feels like they are supporting the future of this nation. And that, for me, was what I saw when I watched all those who were invited for this luncheon. I did not look at it as if it's an Azimio thing or exclusively kind of a political thing. What I saw an example of where we are heading and what kind of a country we want to have in the very, very near future. Secondly, this also triggered what we were talking about the other day, that UDA leader, he looks like he's on a very serious panic mode. He had been posted as he has taken a retreat, and then all of a sudden, the retreat is in the streets of Ngong, in streets of Kajiado, still talking about hao watu wanapangwa, mimi sipangwi, hala watu hawana, sisi tunayo. The same rhetorics. And instead of, for example, kind of telling people that the reason why I did not attend this luncheon, which was, hosted by my boss, is XYZ, because kwa sasa watu wanataka waseme ukweli. I think I came in when Bundi was doing his submission. Alifanya satirically, tukacheka sana, but he made a lot of point. Our deputy continues to go haywire. You see, even if you really are going to compete with your boss, you are supposed to remain loyal mpaka dakika ya mwisho. Alafu kipenga kikipigwa ndio unamwambia boss, sasa mimi nitaenda kuitisha na wewe ukiweza kunisupport utanisupport. Kama you don't become defiant, because that unaweza kujitupa kwa moto. Hasira inaitwa ni hasara, and that is exactly what we are seeing. Then when it comes to Oka Mps, really, these guys have messed themselves, just as we kept on saying here. They are trying to hold the pride high. Na watu Waswahili ama wazungu walisema pride comes before a fall. At times in leadership, there is what we are supposed to call, swallowing your pride and listening to yourselves and trying to reason with other people, even if you are of opponent ideas, because kujipiga kifua haisaidii. Oka is stamping their chest. They are trying to prove their, sorry to use this language, their manhood, that hata mimi ni mwanaume ama sisi ni wanaume, and it will be so embarrassing that they will go round and round and round only to add up to the sum total that we all know. Of course, Mudavadi is still so proud that he feels he would be safer in UDA. that will be his kaburi. Hiyo ndio itakuwa mazishi yake. I personally would offer some advice for him. If he feels so proud that he cannot go upande wa baba, he should also swallow the pride, aseme I'll take a political break. This time around, aseme pass, and he remains in Mululu. He will have scored so highly that by the time he emerges in 2027, everyone will be singing Mudavadi, Mudavadi. That is my free card, which I'm giving Mudavadi. But unfortunately, Pia, Kiburi, and I mean not Kiburi, but pride will really come before he falls. The worst mistake he will make is to cross over to Ruto, because if clips are played of what they have been saying about Ruto and his governance, Mudavadi will feel like the ground should open and swallow him, because it is so embarrassing, because internet doesn't lie. Kila mtu kuna vile anasema juu ya mwingine. There are things people have talked about Ruto. Of course, people say that there are no permanent enemies in politics, but there are things you would talk about your other colleague that even if you go there and pretend you are together, haziwezi kufutika. And that's why you realize sometimes, you know, a relationship becomes very short-lived because you don't trust each other. I mean, the moment you say and confess that you don't trust Stone PK, you go in public, you're saying mimi ni mwizi or I'm this kind of a, there's no way utasema ati sasa unajua there are no permanent enemies in politics, because of the principles you believe. There are things that will not change even if you say sorry. So I would advise Oka, and they made a mistake again. They should have attended this luncheon. Kwa sababu kuattend lunch doesn't mean umevuka. You know, you can attend there, kula hiyo chakula, sikiza what people are talking, and then tell them, sisi bado, we are thinking of what to do. And then you go to Elementaita for your scheduled meeting, which of course, whatever they are going to do and say there, we know. Kalonzo Saturday ametengeneza meeting yake ya kuambia watu wake where he is going, because if they don't give him flag bearer in Elementaita, ataenda kubomoa hiyo nyumba akiwa kule kwake hata. So, I mean, we can see the path that they are taking. Good. The last comment is about the retreat, which I think the campaign, which I think I've talked about. I would advise our DP to take a retreat, you know, kind of go and reflect for like 1 week. And I'm sure if he does the SWOT analysis of all what he has been doing for 4 years, he might come with a very rejuvenated plan that might be a semblance of some, you know, some well-coordinated and strategic focused kind of a campaign. Otherwise, if he continues this way, he will just continue kind of, you know, shooting his own legs, because you see, like now, people are beginning to demand money. Before, he was dishing out, but now you can see they are very negative indicators. Asante.
Okay, thank you, Stony PK. We appreciate your observations, and let's keep talking. I appreciate those of you on the comment section. Jonah Ngeni says, how loyalty? I don't know what that means. It's talking about the DP's loyalty. Loyalty is a deep requirement for followership. And being loyal simply means being true to your promise to the end, following your master all the way, refusing to betray or go against the person. But whichever the case, it is like naitwa nani, kaa ngumu na ngumo. Alisema maji yameshinda unga. Maji yakishinda unga unakunywa uji. So whatever the case, wale wa kunywa uji watakunywa uji, wenye kupika ugali watakula ugali, na siku ndio hiyo imeenda. Let's bring in our sister Kagi. Vipi leo?
Poa sana Bernard. Habari ya leo?
Fit kabisa.
Habari ya panel. Asanti sana. Habari ya panel. Greetings from Nairobi, Kenya.
Asante sana, karibu.
Asante sana. Sasa kabla nianze maada ya leo, I would just like to encourage both Azimio and Tanga to, if you're not registered as a voter, you register as a voter. Nimesikia Bernard ukiongea juu hiyo story on 18th. Umesema ni 17th 17th. Watu wa register kama voters. If you voted before, yesterday Patriot said something very valid. If you voted before, it's important that you check if your name is still on the IEBC register. Anyway, back to today's mada. So I think the lunch today, lunch ya leo State House, wacha nijaribu kuongea Kiswahili. Lunch ya leo State House ilikuwa basically kusema asanti, kuambia wabunge. I think it was basically a parliamentarians were the ones who were invited. I don't know whether kina Kalonzo and Mudava, the Oka members, were invited. What I know is Uda was not invited. So I think it was basically to thank the MPs for voting for the political parties bill, and also to encourage the pro-handshake members in the Senate to pass that bill. Then secondly, I think it was a way of preparing. You know, there's a Supreme Court sitting on 18th of January. So in the event the Supreme Court declares BBI as null and void, I think it's a way of setting stage and to prepare the parliamentarians for a parliamentary voting, passing the BBI through parliament. I don't know how I'm going to phrase that. Yeah, I suspect. I'm not saying that is what the lunch was about, but I suspect maybe it's a way of maybe to psychologically prepare the pro-handshake parliamentarians. In the event BBI is shot down in Supreme Court, some of the clauses within the BBI can be passed through parliament, and especially the executive, and maybe I think devolution from the resources, the resources allocation, such things. I think, I don't know, I think maybe that's a way, because the president kind of likely touched on BBI. I also think it was a way of just pissing off the DP, you know, kwa pamoja sisi ndio hao. I think the Azimio has noticed one of the biggest weaknesses the DP has is that he's very, very emotional. So I think maybe it was a way of pissing off the deputy president. Yeah, anyway. And on to the DP's retreat. We were told, I think it is Emmanuel Salam, the DP with the press, is a DP press person, is the one who said that the DP is taking a break from campaign. So it's not propaganda. It is something that Emmanuel Talam told the media houses, that the DP is taking a break from his campaign. But clearly, it seems the guy is obsessed with crowds. He's obsessed. It's like he's afraid if he takes a back seat or maybe just chills out, something wrong is going to happen. And anyway, since he has decided to tangatanga in county yetu, these are some of the things I have taken note of. He was in his elite talking about the sewage system, tutatengeneza sewage. This is the same person that was accused of grabbing Ruai sewage. That's our major sewage line. That's our major sewage line. So he was accused of grabbing the Ruai sewage land. So surely utatengenezea watu sewage aje na una grab land yao, ama you want to he grabbed the land, he tried to grab the land so that sewage yote a privatize hiyo land, so that pesa yote ya sewage inaenda kwa mfuko yake. So watu wa UDA, please, to scrutinize our leaders wetu, to scrutinize our leaders wetu. Ameshinda pia akiongea juu ya 100 billion by December. He said by December atawetenga 100 billion Jiulize swali, budget inapitishwa mwezi gani? Budget inapitishwa June, si ndio? So hii pesa hii 100 billion anasema atatenga, ni pesa yake ya mfuko ama na Atwoli anashinda akituambia na tunacheka. Ruto ataweka Central Bank kwa mgongo na aende nayo nyumbani. Hii 100 billion atatoa wapi hiyo pesa? 100 billion is not pocket change. That is not money you can just go to treasury and ask for. Budget ikipitishwa June. So unaona hiyo ni uongo. Unaona hiyo ni uongo. Haya. Leo amekimbia Rongai. Amekimbia hii neighborhood yetu. I don't live in Rongai but our environs. Amekimbia Rongai. Baba was in Rongai this week. Na baba yake ni wananchi walisimamisha gari yake. Akitoka ilikuwa sijui ni mazishi ama something huko Kajiado. Sasa anasimama hapo ni kuongea. Unaona kuna watu wameenda kukula lunch. Unaona ule jamaa ni wa kupangwa. Nyinyi mnataka president wa wadosi ama president wa maskini? Mimi nimekuja hapa kusimama na nyinyi. Surely. Hata kukula lunch ni shida. Si anaitanga watu Karen hapo. Nani amemkataza? He's been using that house the way he wants. Nani amemkataza kuita watu lunch? Haya. And then he's dividing Kenyans on economic class. He's dividing like hii time walianza hii narrative ya hustler versus dynasty. Ukigonga mtu ama by mistake you just get an accident. Ukigonga mtu wa pikipiki. Kuna jamaa alichomewa gari akiitwa dynasty. So does it mean that we are resigning ourselves to the fate that we want to remain poor? Who wants to remain a hustler forever? Mimi na struggle every day. I have teenage children. Tuna struggle every day ndio wasome, waende university, watoke university, wapate kazi ya maana. Si kusukuma wheelbarrow because educating children is very expensive. Na jamaa hapo 2013 alisema NASA ni analog au ni digital. Then ukuja sasa ubadilishe, unapatia watu wheelbarrow. Wheelbarrow is very analog. Anyway, he's trying to divide Kenyans. And my dear countrymen, tafadhali, beware of divisive leaders that thrive on division. That is the language our colonial, that is the strategy our colonial masters used before they colonized us. Jiulize kwa nini nyuma ya kitambulisho yako, although nasikia siku hizi wamebadilisha, nyuma ya kitambulisho yako walikuwa kuna pale wameandika sublocation, kama umetoka Machakos, yangu baba yangu because is from Machakos, huko nyuma imeandikwa Machakos, sublocation. Kwa nini kitambulisho ilikuwa waliambia watu waweke huko Ushago kule wanatoka? Ndio wajue kabila. So we were divided on ethnic lines so that they can divide and rule us. So be very, very careful with leaders that divide us. Hustler versus dynasty. Wanaume 6 versus mtu mmoja. Madoadoa versus, be very, very careful. Because mtu kama huyo ataingia na atumie division na atuibie pesa yetu yote. Alafu because wewe umeshikilia headline yako, huyu jamaa ni wetu, ni mtu wa kwetu, uanze kudefend. Let us always stand up for what is right. It doesn't matter who it is. Mimi hata baba sasa akifanya makosa, I'll call him out. I'm pro Azimio, by the way. I'll call him out. Let us put our leaders, I mean, make our leaders accountable for what they say and what they do. Aya, Ruto leo tena amesema by Christmas tutakuwa na universal care. This is the same guy, mpaka mimi muita Mr. 6 months. This is the same guy alituambia in 6 months sijui stage gani, sijui nini. And he can give us all the excuses that ati mtu akitandawili alikuja akaribu kila kitu. Handshake happened in March 2018. So from 2013 to 2018, where was he? Nilisikia hata Rongai akisema hii barabara tutaipanua ikuwe dual carriage. That project is already in the pipeline. Hiyo ni story imekuwa ikiendelea. So akikuja akijipiga kifua hapo atapanua hiyo barabara. Nini zishachorwa. Plans zishachorwa. So hiyo si project yake. You know? So tafadhali let us scrutinize this, let us scrutinize our leaders. Alafu Ruto, if kuna watu wa UDA hapa that are close to him, please advise Ruto to run his own race. Awache kuata baba. Baba is going to Kiambu on Saturday. Ruto was in Kiambu sometime, was it this week or last week? Baba passed through Ongata Rongai. Ruto amemfuata nyuma. If you run somebody else's race, you are bound to lose. And from where I'm sitting, Ruto knows hii kiti imeenda. Hii kiti imeenda. So anyway, watu wa Oka, mimi, kina Kalonzo and Davadi, and I don't know what to say about them, but I suspect Kalonzo and Gideon might be joining Baba, or maybe Gideon might decide to run alone. I don't know. ANC is like Jubilee. The current Jubilee right now, it's a shell. So sijui ni coalition aina gani wataform na Ruto, because like basically everybody has defected. Like basically majority of the members have defected. And for us veteran voters, mi nilianza kuvote 2000. Let me tell you, if you want to know the winning team and a sinking ship, unajua when a ship is sinking, fanya uanza kuruka kwa maji, kujaribu kuruka waende pali hakuna nini. When you see people defecting to a certain political alignment, jua that ship is sinking. And from where I'm sitting, I think Western imeanza inaegemea upande wa Azimio. Nairobi is a battleground, and I think that's a tactical retreat from Ruto. I think he's trying to consolidate some votes from Nairobi. Whether he'll succeed, I don't know. But he's capitalizing on the hustler movement can actually work, because Nairobi, majority of the people are young people, and life is hard. Life is hard in Nairobi. Life is a bit hard in Nairobi. So somebody can actually take advantage of the vulnerability of Nairobi residents. But itakuwa ngumu, itakuwa kibarua ngumu. Na Ruto awache matusi. Let him sell his seras. Awache matusi, na awache excuses, na awache kuwa victim. We as the electorate, sisi Kenyans ndio victims. We are victims of corruption. We are victims of excessive borrowing. We are victims of insecurity, like what is happening in some parts of the country. So Ruto cannot sit back and play the victim. We are the victims. And what we need is a leader. A strong leader, not a victim leader. That is what we need in this country. Anyway, kwa hayo machache, ni hiyo tu niko naye ya kusema. Back to you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, our sister. We appreciate your observation and your submission. Let's keep the conversation going. Carlos Muge on the comment section. Watch your language or we kick you out. You cannot meet people online and begin to insult them. That is bad manners, and I don't know why you're coming up with that. Second, there was something I wanted to say, and I think I'll be forced to say, but let me prepare to say it. Just before we bring in Kenywa, I want us to play this short video.
When somebody says that they have done something and they have to spend 1 hour explaining what they have done, then they have done nothing. When you have done something, you shut up. The things that you have done speak for themselves.
Bwana Kenya, you can come in now.
Okay. Thank you so much, panelist. Bernard, habari?
Fiti, namna gani?
Niko salama, pia watu wote nimewasalimia.
Asante.
I think I just start with one point. Sijawahi ona mwizi akipigwa na mtu mmoja. Mwizi hupigwa na watu wengi. So that's my first point. Sijawahi ona mwizi akipigwa na mtu mmoja. So this issue of 5 na mmoja, hiyo they must show something. Kuna kitu inafaa iko inaendelea hapo. Watu hushikana wengi ndio wapige mwizi. That's the point. So hiyo nimepitisha. About Rintuli, it's a guy from my region. He will come back home with no issue. He will just come back home comfortably. It's just a matter of time. Huyo tunamngojea tu arudi. Then about the luncheon, I think that one was a good idea for Mr. President because actually he confirmed the people who support the government manifesto. He confirmed the people who support the work he's doing, the work the government is doing, rather than the people who are running up and down doing politics. So I think Mr. President did a very nice thing to call the people, the people who support the government, and to thank them so much for the support. And also about the bill, the amendment bill. You know, it's like people are not very keen on this bill. This bill, it's a nice bill, and it will help. Because maybe in future you might find yourself, you want to have your own party. And right now you are fighting on this bill. So I think people should learn from things, you scrutinize things very carefully, and see the people who are supporting this bill. Who are they? How learned are they? Wanajuaji? Hiyo maneno, you need to check the people who can read and understand and interpret. You don't have to listen to people who can read but they cannot interpret. You know, that's the big problem we have. So for the president, I'm so grateful about what he did today. He confirmed na alishajua wenye wanasupport serikali na wenye wako nyuma yake na wenye wanamsaidia mambo zake haziwezi kuama. Hiyo ni kitu ya maana sana, alishajua. Then saidia Oka hao tunawangoja tu, we are giving them time. They think, let them sort their house, waorganize nyumba yao vizuri. Wakimaliza kuorganize, they'll just come. If you go and check in Azimio, the house is already organized, though there is doors are open for anybody who want to get in. So we are giving them time. For themselves, they are going to look and see the place that they are going to be safe. So hiyo story yao tunamalizana nayo. So this issue of this guy running up and down, I think yesterday I said he must be very much tired, but kuna kitu moja inakuanga, unaendanga place na mko watu wawili potential, unaona utoke kwanza uende mahali upumzike, unaona hapana, nikienda huyu mwingine anaweza chukua hawa watu so at the end of the day unaanguka kwa barabara because there is one thing in politics, Baba, it's a smooth operator. He has never done a mistake when organizing politics issues. He doesn't do mistakes. He takes time. Anasoma watu, anasoma kila kitu. So huyo amechoka tu. We are giving time. Hata yeye kuna watu kadhaa we are expecting from that end. Wote warudi pande hii ndio tuone vile tutaendelea na life. So within a period of, and I keep on saying, by March this year, UDA will suffer. UDA will suffer. It will suffer. Because this time round, People are very keen on listening to other people. People want to learn. People want to know things about someone. And the mistake UDA did, they started campaigning 4 years back. So we had enough time to scrutiny them, to do a research, to look someone's the way he has been working. We had 4 years to do that research. And 4 years doing a research is not a joke. That's what I know. Everybody now. Hata hiyo cloud unaona kubwa kubwa hivyo. Nothing. Wanaenda tu. Yani, they don't want us people to work. Wanaenda tu, wanasikiza, wanarudi. Nafuatanga hizi maneno saa zingine kwa watu young. And I know I listen to them. Nasikia people what they are talking. Mtu anasema, afadhali baba kuliko huyu anaweza tumesi. Na huyo mtu ametoka meeting ya nani? Ametoka meeting ya deputy president. So I think deputy president this is the high time anafaa akae chini afikirie kabisa na ajue watu wako nao. The rent is soon expiring. Their rent is soon expiring because it's a rent. Wamelipa rent. So your rent iki expire, they are going to vacate. And very soon it will expire. And once the rent is expired, they'll have to vacate. And once they vacate, where are they going? Our legion in Mount Kenya, if the Mount Kenya people come back, definitely they will look for a good way that they will come back with. Kila watu watatoroka, atabaki peke yake. Now you see, State House leo kulikuwa na watu all parties walikuwa huko, hata Oka wote walikuwa huko. So it wasn't a one thing. Ilikuwa kitu ya, I think it's a national thing. Kwa hivyo Ruto wacha endelee na siasa yake, akisikia apumzike, but the more anakuja kutupigia siasa, the more tunaendelea kumjua. So and we don't have to be telling them our move. Let them make their mistakes. Let them continue making mistakes. Let us not tell their move. Ndio maana unaona like kwa chat mtu anatoka from nowhere anaanza kuinsult watu. Someone comes here and start insulting people na hajazuiwa kuingia kwa forum kuongea. You see, those are the big problems who are making us stay in one place without moving forward, but we cannot wait for them. Kwa hivyo, as we focus on everything, I think we are at a better place right now. Saizi tushajua serikali vile iko inaendeleaji na maendeleo itaendelea, na those promises Ruto ana promise watu about 100 billion by December, NHIF by December. Those are the things that are made within the budget. Ni kama ataingia aseme budget ifanywe December. That is, hiyo ni kama atakutuonyesha hivyo. Akiingia atasema budget itakuwa ya December. You understand? Those are the things that are supposed to be budget. Na 100 billion kutoa, nimeona list ya vitu zenye anasema, nikaona that is a lot of almost 900 billion. 900 billion out of budget. How? Meaning the treasury akiingia, I think atakuwa na operate treasury ni kama savings account yake. So those are the things that we don't want. We need a work plan. We need someone who can give country the work plan. We are going to do this. We are going to do this. We are going to do this. We are going to do this in an organized manner. Si kutupigia kelele ati nitatoa 100 billion. He promised 20 markets in Nairobi. Akiingia by December, 20 markets in Nairobi. How? NMS wenyewe ndio wameingia, and what NMS have done within 2 years, I don't know. Ni vitu mingi kuliko zenye Ruto amefanya akiwa deputy president, vitu mingi kuliko zenye alifanya akiwa agricultural CS. Vitu mingi wamefanya, ni mingi sana. So these promises of I'll give you money, nitainua watu wa bodaboda, nitainua watu wa mama mboga, we have been there since 2013. Kibaki alituachia bodaboda. Kibaki ndio walileta bodaboda. So Kibaki akitoka aliziacha. So Ruto akiingia alizipata. Si saa hizi zimekuja, hazijakuza jana. Watu wa mama mboga, since the time nilijua kutafuta pesa, nilianza kuchukua mboga kwa kibanda. That is more than 20 years ago. Na Ruto alikuwa kwa serikali by that time, so hawajakuja saa hizi, so ache kutupayukia. And I'm very grateful na Azimio la Umoja because they are not promising people such things. They are not talking about money actually. Hawasemi tutaweka 100 billion, 2 billion. Ruto anatuentice na pesa, anataja pesa. Asemi project, anasema nitatoa 100 billion, 50 billion, nini billion, and that is nonsense. Azimio, I think sijasikia wakisema mambo ya pesa. They are talking about what will be delivered. Si pesa ni ngapi. Pesa hii sisi hatuna haja na mambo ni pesa ngapi. Ile kitu tunataka ni tunadeliver kitu fulani. So let's give them time, and by the time I end kwa drawing board again, si tutakuwa 50 steps. Atakuwa nyuma yetu na 50 steps na hata tufikia. Na kitu moja, akuwe prepared. Hii kiti imeenda. Hii ya party. You know, I'm from Mount Kenya region, I'm from Tharaka Nithi, and I know this very much well. Hii kitu ya party. So, acha kushinda kipiga hasira huku. We know things. We smooth operator, tunajua what is going on, and now people are talking. Na ile ground wanasikizanga, hakuna ground wao sikiza. They don't go on the ground to listen. They listen people on the political rallies. As we are on the ground, sisi tuko kwa ground. So I think let's forget about those fellas. I think they cannot explain anything. Hata akisimama hapo, nimeona umeweka nini moja hapo, hata ukipewa 24 hours or 1 year, they cannot explain anything about bottom up. They cannot. Walishindwa. So thank you so much, and I think that's my contribution for now.
Okay, asante Eric. Tunakushukuru kwa maoni yako. Tusonge mbele. Naomba tuende kwa John Tez, and please let's restrict ourselves to 2 to 3 minutes ili tusiweke watu kwa line mrefu. I have 3 people who have not said anything. John Tez, uko mbio? Ngoja chakula
nimengoja kwa line 2 hours.
Ngoja chakula itoke jikoni.
Habari zenyu nyi wote?
Fiti, karibu.
Hope mmeshinda poa. Fiti, karibu. Hope mmeshinda poa. Asante sana kwa kunipatia huu muda. Nashukuru Mungu for this time ambao tumefikisha saa hizi. Sasa kwanza, let me jump straight into the topic as in ya leo. I think what happened today at State House, I think it was just a confirmation of what has been happening. As in, tumekuwa tukihad these discussions for long, and we have been talking about these things each and every day. For example, we were saying, like, there's a day we were digging deep tukisema about the coalitions, tukiambia the possibilities are Oka, Uhuru'S, and today you have seen the numbers of MPs who accepted the invitation. And truly, as we know, Uhuru Kenyatta amekuwa akisupport baba for long, and sasa ndio the campaign period inataka kuanza. And there's a day I say this, let's watch this space. Even those people who are sitting next to Ruto watatoka, especially those people who are from Central Kenya. I'm telling you, most of them watatoka. And it's when sasa watu wameanza kuchukua siasa, imeanza kuchukua mkondo. And one thing ambayo nina hofu, like Oka inaenda kubaki, is going to remain as a shell, kwa sababu only the principles ndio wamebaki kushikilia that party, truth be told. Kwa sababu ukiangalia their members wanatoka chini ya maji polepole tu. You saw Malala we know yeye ni project. Wanasema mtu ni project, Malala is just a project. He's another Bon Khalwale in the making in Western. another Babu na Mwamba in the making in Western. That's Malala. So like ANC inakufa polepole, Oka inaisha polepole, ukienda Ukambani inaisha polepole. So these people wakikuja kugutuka watajipata wamebaki watu wanne, Kalonzo, Mudavadi, Wetangula, watajipata wamebaki peke yao, and their soldiers, foot soldiers watakuwa wote wameshaenda. And just to dig on the luncheon at State House, I think it's a plus to the Azimio side, because we all know that even it has left the UDA side in a panic mode. Imewacha in a panic mode kwa sababu they're asking themselves questions. What might have been discussed today kwa hiyo meeting? Hiyo ndio kitu saizi inawauma kichwa. In fact, najua they are not sleeping. They want to find out what was discussed, what happened, and what those people went there to do. I know, and that one is a plus kwa side ya Azimio. And it's also, unajua in politics we must have people who will gain, and lazima kukuwe na watu wenye wata lose. So for today, it's a plus on Azimio side, and it's a minus kwa side ya UDA. About the DP, it's not strange. It was going to happen, and still it's going to happen. Unajua, this thing is just a marathon. Hawezi kimbia hii race like you are running 100 meters, unatoka na mbio vup. No, hii ni marathon, una sprint. Na we all know Baba is a master of the today's politics. Amwezani na yeye kwa sababu you remember after the 2017 elections they all ruled him out, wakasema Baba ameisha, and he was left for the gutters. Even the core principles he had walijua ameisha, but is a man mwenye in wisdom, alicheza cards zake vizuri, na saizi those cards tunaanza kuziona, and people are holding the cards close to their chests, na tunaanza kuziona zinatoka one by one. So DP alianza kampeni yake kitambo, 1 year after elections alianza kucampaign, na sera hajaweza kuunda sera zake vizuri. Unajua pia this politics, you must have people who are advising you. Lazima watu wa kuadvise na kuadvise the right way and the correct way. I think along the way he has lost the direction. When he started these campaigns, he was amongst the other people, he was the favorite. But hii time yenye alikuwa nje, angetumia that time ku challenge government, ku correct government. But he cannot come out right now anatuambia the failures of the government azitambui, and you want to tell us about the achievements of the government anazijua. He alijua after the handshake he became an official leader of upinzani. Automatically he just became an official leader wa upinzani, because even alijiweka that position, even though he's a DP, ako kwa salary as a DP, but actions zake zilikuwa za an official leader wa opposition. Raila became the vice president but not on a salary, and even in fact Uhuru amekuwa akisikika even on public events akisema if not for the advice of Baba, Baba has been helping him kwa advice nini, akimwambia the right thing to kufanya. So he has been his advisor, so amekuwa kama VP wake, wamekuwa kitembea pamoja, and Ruto amekuwa mstari wa mbele kukosoa. So campaign zake venye alianza mapema, ideas zimeanza kuisha, na hapa mbele penye tumeenda sasa ndio inafaa hizo ideas zenye alikuwa nazo before azilete. But we know him, sisi si wageni kwake, we know about his promises. In fact, even if you go back and look at the clips when they were campaigning, he was the one who was making a lot of promises to Kenyans. There's a day I mentioned akituambia about the studies when they wanted to be re-elected. He's the one who said that in 9 months all those studies the 9 stadiums. We want first they promised 6. Now he said they will add them to be 9. Up to now there's not even a single stadium yenye wamemaliza tu iko na state of art yenye zile vitu zenye walikuwa na promise, but haoni hizo. Baada amekuja na new promises zenye we don't know ataziachieve aje. That's why nasema planning, watu wenye wanamuadvise ndio watu wenye wanakosea. I think he needs good advisors. And then why mbona the principals wa Oka didn't attend the luncheon at State House? Ingewasaidia, they would have scored some marks hapo hivyo, kwa sababu pia bado ingewacha people in a panic mood. Hatungejua what they have discussed there, but au kujifanya they won't attend it na kichwa ngumu, wamebaki wamekaa. Pia hiyo inabakisha Wakenya na some questions. Tunajua Azimio is all about kuunganisha Wakenya wote. Yeah, they have been saying we all have one common enemy. That's what Mudavadi has been saying. They've been telling each other we have one common enemy. And this one common enemy is the way Kinyua Eric said. Mwizi anapigwanga na watu wengi, apigwi na mtu mmoja. And this one common enemy tuko na yeye. Na all of us tuko na one agenda. I think they should just swallow their pride. Mudavadi inafaa angalie which side inaweza mfavor kisiasa. Joining Ruto amejimaliza politically. Let's assume even if Ruto wins, ni position gani Mudavadi atapatiwa as a national leader itamake bado wakwe kwa map wao Kalonzo, Mudavadi and Gideon? Which position did they get? And pia kisiasa itawaacha kwa position gani ya watu wao kuamini in the next government? So hii iko hivi, if he joins UDA it means another 10 more years ndio ajaribu kupigania that presidency. 10 more years. This other side tunajua amesema he can Okay. So in short, let me just summarize. Niseme the way I had said before, which side, I think the State House luncheon, it was a plus for Azimio. Oka's principal not attending the luncheon, it was a minus wamescore low. And for DP to say I'm a retreat, then we see him campaigning back, that's a bad strategy of politics. That's my submission.
Okay, thank you, John. Let's move on. Mkenya upo? Haya, karibu toa maoni yako.
Okay, thank you very much, members. Today I will be very brief. So I will like to hop on the same string. I will not love to repeat on what I've said. It seems that the script I wrote to present today was presented by Gaki. Maybe Gaki alipata mwa Kenya. So alisema chenye nilikuwa nataka kusema leo. However, what I observed though, it is a bit of confined to a region. That is the presence of Chris Wamalwa being the Secretary General of Ford Kenya. Maybe that could have been inspired by Natembea move. And I'm also suspicious why Natembea was redeployed to State House and Chris Wamalwa showed up the next day. Anyway, that is now a regional politics. Now, what I would like to summarize, I will now want to pass the baton to the rest, is that still waters run deep and empty debes make the worst noise. And where I come from, they always say, today I'm listening to good counsel from the members. And where I come from, they say, when the gods are speaking, you remain quiet and keep the shrine holy. So let me hear the God speaking and I remain in the shrine. Thank you, Bernard.
Asante Mkenya. Unajua kuna watu hawapendi vitendawili na methali, lakini sasa vile umeleta basi ndio hivyo, watajifunza polepole. Kabla nilete nani huyu Sajak, ningependa tu kusema kile kitu nilikuwa nasema. Watu wa UDA tunawaheshimu na tunaheshimu maoni yenu, lakini matusi haisaidii. Na kuna kitu ambacho nimeobserve. kwa hizi comments. Even the 36 bloggers were UDA. The accounts don't share the same name. Don't you people realize, don't you people see that there will be something wrong? That everybody in UDA, now I'm not tribal, I don't want to be grouped as being tribal. I don't support anybody because he's of my tribe. If I was to support a presidential candidate, I would be supporting Mudavadi because he's my neighbor. I come from Navajo constituency. But don't you people see there is something wrong that all UDA people on this channel are either Kirui, Kipkorich, Ngeno, or things or like that? Is that how a presidential candidate is supported? And it does not surprise you because the way you're even exchanging among yourselves and supporting yourselves for the comments you are giving, if it is not disturbing you, then there is something terribly wrong. Because there is nothing wrong with supporting William Ruto. But if he's only supported by people who are his kinsmen for a national seat, it doesn't look good. So mkikuja kwa platform, afadhali mbadilishe majina angalau to assume he has national-wide support. But if you're here to support him and you're all showing clearly that you are from one section of the country as the majority of the people that are supporting him, then that is selling him wrongly. I just need to point that out so that we are all clear on this one. And I'm not saying that you should support Azimio or support another person. It just doesn't look good. If I'm running for president and everybody supporting me say that Wamalwa, Makoha, Wafla, it will not. I will not even be sure of that presidency myself. Thank you. Where's Sajak? Sajak coming after you, there will be Penny, and then we take the second round. Karib.
Okay, Bernard, greetings. Okay.
Greetings
Hello,
to you. Thank you. Welcome.
Okay, so mi ningependa kuchangia mada ya leo kwa ufupi. Kwanza nikianza na mambo na hiyo luncheon yenye imefanyika State House. I think that President Uhuru was trying just to giving thanks to the MPs for the good work they did in parliament. And pia akajaribu kuonyesha kuwa bado wako na baba pamoja na they are doing this thing to the end. So unajua kuna watu wengine walikuwa wanasema ikifika Januari utaona Uhuru amebadilika, lakini sasa anajaribu kuonyesha sisi hatubadiliki, tuko tu pale. Alafu historia ya Oka hii na historia ya Oka hata tumechoka kuongea. Unajua Oka, they are trying to play it hard. Yaani wanajaribu kubuy time. Wanajaribu at least kuona kama kutakuwa na runoff, yaani vitu kama hata kuna wakati mmoja Oparanya aliwaambia number 3 kwa election is not recognized. So this guy is trying to at least to push, but Oka sioni kama they don't have the capacity. Unajua hapo hivyo kwa Oka, most of them wanategemea Gideon Moi kufinance their rallies. Hata wakati Savula aliungana na Azimio huko Bukhungu, aliwaambia tu vizuri. From 2021 walikuwa na rally kama 4 hivi the whole of the year. Walikuwa Thika, wakati mwingine wakaenda sijui task nyingine wakaenda Western kidogo. So even financing their own rallies inakuwa ngumu sana. Alafu upande wa Ruto, I think Ruto ako na hasira mingi, na hii hasira moja inakuwa generated ni venye tangu tu ile siku baba walifanya hiyo handshake, na Uhuru. Amekuwa na hasira, hata akiongea akijaribu kuongelesha hao wanaitwa mahaslas, anajua kitu yenye anaweza ambia watu wa kawaida ili wapate kumsupport. Haizi waambia kama venye baba ana lay down his manifesto, anasema anataka kuanzisha industries, anataka kufanya agriculture, kufanya kitu kama value addition in agriculture, at least kitu sensible. But Ruto juu anajua kufanya hizo vitu ni ngumu, so yeye anaenda in terms of money, anataja pesa. Najua hasa huku chini ukiambiwa pesa hata ukikuja hapa penye niko sasa hivi waambie mtu tuko na mkutano, baada ya mkutano kila mtu atapewa 1,000 watafurahi. Lakini ukiwaambia nataka niwajengee hapa makampuni, nataka niwafanyie value addition, nataka nijenge vitu kama hii, hawezi kubali, wataona kama ni story. But watu wenye wanaelewa wanajua baba is not a young person who anaweza enda kwa watu aanze kudanganya, but this guy has a good heart for this country. Kama yeye na miaka zenye amefikisha na zile struggle amepitia, kama ingekuwa ni mtu hataki kitu mzuri for this country, angeenda apumzike tu, but baada anaona kuna mahali shida, na kwa hii miaka nimebakisha naweza rekebisha, at least hata nikitoka niache Kenya yenye iko salama. Na hapo nyuma kidogo Deputy President alikuwa ameongelea mambo na projects za government zenye ati venye walifanya handshake na baba, hakuna projects zimefanyika. Lakini naona hapo kidogo tangu wafanya handshake 2018 up to now, Uhuru amefanya project zile kwa Africa unaweza irank kama top 10. For example, the Lamu Port is one of the biggest project in Africa. There is no any other country in Africa wamejenga port kuliko most of the ports in Africa zilianza sikia colonization nini, but Lamu Port wamejenga from the scratch. The Nairobi Expressway from Lolongo to Riruni is one of the biggest mega projects in Africa, na imeanza tangu hiyo mambo na handshake. Ndio hii juzi ameenda kufungua hii pipeline Mombasa. Kitambo tulikuwa only one vessels walikuwa na nini oil, but sasa hiyo yenye amefungua you can handle up to 24 vessels in a day. So hii second term Uhuru amefanya vitu kubwa kubwa. Ukiangalia Nairobi amejenga hospitali, health facilities more than 18. Ameleta inamesi imeimprove. But ukiangalia hiyo first term from 2013, hapo ndio kulikuwa na Eurobond, hapo ndio kulikuwa na Kimware, and most of the projects mingi zilikuwa Uhuru ana target but zina stall because most of the easy loyal, mtu yenye alikuwa amesema ni loyal kwake ndiye alikuwa anaenda anafanya deal huku chini, pesa inapotea, project inakufa. Baadaye sasa alikuwa anataka alaumu, lakini sasa baba akaingia ku the rescue mapema, right on time, akaingia kumshika mkono akamwambia huyu nikikuacha na huyu unaona ukianguka. Sasa most of the project Uhuru atabaki na legacy mzuri, na tunamuombea pia anapoenda nyumbani, kiacha na baba najua Kenya itaenda mbele. Alafu mwisho I think Ruto Kenya inajaribu kumumaliza kidogo ni wale watu anatembea nao kwa campaign. For example, sasa kama akienda Kiambu unapata anatembea na Waititu unajua hiyo ni kudharau watu wa Kiambu kabisa. Sasa juu watu wa Kiambu history zote wanajua Waititu, alafu tena mnamletea hapo unasema huyu ndio mnataka akwe governor. Unapata anakuja Nairobi. Sijasema Waititu ni mbaya, labda kuna watu wanampenda. Akikuja hapa Nairobi unapata anatembea na Bishop Margaret Wanjiru anasema anataka kuwa governor. Lakini wacha tuwape time tu tuangalie. At least nadhani advisors wake wao wamadvise vizuri. Mbona mtu kama baba hapendi kuassociate na watu wenye wako na scandal mingi, huwa anaweka parking. Ndio maana hata akienda rally zake mtu kama ule governor wa Migori, kuna wakati huko Homa Bay hata alimfukuza kwa podium akamwambia ndo ukae huko chini. Alafu kuna wakati mtu kama Kidero, mbona anajaribu kurudi kwa baba, lakini baba hayuko sure kama atamkubali vizuri sana, baada anazungukia kwa mbali. Lakini Ruto anawa display tu in public. Even kama mimi nilikuwa nampenda na lose hope na yeye. Okay, thank you for the time.
Okay, thank you, Sir Jack. We appreciate your contribution and observation. Let us keep the conversation going. Thank you so much. That is well elaborated. Mwenye masikio asikie, mwenye macho aone, na mwenye kupinga atoe sababu. Penny, karibu.
Karibu. Asante sana kijana yangu. Habari ya wewe?
Fit kabisa. Nashukuru kukuona. Karibu. Unajitorosha tena? Okay, what happened to him? Okay, let me bring in Douglas. Douglas, vipi? Unmute bwana Douglas.
Sorry. Poa sana Bernard.
Yes.
Nimejaribu tangu juzi bwana, wageni ni wengi.
Nyumba kubwa.
Lakini leo nimeingia.
Karibu sana.
Sasa wacha nianzie hii lunch imekuwa State House leo. Unajua Uhuru Kenyatta na Raila Odinga, they are the most unpredictable politicians we have in Kenya. You cannot know the next move they are making. Hata hii lunch, uliona Millicent Omanga was complaining on social media that she was not invited. And she has been in Karen, nobody has been complaining that ODM members or ANC have not been invited. So, and they thought that those members who were to be present, hawangefika hata 100. But to their surprise, they were 160. And more sent apologies that they could not attend because of some other issues. So, this lunch was an unexpected move. And in fact, the Oka members' retreat is coming immediately after this lunch. So there might be a hand of the deep state in this Oka thing. Because you see, even the technical team for Oka, wamekuja na proposed lineup. Wanasema ni Kalonzo, akuwe deputized na Mudavadi. Ama Kalonzo, Martha Karua. Ama Kalonzo, Wetangula. So they are leaving out Mudavadi for a peculiar reason that we may not understand. But later, the deep state and these two politicians, Uhuru and Raila Odinga, could be having a hand in it. So more is coming, and we are expecting more surprises of this. And I want to send a word of caution to His Excellency, the Deputy President and the Brigade. Do not make a decision when you are triggered. Like he made today, he had said that is retreating from his campaigns, but surprisingly goes to Kajiado. That is making a move out of desperation and out of being triggered. And in that case is when you could make yourself vulnerable to the politicians. Wanakuangalia wanaona huyu mtu tumemshtua. So more is coming, and we should expect more of these. Ona wale ambao walikuwa wanasema hii handshake haita last, like one of my friends said, it will last, and it's going down to the wire. And more is coming, and even the Oka members present in that lunch should send a clear signal to the Tanga Brigade that things are working behind the scenes. And sooner or later, we may find a bigger coalition like what we had in 202, the Yote Yawezekana Bila Moi. The same song could be sung, Yote Yawezekana, maybe bila Ruto, ama Yote Yawezekana na Raila. So we don't know which tune will be the best. But there's a point, Bernard, you raised about the UDA guys. In fact, if you go through all the social media platforms, you will find keep. They are hurling insults. They're even making other people scared to even follow them. So I want to tell them to sober up, warudi chini. Siasa itaki makasiriko, na siasa ukiweka kwa moyo itaacha kupiga damu, ianze kushtuka. So let them cool down. Bado mapambano. Kama Kajwang angekuwa hai, sio tungekuwa tunaimba bado mapambano. So siasa bado inaanza. So today was just a tip of the iceberg. More is coming, and we should expect more of this, and we should be braced for this. And the Azimio la Umoja supporters, let's maintain our gear, tukue wapole, tusirushiane matusi na wengine, because sasa mtoto akianza kurusha vikombe na wewe pia mzazi urushe vikombe, nani atakuwa mjinga hapo? Sasa ni mzazi. So sisi tutulie, we do our campaigns pole pole, and at the end of the day, this time round, hiyo risasi moja, we are going to shoot the antelope. Thank you, Mr. Bernard and the panelists.
Thank you, Douglas. We appreciate you. That is clearly put. And I will say this before I bring in some. Ahmed Ramadan, your device is not correctly connected, so you can't be added to the stream. Please leave and then restart your phone if you're using phone. Allow StreamYard to have full control over your camera and audio. You will be added to the studio. Then you make your contribution. I have said here before, and I would want to repeat. One of the reasons why William Ruto may not succeed in being president in 2022 is, number one, is because he wants to be president. Presidency is not something you want. It is an offer. You offer yourself to the people to elect you. But if you come and say you want and you must get it, that is one reason why you lose it. Secondly, we have assumed that William Ruto is a politician, but the more he makes blunders politically, the more he looks unpolitician. Politics is arranged. It's long range and short range. You cannot be, reacting on every matter. That makes you either a bad politician or unschooled politician. For you to be a politician, you need to be shrewd, careful, long range. You see things ahead and respond to them before they happen. But when you are reduced into responding to this, then you jump to this. You say, I've gone for a break. No, the break is over. I'm back into the game and all that. That even sells you badly. So I think he needs to relax and understand that the weight that he's rising up against may be too much for him, and he needs to come small. Another one is, when you make adversaries in politics, you need also to make friends. In terms of the same people you seek adversity with, you must have friends among them, so that if things go bad, there will be somebody you will send and say, go and tell the boss I have said. But if you chase everybody, make everybody your enemy, who will be your emissary to your boss when you now need reconciliation? So it is a game that you need to play with wisdom. You don't just play, carelessly. That is my take. Sam, are you there? Sam, umevunja sheria kuwa behind the curtain. Like, nimesamea wewe, peana maoni yako dakika mbili.
Okay, do this. Mimi sijakaa more than 5 to 10 minutes. I just want to hear from other people, although I wanted to a little bit of Bigaki. Bigaki, thank you so much for your compliment, for your contribution. Thank you so much. And the rest of you guys, panelists. Anyway, with the politics is a very complicated issues, complicated game. It's a very complicated game, more than the chess. Those who know how to play the chess. We analyze things in a different way, or we see things individually in a different ways, according to your own way you can view it. To me, perhaps, or maybe, I say perhaps and maybe, the game may tilt in either way. So we should not say that this politician is this way or the other politician is this way. All in all, whoever is going to be elected will be our president, whether we like it or not, according to the people's wishes. You know, Ruto might have done his own blunders all the way from 2013 up to now. He has been eyeing for that thing, for that seat, quite about 15 years, 20 years, maybe. Yeah, well, I can say more than 20 years because since 1992, when he was still YK 92 youth. So he has been projecting himself for that thing. He has been having that a long-term project. What is his own problem? Raila has been having his own issues, or has been also projected for that seat for quite a long time. That's from 1980s, early 80s. He has been projecting for that thing, and he's still looking for that thing. That is his own projection. Ladies and gentlemen, to me, we may not know exactly who is who. We may think we are putting somebody aside. Don't forget it. These other fellows, we are putting them aside. Somebody like Kalonzo Musyoka, somebody like Gideon Moi, somebody like Wycliffe Musadia, or perhaps even Kaboko, Mwangi wa Iria. Mwangi wa Iria is somebody who is doing his own things underground. Nobody knows. We may think we are trying to put them, there's nobody from Mount Kenya, but we are forgetting that Mwangi Iria can be a very influential person who is doing his own things on underground. You know, underdog they're always very dangerous. You cannot know how, in which way they can come from. So I can only say one thing. In all those things, let us wait until the time when all those who are will be comparing this thing will come to the table or to the podium to sell their whatever they have it lively. That's live, debating themselves. That's where we can now weigh. That's when we can now see who is who has what, who can convince us individually, so that we can see what. But at the moment, it's too early for us to come to that conclusion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sam, and I'm glad that you're here with us. Let's keep talking. Let me see who is this. Okay, it's Patriot. You're lifting your hand or you're waving at me. Karibu.
And Bernard, it's not waving at you.
Welcome, Patriot. Patriot, go ahead, speak.
I want to say this, Bernard. I want to rebuttal what Sama has said, just very quickly. And before I do that, allow me to greet my able panelists who are always here. Stone, Douglas, Sam, Guru, Kinywa, Gaki, Bernard, Sajak, and Alex. Good morning, guys, and good evening. Allow me to quickly say something. Sam has finished his submission by saying it is too early. That's what caught my attention. I wish he replaced that by saying it is too late. It is long overdue. It is long overdue. We made decisions of who to choose. The guy who is running the wheelbarrow machine started many years ago, and unfortunately, people thought the machine was running was a terrible engined machine. We didn't know it was moving in a manner that people were thinking this thing had an engine, man. But I'll tell you, we are catching up. Though I don't agree, it is too early. It's too late. There is something this wheelbarrow was running on. I'm yet to know, but I wanted to tell some the right term is it is too early in terms of thinking we are early. It is actually too late. We need to make sure that people by now should exactly know where their energies and synergies should be focused on in as far as the two leading groups are concerned. So in my view, it is not correct to say it is too early. It is the opposite of that. Bernard, let me leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, I think you should have used that to make your submission too before we go to the second round, starting with Alex.
Okay, thank you, Bernard. Then thank you for being clearer. So what I will say is that some things that we happen to see today at State House, they didn't come in as a surprise. Some people are confused. They're not very sure. In my house, there is a mosquito insecticide that I'm using. This insecticide is not very powerful. It doesn't work very promptly, but it surely works. When you spray the mosquitoes, some of the mosquitoes tend to give you the impression that they have been given aggravation of speed. They move with a lot of speed. Sometimes you wonder whether you are giving them speed or they are going to die. So, but at the end of the day, they do. When they now realize that the energy they have spent was the little one that was left for a few seconds, you will actually see them falling somewhere. What I saw in State House today gives me the impression that some leaders are mosquitoes that have been given a spray, which is going to kill them. And they are giving us the impression that they have been given speed to run. I don't want to mention some of them because I might be misunderstood now that I've used that analogy. Some of them were in State House, but I'm not sure whether that's where they belong. One of them, is running for a governor seat. I saw him there. So understanding the way mosquito behaves with my insecticide, I was not surprised to see him there. But one thing I'm not sure, how long will it take before his political career is given the last nail of the coffin? It is very clear that Azimio la Umoja has the real strategy to take us where we want as a country. The majority of aspiration of Kenyans is coming to the realization, it is coming to the fulfillment. I was talking to some of the friends of Order who are very strong supporters. Trust me, these guys, some of them, they just needed voice of reason. That's why I've always said, Bernard, treat these guys with respect. Just know they are kids who are actually prodigal kids their prodigal sons. Give them hope, even when they are dining with pigs in the wilderness, even when they have gone astray and they are sleeping in the streets of the Oka city. Just tell them, yes, you can make it back. Your father is still calling. So I really sit here, believing that what we need is kindness, love, and patience. They will surely see the light at the end of the tunnel. Yes, Oka Mps were there. I don't want to speak much about Ruto's retreat in as far as his promise of getting out of the campaign is concerned. Yesterday, when I was giving my submission, I said, yes, that statement had some water. The only thing I say, it might not be now. And if it's not now, which I think is proving not to be, which is proving to be the case, then tomorrow will surely be the day when the DP will actually come to the agreement that somebody must have some time to rest in his campaign, and that will happen. So really, of much value in terms of what that means. I don't think it holds much water, but it just tells us who politicians are. Politicians tell you what they don't mean. They mean what they don't tell you. That is politics for you. And you need to know it's not a class of theology. It is not a class where you're studying, some sort of science. It's not medicine. It's not engineering. It's not law school faculty. It is something that fits its own trajectory, and all of us, we can only speculate if we really
Patriot, what's happening? Oh, it's like Patriot has frozen. Alex, come in.
Thank you, Bernard, so much. And when I talked first, I was just it was just a point of information about Linturi. I really basically didn't give my submission because I felt it was not yet time to give my submission. But I've been listening to the conversation, and I think
Just a
I
moment,
like
Alex.
so far.
Just a moment, Alex. Patriot seems to be back.
Alex, relax.
Yes.
There's no hurry. There's no hurry in Africa, Alex. There's no hurry in Africa.
No, we lost you.
Thank you.
Patriot, hold on. Patriot, your net had failed. That's how Alex came in.
No, he's a friend.
So,
I'm just joking, but it's okay.
Make your conclusion, then we go to Alex, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I thought it's Alex who interfered with my net. That's why I was hitting on him. Okay, so what I was saying is that politics.
On a lighter note, Patriot, that's not the language of Asmir. It is UDA that blame everybody for everything that happens.
Okay, Bernard, thank you so much. You guys, I know I'll have time to talk. It's always a pleasure to have you guys. I'm sure I'll speak at some point. Thank you. Thank you, Bernard. Back to you.
Alex, take it.
Thanks, Mr. Patriot, for yielding for me, and it shows that you're a great man. For the record, you need to buy a Wi-Fi. Hii maneno ya bundles and you're a doctor. Wachana nayo bana. As Bernard, you come from a religious background, and I don't know if you preach or You are a curtain raiser for your pastor, which is not bad. That's where we start from. But somehow you know that in the Bible, we have canonical and non-canonical books. There are those that were written and there were those that were not written. When we go to the Jewish culture, they do also have Talmuds. Talmuds are books that are written to expound more on stories that are written in the Bible, but we don't have a clearer picture of them. So the reason I'm saying that, I'm stretching my mind back when Raila and Uhuru sat down to have their first conversation after the court nullified the election. It's just a sort of sanctified imagination. Raila has tried to capture this in the media, but he has never truly said exactly what they spoke. But they say they spoke at some time, they kept quiet, there was some pin drop silence, and I can imagine the tension these two men had, that their decision either will destroy Kenya or will put Kenya to the fast pace. And when you look back at the condition that Kenya was at that particular time, the polarity and the toxicity that was there, to a point that Kilifi, Kakamega, and other counties had voted to cease. Cessation was a reality. We had boycotted. In fact, even the biggest companies were suffering. The economic hemorrhage we were having, and people meant it. We were to do anything possible to stop Uhuru from becoming the president. And when he realized the tools that he had and the tools we were using, he realized this fight was not going to be good. So I'm taking myself back to that room when these guys, for 8 hours, they had their conversation. I think there was a lot of doubt. There was a lot of anger. There was a lot of things that we cannot say. But over time, every ounce of promise that they gave us has come to pass. Every iota of doubt that both of them had has become and has been depleted. Why am I saying so? It is not a lie that when you see these men seated together or how they talk about each other, even on contagious issues, for example, the VAT, when it went to the parliament, we know we were against the VAT, but Mzee, who is Baba, akaambia Mbadi, make sure this is a priority to Uhuru. Reluctantly, we voted for it because we did not want to destroy their relationship and their working relationship. So when I look at that, I realize that when Uhuru is inviting Baba and his political lineage to State House and having lunch is not by coincidence. It is because of their great friendship. This friendship has matured, and I think it's gaining not only ground, it has made progress in friendship and relationship. Even though you might disagree with the two people, just being close where they are, hata hewa peke yake inakuwa mzuri. Unlike the other one, if you are not agreeing with him, ukikaa kwa hiyo room mko na yeye, the kind of tension you might have, you cannot even come close there. So I applaud these two men. I don't know how far they are going to keep their promises to each other, but so far, what they have done to this country is really good. 2017, I had a small M-Pesa within Kisumu City. My friend, the money circulation in Kisumu was not there at all. Kisumu was crying of economic embargo. Even though they were boycotting and doing everything, they were ready even to die. But today you go back to Kisumu, it's thriving. You go back to Turkana, it's thriving. The whole country, because it's having peace, is thriving.
And these two gentlemen are telling us that even me and you, Bernard, we must distinct what is politics and what is our country. And I think that is a way to move forward a country. And a point to note here, when you read that small book of Machiavelli, The Prince, at some point he gives an illustration. If me and Bernard were to go after Patriot and we get him from power, what should me and Bernard do? If I am the one who wants to retain power, I will have either to kill Bernard or to eliminate him, because we can never make a government with him. And I have to befriend Patriot. That is the nature of politics. That is the nature, because when two people seize and remove a president, you can't kill that president. Let him be there, but take one of you out so that the two of you can negotiate and put a country. And that's why I'm still cautioning my country. As we move forward, don't be surprised of another handshake. When Baba has taken over and he realizes this country has to move forward, if we still has polarity and toxicity that as we were having, we might have another handshake between Raila and Ruto. Don't be surprised. That is politics. And if it happens, let it be so, if our people will have peace. So what I'm saying is this: it is not by coincidence this thing is happening. It's because of the mutual respect and trust these two people have had. When I saw Uhuru in Kisumu by himself being cheered, the people love him. You put your mind back to 2017. Will Uhuru have gone to Kisumu even with the entourage of any security in Kenya and be able to have that reception? Never. So Kenya is progressive. We are a progressive country, and it's our leadership that must do this so that everybody will enjoy going to every part of Kenya. So this luncheon is a good one. Lastly, when Baba went to apishwa kama the people's president, because let me put that on the record, because some people will start be conniving here, wanasema Baba aliapishwa kama the head of state of the Republic of Kenya. No, there was no such statement of the Republic of Kenya. It was the people's president. Now, that's a contestation that we can have a debate, but not as the Republic. The Oka principles missed there. So it's not a surprise to see them missing the very, very many things that they ought not to miss. They've become experts, both in art and science, to be conniving so that when the cake has come to the table, they start complaining that now what will we get? So, and that is why I fear that if we bring these people now, even if it's later, even though we say we need everybody, it will be the wrongest thing. Why? Because they have shown us, even before, there was word that before Baba apishwe, they were trying to negotiate with William Samoei Ruto immediately after the election. So the handshake kind of brought them into a surprise. So what they wanted was taken away earlier. So when Oka principles keep behaving this way, they thrive in pettiness and such kind. But I think they have come to the end of the road. They are not going to be playing their people anymore. And you can see for the fact that there are MPs who are making resolute decisions, personal decisions, and saying, this road, even if it's what my leader wants, it is not a suitable or sustainable decision. And that's why you find Matungu MP, Ayub Savuli, and other few individuals are making personal decisions because they are sitting down and asking themselves, is it Kenya or is it I? And if that is so, I think we are going to get a point whereby Musalia Mudavadi and Kalonzo are going to remain with shares, and they are going to end their political careers, which spans 3 decades, in a very sorry state. If I was them,
I could have a cathedral mindset. I could ask myself, is this the way I want to end? Because it is not the beginning that is important. It is how you end. We saw that in Moi. Moi was a very polarizing figure, but in the end, he asked for forgiveness. He became a friend to Raila and many other people. People used to visit him, and when he died, we buried him as a statesman. Even though he did some of the most insidious things, your end is more important than your beginning. Uhuru today will retire as one of the most popular president beyond Kibaki, not economically, in terms of economic expansion, but in terms of how he negotiated with everybody in the country. So Musalia Mudavadi, Kalonzo do not have a cathedral mindset. They have a mindset that ends with what they want right now, and their legacy in the books of the legacy of Kenya, a lot will be remembered about them, but only the evil that they did, not the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alex. You do well. You do well. Only that there is Mtandao and the who else and Geoffrey. Not Geoffrey. There is another guy here. Lawrence Nyadita. He says the English is too much. So he said, I'm tired, Yawa. This morning, too much English.
Bernard.
Yes, Patriot.
I thank you, Bernard, for that, well timely, opportunity you've given me. Alex is a very hilarious man. He has heavy English. He's an exposed man. He's gone to good school. We love him. He's great. But he's hit me below the belt, and I thought I should make that clear. Now that he mixed internet hiccup with my profession, I thought I need to clarify that. When you have what you call internet interruptions and frequency that fluctuate, that does not change Wi-Fi to be bundle-enabled internet. I do Wi-Fi. That was just a fluctuation. And now that you brought a demeanor to my profession, Alex, you should apologize. I am a doctor, yes. I use internet. The speed at which that was corrected, it should tell you that was not bundle that was bought. That was just a fluctuation of the internet, man. Alex, be kind here. Thank you.
Those are details, my friend.
Okay, both of you. I will take you behind the curtain and sort out the differences. We need to move forward.
You need to listen to the details before you conclude. You said I don't use Wi-Fi. I've used Wi-Fi for the last 10 years and I have many gadgets. I'm even seeing you on my TV. I use many gadgets in my house. Alex, thank you. Agree to correct that, please. Thank you.
Gentlemen, let us not talk about bundle Wi-Fi, what. That's not our interest. It's individual things. So, gentlemen, let's put that one aside.
Okay, let's do this. Thank you, Sam, for intercepting. But I want us to appreciate one another. I am sure that Alex said that as on a lighter note, it's just the way we relate as a family. And it has nothing with demeaning your profession, Patriot. I believe you understand that. And no hard feelings. Let's all move on. We on this platform, others by bundles, others by Wi-Fi, others by fiber, others by benevolence, others by the grace of God, but we are all here, we thank God. So let us relate by all means, by all, and ensure that we make room for everybody. So if, Patriot, you have no further submission, we go to Jakindube. Alafu tuende kunini Uhuru, tumesikiliza 2 hours, 3 hours ago, we need to go back.
Okay, let me finish by saying it is true we are going to experience a lot of realignments. Politics is getting clearer. That is the order of things. For those who learn from history, even the last coalition that formed the government, the two arrangements in the two seasons of 2013 and 2017, you realize that some of these arrangements were probably closer to election than the way it is now. Some of them were 3 months to election. Before PNU was put in place to win an election, that was about 3 months. So I think there are a lot of realignments that are going to take place. We are going to see things falling into place, not falling apart. But of course, falling apart will be a byproduct of falling to place. That's what seems to be showing up. So we shouldn't be surprised. I think with proper preparations, that is what is going to happen. So for me, I think we are moving well, and the speed is not that bad. We have been able to catch up. We can now define, politics in terms of animals, whether it's a horse or a mule or a donkey. We can now tell. You don't need to be told this is a horse. You can see the morphology. When you look at the animal and the behavior and the speed, we are now clear whether you're using a binoculars or you're going to look at them by your naked eyes. These things are getting there, and I'm happy that it's not going to be difficult for making choices. So lastly, thank you, Bernard. All that I was saying is also on a light note. Alex is my brother, he knows. I was just saying a joke, so don't take it out of place. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Patriot. Jakindu Bey, vipi leo?
Salama sana, nimefurahi sana. Hamjambo wote?
Hatujambo, karibu.
Asanteni sana. Na nataka kumsalimia Patriot na kumkumbusha, nilikwambia hawa watu sio viongozi. Na ulinikanya sana, ndio maana huwa najaribu kutumia lugha ile ambayo inakufurahisha, lakini unaweza kuona kwamba hawa sio viongozi kabisa. Hawa ni kama wale watoto wamelelewa vibaya. Wanataka inapotengenezwa kitu hawaendi huko, lakini kisha tengenezwa wanataka wapewe sehemu kubwa, hata kama hawaja kuweko. Mwenzao anatumwa, anaenda analeta kitu, mwenzao akishaleta hiyo, wanataka hiyo kitu sasa. Wao ndio wanataka. Hiyo sio uongozi. Wala nchi haiongozwi hivyo. Sasa mimi nataka kuambia hivi. Kila siku mimi nasema amani, kitu ya kwanza, amani na stability ya politics. Sasa mnaona kwa mifano, president ameenda huko Mbita, sijui wapi alikuwa, Kisumu wapi. Ako kwa nchi yake, watu wanampokea kwa vigelegele na vifijo, kwa sababu kuna undugu, kuna urafiki, kuna kutambua kwamba huyu ni president wangu, kwa sababu ni yeye vile vile kuonyesha wale wakaji wa kundi kwamba mimi ni sehemu yenu, mimi ni mmoja kati yenu. Kama tulikuwa na matatizo, hayo matatizo tumeketi chini tukazungumza. Kuna nafikiri ni Alex alizungumza akasema vile Raila na bwana Uhuru walipokaa chini, President Uhuru walipokaa chini, walizungumza. Mimi nataka kuambia kwamba walipozungumza walitoa uongo. Walisema kila mmoja alisema ukweli wake wa roho yake kamili. Ndio maana hawajafanya, ndio maana hakuna mmoja wao unaona urafiki wao unazidi kuendelea, kwa sababu walisema ukweli na bado wamesimama kwa ukweli. Mimi nataka kuambia hii mambo ya watu kusema politics ni lazima utumie uongo. Hiyo ni kitu kibaya. Hiyo uongo, mimi nawaambia kila siku, uongo hubomoa. Tusijaribu kusema politics unaweza kusema chochote tu, unaweza kusema chochote, unaweza kuunguza nchi. Kwa mfano kule Nakuru kusema madoadoa inaweza kuunguza nchi, inaua. Sasa hiyo ndio maana nasema wakati wowote ukitumia ukweli, usiposema uongo mdomoni, mtajenga nchi yenye thabiti, nchi ambayo ina economy nzuri, nchi ambayo ina utulivu, nchi ambayo kuna watu ambao, yani nchi ambayo mnapata mahitaji yote. Katika nchi za wazungu ambao wanasema wako na democracy, hawasemi uongo. Ndugu yangu, ukisema uongo, wale watu ambao wanaishi kwa hizi nchi za ukijulikana umesema uongo, hiyo tu una resign, inakufukuza kazi. Kama wewe ni hata kama wewe ni president, hata kama wewe ni nani, inakufukuza kazi. Sisi kwetu, kwa mfano kama Ruto, kama angekuwa katika nchi za kizungu, hangekuwa anafanya hiyo, hangekuwa kwa cheo ambacho yuko, kwa sababu hawapendi kusema uongo, kwa sababu wanajua uongo ni mbaya. Kwa hiyo mimi nafurahia sana mambo ambayo naona yakitendeka, kwa sababu mimi kwa maisha yangu yote niliona wakati tukipata uhuru, niliona vile watu, furaha ambayo ilikuweko, na niliona uchungu wakati ukabila tulipoanza kubaguana. Niliona hiyo uchungu, na mimi sahizi nafurahi sana kuona kama sisi kama Wakenya tunaweza kufanya kazi pamoja, kwa sababu tukifanya kazi pamoja tunaweza kupata maendeleo makubwa sana. Saa hii tu Alex amesema katika kipindi cha 4 ya President Uhuru ameweza kufanya mambo mazito, ni kwa sababu ya umoja, kwa sababu mwenzake alikuwa akimpatia advice, akimpatia akimsaidia, anamuunga mkono bungeni na kokote kule inataka, kama wanataka ni budget ifanyiwe mkishirikiana, hakuna kitu itatushinda. Tukishirikiana hakuna kitu kitatushinda. Kwa hiyo jambo la muhimu ni kwamba tuhakikishe kwamba sisi Wanakenya tunavuta pamoja. Wale watu ambao hawataki, sasa kwa mfano sasa president anawaita mwende mjadiliane, hata kama wazee hao watu, hakuna mtoto kwao, hakuna kijana kwa wale watu ambao wako pale. Wazee hawafanyi hivyo. Wazee hawasusia eti wakiitwa na mwenzao. President mzima anawaita alafu anasusia. Hiyo ni kuonyesha nini? Maana yake ni nini? Hiyo ni kuonyesha utoto. Hiyo ni kuonyesha wewe huwezi kuwa kabisa, huwezi kuwa kiongozi. Maana yake kiongozi ni mtu ambaye anaweza kukaa hata kama kuna matatizo ya namna gani, anaweza kwenda pale akazungumza, akasikiliza. Na unasema kwenye wazee hapa haribiki, lazima mtatoka na suluhu. Sasa wao hawawezi kwenda pale. Kwa nini? Na hiyo ni state house yao. State house ni yetu wana Kenya, na mmeitwa pale kwenda tu, hata kama umpendi mwenzako, unaenda unasikiliza ni kitu gani inasemwa hapa. Kama ukubaliani naye ni sawa, mtu hakuna atakuzuia, lakini kufanya namna hiyo, kutokosa, president anawaita alafu mnakataa ati kwa sababu mnataka kuwa president, hiyo kwa kweli ni utoto mtu. Hiyo haionyeshi utu uzima, hauonyeshi uongozi. Uongozi inatakikana hata kama umekosewa vibaya, lazima uonyeshe uongozi. Kwa hiyo mimi Bwana Patriot, mimi nafikiri leo umethibitisha kwamba ni unaweza kuniunga mkono kwamba hawa watu sio viongozi na hawafai kuchaguliwa popote. Kuna viongozi wengi tu ukitoa hao, kuna viongozi wengi Kenya, tuko na wana Kenya wengi tu, lakini hao hawafai kwa sababu wametuonyesha mifano, wametuonyesha vile walivyo. Sio mara ya kwanza wanatuambia uongo au wanasema kitu uongo au wanajaribu kusema sisi hatukuambiwa, sisi tulipatiwa sijui simu gani. Hizo vitu kama hizo au usemi mbele ya, kama hukuja useme poleni jamani, mimi niliogopa, basi tunajua wewe ni msema kweli, ulisema uliogopa basi, lakini usianze kuleta maneno ya kusema tuliambiwa tungoje simu, tuliambiwa. Hizo ni uongo mtupu. Kwa hiyo kama wewe ni kiongozi na unadanganya nchi yako, wananchi wako, maana yake nini? Maana yake hufai kwa kiongozi. Na mimi nawaambia hao watu hawezi kuwa viongozi hao, kwa sababu wanaweza kwenda wakafanya deal wakati wakatudanganya, ama tukiuliza hawatakubali kutuambia ukweli. Tunataka mtu anatuambia ukweli kwamba hii kitu nimefanya hivi na hivi. Kama nimefanya makosa unasema poleni. Mumeona waziri mkuu wa Uingereza alienda kwa party wakati corona ikianza, na wachunguzi wamedadisi wamepata kwamba alikuwa imembidi kuomba msamaha, na sijui kama atasurvive. Hiyo tu inaweza kumfukuza kazi, kwa sababu alienda kwa party wakati amewaambia watu wafunge wakati wa corona, na hiyo ilifanyika mwaka 2020 wakati corona ikianza, na imegunduliwa sahihi na inampatia matatizo kweli kweli. Kwa hiyo uongo ni jambo mbaya. Mimi nawaambia, mimi sipendi uongo. Sema ukweli. Kama ni mbaya ni sawa, omba msamaha, lakini kusema uongo ati ndio politics, nchi haiongozwi na uongo. Hawa wazungu wasitudanganye kwamba wanaongoza na uongo. Hakuna. Hawasemi, hawakubali uongo, hawapendi kuliko chochote. Kwa hiyo wasitudanganye, na sisi tufanye mambo yetu na ukweli kama Waafrika. Tutoke kwa hiyo box ya kufuata mambo yao bila kujua ni mambo gani. Tufanye yetu kama wananchi wa Kenya. Kwa hiyo tusifuate tu vitu kiholela ati kwa sababu mzungu amesema. Hapana. Asanteni sana. Asante Bernard.
Thank you Jakindu Bey. Patriot, unahitaji kukubali madai ya Jakindu Bey kabla tuwesonge mbele?
Bernard, Jakindu Bey inatakana ajue watoto watamshtaki. You cannot equate our good children who are growing up, including my daughter, kwa watu ambao ni wapumbavu, ni watu ambao ni waongo. Hawezi sema hao wana utoto. Hapana, my child atakushtaki akikuwa mkubwa. Watoto wengine ni wazuri, hawawezi linganishwa na watu wenye akili kama hizo. Tafadhali si utoe watoto hapo. My daughter akigrow atakupeleka kwa jela. That is not fair.
Hapana, nilikuwa namaanisha hivi, mtoto ndio ukimwambia kitu anaweza yani nilikuwa nasema wale watoto hawakukuzwa vizuri, yani wale watoto wenye kiburi. Ndio nilikuwa nasema watoto wenye kiburi ndio hujitupa chini kulia, au mwenzake akitumwa kuleta kitu, yule mwenzake akishaleta anataka kudai. Unaona, anadai. Nimesema watoto wenye tabia mbaya, sikusema watoto wote.
Asante Patriot, umeelewa hiyo jambo. Acha siasa wewe. Ukweli ni kwamba utoto na ubinafsi unaenda pamoja. The world of children revolve around themselves. Is either they get their way or the highway. And so when an adult begins to behave in such a manner, then it is a proof that he did not grow right, or he's not appreciating that he's maturing. A sense of responsibility demands selflessness, especially when it comes to seeking leadership for over 49 million Kenyans. You want to carry 49 million Kenyans, yet you want to do it by what? You want to safeguard yourself first before you accept the responsibility of carrying these people. You need to sacrifice yourself for these people. So if you insist of having it my way, that disqualifies you from leadership in the first place. There is Lawrence Nyadita said, Bernard, gender balance, sir. Yes, gender balance. We are headed there. In fact, my sisters are not yet here. I don't know what happened to them. We have Kagi only. I don't know where Nancy is. Nancy Lusweti, we chatted this afternoon. I was hoping she will be here, and my other sister from Nyeri. We need to keep the conversation going. Thank you so much. And then there is what Geoffrey Ruto. You say, do you think Rao would survive in the West after swearing himself? No, he could be in jail right now. You people just need to cool it, okay? They swearing, you know. Even if you take Rao to court right now, there is no court that can find him guilty for what you are accusing him for, because that thing was not crafted by short-sighted thinkers. That thing was crafted by senior lawyers who understood what was happening, and it was a mock swearing in. And it's acceptable anywhere in the world. So don't make yourself the custodian of wherever law in this country by making something that is trivial to become a huge something that you accuse one of. Truth be told, there are things that you need to look at them differently. And then let me leave that one out for now. I don't want to start something I will not finish. Guru, upo ama umeng'atuka? Okay, my guru seems not to be there. Let's have our sister Kagi make your submission as we move forward, please.
It's Gaki, not Kagi. Gaki.
I'm reading what is written. Gaki.
Gaki, yes. Thank
yes.
you.
Gaki.
Yeah. So maybe my second submission, what I can talk about is Kalonzo and maybe Mudavadi. I feel like Kalonzo's meeting, the meeting that is going to be held on Saturday, is a reaction. Remember, there was a meeting held hosted by Kibwana and who else? Who else was there? Alfred. I think there's a bit of rebellion brewing in Ukambani, and it's like Kalonzo is slowly losing grip of Ukambani. So I suspect this meeting that will be held on Saturday is a way of consolidating the bloc, and also the Wiper members that attended the lunch today were just there to maybe to quiet down or dilute the governor's meeting. So what I don't know is if Kalonzo joins Azimio, will Alfred, because it seems like there's beef between Alfred and Kalonzo. Will the likes of Alfred, with the union of Alfred and Kibwana join Azimio, or will they form their own their own party, you know, or will they join? But I'm not seeing Kibwana joining. I'm not seeing Kibwana joining. Mudavadi used to be my favorite candidate. I actually said after Baba's term, I'm going to vote for Mudavadi. But then nowadays I'm looking at him sideways. He seems indecisive. He seems angry, and I don't like, it's very bad for a leader to expose his anger and bitterness, So he should decide, if he's supporting Ruto, it is democratic, right? Let him come out openly and say, I'm supporting Ruto. It's not a crime, it's not a crime. But taking people around in circles, playing games, at least Wetangula has come out openly and said that he can't work with Raila. Huyo story yake imeisha. So that the electorate knows, if I'm for Azimio, so Ford Kenya is out of the question. Let me like what our sister Nancy yesterday said. Bungoma, was it Nancy or somebody said yesterday, Bungoma is DAP or DA. Yeah, Bungoma is DAP. So they should come out clearly, and they're also wasting Gideon's time and money. I actually feel very sorry for Gidi. They should just come out openly and say Tukoi Mrengo. And nobody will penalize them for that. Yeah, I think what else do I want to say? Yeah, nothing. Maybe what did Jack Kindube talked about uongo. The problem with our politicians, kitu inafanya wanasiasa wetu hata kusema sorry ikuwe ngumu, ni sababu makosa ni yetu sisi wananchi. Mtu anafanya makosa lakini sababu ni mtu wenu unatetea. We don't hold them accountable. Sasa mtu akifanya makosa na anajua kuna watu watamtetea, aende alie aseme watu wetu wanaonewa. Mtu akienda aibe akule pesa na bibi yake na watoto na familia yake, akifutwa kazi anakimbia anasema jamii yetu inaonewa. Alafu sisi wananchi tunapiga makofi. Sasa unless it comes up a time and a point whereby we hold our leaders accountable. If somebody steals, let them carry their own cross. Until that time comes, you will never ever hear a politician admitting they made a mistake and that they are sorry for their mistake. And until we hold our leaders accountable, corruption will never end in our country. Or maybe it is us who have a problem. Maybe us as Kenyans, we are people that are pro impunity. Unless we hold our leaders accountable, kusema sorry hiyo nayo sahau. Uliona Lunturi recanted his apology. And this is something I'm married in Victoria. I'm married to a Kalenjin. And in 2007, when this issue, I voted for Baba. But the fact that I'm from Meru, and I also and I'm by ethnic. I'm from Meru and I'm also from Ukambani. The fact that I was from there, it didn't matter whether I voted for Baba or not. So unless we hold our leaders accountable, unless we start, you take personal responsibility. Ukisimamishwa na polisi, you made a mistake, don't give them hongo. Enda kotini, uchajiwe whatever utachajiwa, That is how I'm looking at it. Anyway, that's my submission. I don't know whether I've deviated from the subject.
No problem. Thank you very much for your submission. And just as a point of information, I think Mutua has a party, Maendeleo Chap Chap, and Kibwana has a party, is it called Mzalendo or something? So they are not Wiper members. And
What I meant is
collaboration with Wiper in 2017.
Former coalition. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, they were in NASA with their individual parties. Also, I think they still retain their parties. And so Kalonzo, Musyoka, and Mudavadi, they are not members. And they are not Wiper members. So they are not Wiper members. And 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 they are not Wiper still has a command, but he needs to now talk to his, I call them senior brothers or adult children, so that they move together in the same direction. You know, you can be a father, but when your sons have grown so much, you don't bulldoze them like kids anymore. You must now sit them on the table and say, hey, hii kitu inaenda hivi na hivi, naomba mnisaidie twende hivi na hivi. So it's not business as usual. And I think that is one of the mistakes Mudavadi and Weta and Kalonzo are making, thinking that the people who are coming under them remain their kids for them to carry them anywhere they want to go. At times when people mature up, they want to have a stake in what is happening. And so you need to realize that and accept the fact that we can't, trade with people for long. And for example, when there was unrest in Fort Kenya, if only Weta stepped down and reached out to these people and stopped the fire, he will still be leading. But he climbs the high horse and begins to bulldoze everybody around. Mambo haendi hivyo, dunia inabadilika, vindu vichenjanga. So let's also change with the changing of times. All the same, thank you so much. Let's move on. Nani ambaye hajaongea kwa muda mrefu? Bantu umerudi tu saa hii, hata kama umeinua mkono. Sawa, karibu basi.
Asante sana Bernard, najua natoa nafasi kwa sababu tunataka kila mtu aje atoe maoni yake, ni tuko wengi sana.
Thank you.
Asante sana. Kitu mimi nataka kusema ni kulingamana na leo rais wetu mtukufu Uhuru Jomo Kenyatta aliwakaribisha wabunge wote, na tumeona ni wabunge wengi sana wamekuja hapo, na inaonyesha Azimio inazidi kugrow, na wengine wameanza kutoa reason au hatukuitwa. Amekaribisha kila mtu, hata Tanga pia walikuwa waje hapo, wafike wakae pamoja, uondoe ile ubaya ambao uko nao, kwa sababu mwanaume ni yule ambaye akiwa amefanya makosa anakubali makosa yake na mnaweza mkakaa chini. Mimi namsifu sana rais wetu kwa kuweza kukaa chini na kufikiria. Baba ni mtu shujaa. Baba yuko na vision tangu zamani, miaka mingi sana, na this man, we are very lucky to have this guy. He didn't give up for many years. Si wengi sana wanaweza kuvumilia ile situation ambayo yeye amekuwa, si wengi. Yeah, many are called but few are chosen. He is one of those chosen. Tanga wanakaa tu wakiwa wanalia sympathy all the time, wanataka sympathy, wanaishi na hiyo sympathy, wanapiga kelele saa yote, wanatukana watu, wanatukana viongozi, hata wale viongozi walitangulia pia bado wanaendelea kuwafuata. Hiyo inaonyesha quality yao iko very low, kwa sababu lazima uwape heshima. Nchi zote ulimwenguni zinawapa heshima wale viongozi waliofanya mambo mazuri katika nchi yao. Wao ikiwa wao wanaweza kutreat viongozi kama mzee Jomo Kenyatta, Moi na wengine, Kibaki, wanawazungumzia kwa ubaya, how can you trust this kind of people? Hiyo group hiyo ya sympathizer hiyo, wanapiga kelele, wanataka kuwa sympathizer saa yote. Ni kama mtoto mdogo saa yote analilia peremende tu, saa yote hawana agenda yote. Themba alieleza akasema, handouts hazisaidii kitu. Vision ya baba, anataka kufanya vitu. Baba atoe chochote, na mimi namsupport asitoe kitu yoyote. Hakuna kitu kama handout. Baba anataka kuweka vitu ambavyo vitasaidia sisi na watoto wetu na watoto watakaokuja. Yuko na good vision, sio kuanza kupatiana 10,000, 10,000, 1,000,000. Hiyo ni bure. Wacha uweke infrastructures, utengeze barabara, utengeze viwanja, ufungue, hata wale investors watakuja. Ikiwa sisi tunagombana ama tunataka kufanya nchi yetu kama inakuwa kama majirani, investor hawezi kuja hapa. Na sisi tunataka investor waje kwa wingi, na ndio ile vision. Mimi namsifu rais wetu na handshake na baba wakakaa chini, na sasa amefanya mambo ambayo ni mzuri sana kwa investors. Wakiona vitu kama hivyo, wanakuwa wanaona mabarabara ni easy to transport goods from A to B. Wanatengeneza poti. Hizo ni vitu ambazo investors wanataka. Tunataka electricity, maji, education, to educate children, ambao itakuwa ni urahisi wao kupata mafunzo ili kuweza kufanya kazi, sio kupatiana na shilingi 10. Na hawa mimi nawalilia sana youth, watumie kichwa, wasitumie roho yao, wawe waerevu, waende kwa pale mahali watafanyiwa kitu itawasaidia kwa wao na watoto wao. Wawe na vision ya kuona kuwa for the future and now and the future, sio kuwa tu wanakwenda wanasimama online wanataka pesa. Haisaidii kitu. Kwa hivyo mimi sina mengi, huwa nataka nitoe nafasi na wengine waseme. Mi bado niko hapa bwana. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you Bantu. Thank you so much kwa maoni yako. I will quickly respond to Geoffrey Ruto. He says, you guys must also accept that Rao has lost support in many of his strongholds. Evidence, prove it if you have a proof for that. Except for Aisha Jumwa, kuna mbunge mmoja ambaye ametoka ODM akajiunga na UDA. Sikumbuki, sioni. Governor, MCA
Obado tu peke yake.
Yeah?
Governor Obado anajaribu kurudi kwa baba. But it's kind of hard.
Obado anakuanga na chama yake ilishinda yakarudi ODM tena sasa yeye aelewa kwangi wewe. And is finalizing. So huyo ana cha kwake. So Geoffrey Ruto, ukitaka kutoa hoja, toa hoja na stakabadhi za kudhibitisha kwamba unasema ukweli. Kama ni masuala ya Halwale, nani Malala na nini, hao sahau. Hawaleti kura, walikuja kula kwa UDA. So watakula wakimaliza, hao ni watoto wetu, sisi ni Waluya. Eshenyu na eshenyu, wakimaliza kula watarudi, tutawapokea tu, hakuna shida sisi. Lakini eti tuwapatie cheo kwa sababu wameenda kula, hiyo sahau, forget kabisa. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. Look, especially Western Kenya is going to be very interesting. It's going to pull one of the greatest surprise, seconded by the mountain. I think it's going to be second to the mountain. The shock that will come from Western and the shock that will come from the mountain. Kuna watu watakuwa admitted. That's not prophetic. It is just analytical. Stony PK. Sema mambo.
Thank you, Bernard. I think this is very interesting. Kwanza acha nianze na hiyo ya what was his name? Huyu anasema baba is losing ground. Why I want to start Geoffrey. Why I want to start with that one, because I had lined three phrases that I really wanted to dismantle here tonight. And one of the phrases is that, we had that narrative being floated around. Oh, Baba is had lost ground. And then one big question was, lost ground to who and how? Because like if you talk of Central, Mount Mulima, where people are saying for the last 4 years is where Ruto has been going to woo the votes. It has never been Baba's region. So I did not see him losing anything. Then the second one, they were talking about Western, that, you know, he had lost a few here and there. Yes, we saw during NASA time, there was a blunder, you know, when we allowed that you could contest even if you are in NASA, you know. That was a technical blunder, which again, on Azimio side, or rather NASA side, they have corrected it almost immediately. Yeah, because you know, there was a places where we were competing against each other. You find Wiper competing against Orange and all that. So that was a technical blunder which I don't think will ever be repeated. That's the beauty of Baba and his team, because they put in a lot of brains in whatever they do, a lot of thinking. They have the serious think tanks, serious lawyers, serious politicians, serious technocrats. And that's why you see our blunders are not as many. Then there was this narrative of, you know, saying that politics is dirty. You know, that is sold to Kenya, and I call it defeatist. That was an old archaic theory that politics is dirty. Politics is never dirty. Politics is played by people. And how can it be dirty, and yet it's the one that drives the economies of the world? So it gets dirty when you have people like UDA, you know, playing it, because this is where people get annoyed with you, instead of knowing that this is a competition. And any competition has never been clean if the players are not clean. Even soccer, you know, soccer can be very rough. I remember during our days, we would go carrying easy rungu za hockey when we are going to meet Patch Lenana and all that. I was in Isli and Aquinas. Na itakuwa vita if it is not well controlled. Yet it is supposed to be an entertaining game. Same thing with hockey and all this. So any game, any competition, if it is not well managed and played by well coached people, watu kujua kwamba ni fair game, referee awe fair, it can turn out to be very, very dirty. So politics is beautiful, can never be bad. The other thing is, of course, I realized as Mio, they are demystifying these talks like to Aries, to human being, blah, blah, blah. They don't want to make mistakes. They want to get it from day one. And having that experience, going 4 times, you know, it is not easy. So everyone is on tour. People know that this leadership is not for Baba. It is for people who mean well to this country. That's why you find anybody who has gone away from that is anarukaruka, anayumba, because they have no direction. And, you know, you can't imagine, even if you try to combine people like Kalonzo, and I could see them trying to combine Kalonzo with Martha, that ticket can shake. That's a good ticket, but it is a good ticket too late, you know, because one thing that Kalonzo did, and I think he has been losing, is his cause, and that's why he has a lot of shaky grounds in Ukambani, is because of the way he has also been presenting himself of late. Kalonzo has never been emotional, but somewhere he has started developing that. You know, like when he was saying, for me to support Raila, itakuwa mimi ni mjinga wa mwisho. You know, people had a lot of respect for him, although they knew he has some cowardice in him. And, you know, people know that politics, usikae soft sana, you know. Sometimes you're supposed to groomer, but not insulting. And you're supposed to be, you know, assertive. So that actually is what even the Ukambani have seen. They have seen this gentleman, he has taken them too slow, just like the Madividi has done. For all those years, the Western, they have realized this, huyu jamaa hatatufikisha kwenye maji, you know, ni matheory mingi tu za economics, dini na nini, but he doesn't know how to go. He's not a go-getter, anangoja aletewe. Okay, same thing. So, and unaona sasa haka young guy coming from Ukambani, huyu anaitwa Mutua. That's why he's agitating, you know. He thinks maybe if he akopale, he can be able to grab things. Again, miscalculation. Lastly, also this phrase of yangu kumi, yake kumi, sijui na nini na nini. Those are again tired phrases that were sold into people until you find there are people who feel like they have been shortchanged, you know. So the opposite team dwells on very shifting, phrases, you know, like ni kama kulikuwa na mkataba, if it's not me, I mean, if it's after you, I'm after you, and that is what has fueled na ikafanya all their plans and all their activities is full of crying babies. They are just crying and wishing wanaweza kupewa. Lastly, the most unfortunate thing is that they all have miscalculated. Wakapitwa na wakati, but as I said from the beginning, if they were very, 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 very clever, ni kuswallow the pride and reverse kidogo, and they will all be welcome. Like in Azimio, I think we are ready to welcome all of them, including UDA master. Hata akija tutampanel beat na tuende pamoja, and then tarehe 9 we just jubilate together. Thank you.
Asante Stone PK, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako, tuendelee mbele. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's hear from Kenya, then Douglas, as I begin to, Themba has come, so that we move on. Kenya.
Okay, thank you so much. Themba, karibu sana. So
asante Kinywa, lakini watu si watoke, waachie wengine pia waingie watoe maoni yao. You can be coming, ukitoa maoni you drop off, you stay for like 1 hour, unarudi tena, ndio tuachie watu wengine pia studio.
Okay. Point noted.
Wacha niende kwanza. Good night, tutaonana kesho.
Sasa Themba, tunatoka tukiangalia, tunapata nafasi iko sasa, tukatae kuingia.
Nimesema tu ukishatoa maoni unatoka kidogo, unakaa kidogo, unaingia tena. Yani that is what I'm saying. I'm not chasing you guys away. I'm just saying kuna wengine wanakaa mpaka wanaanza kusinzia kwa studio. Sasa ukitoka kidogo achie mwingine apige maoni yake
unalala.
Okay, nitaanza kutoa
Alex.
Order everybody now. Order. Okay. Sasa tuende kwa Kenya atoe maoni yake. Ukimaliza maoni yako unaweza ngatuka, hakuna shida. Tunawashukuru nyote kwa kujitolea na kuhakikisha kwamba mko hapa. Unajua you make the show great by availing your views. It will be very disastrous to be in the studio alone, and you'll be lecturing these people for 8 hours. It's not possible. So thank you very much for everybody and your efforts to make sure that you are in the studio and making contribution. Just don't overstay for no apparent reason. That's what is being said. If you need to make submission, you can be on and off. It's still okay. You will always get an opportunity to come in. I remember yesterday somebody requested me to reserve a space for him. It's very difficult to reserve a space for one, but if you keep trying, you will always get that space, no matter what time you come in. You can also choose. The show begins as early as latest is 9 p.m. East African time, and we run all the way. Yesterday, I'm told you end up to 5 a.m. So you can set yourself that you will not come early, so that the people who come early will finish their submission, then you come in late, then you proceed until the end. It's ni mambo kujipanga. Thank you. Kenya, karibu.
Aya, asante sana. I'm so grateful and happy because the ideas that are being shared in this platform, they are very nice, and I think everybody and everyone out there should take them serious, because it's a learning platform too. Even if you are talking about politics, still it's a learning platform. You can know much about our government, our country. Yeah, all those things can be, someone can learn them from. Yeah, even those young youth who are aspiring to be MCAs, if they come here, they'll just learn more on how to conduct their politics and how to be to have a good leadership. So for me, my point, my submission will start with this issue of Oka. I think we are discussing about Oka too much, and I think these guys they need just time, as I said. Then if I go to, let me just talk a little bit about Ukambani. There is Kibuda, there is Mutua, and there is Ngiro. Do you know those three leaders? They are so influential. Those three leaders are so much influential. And you know, the effort of three leaders combined, it's not a joke. Those three leaders, if they combine the effort, they outdo Kalonzo very easily, because they are three leaders. Wakishikana wataondoa Kalonzo kwa mamlaka haraka sana. So I think the best idea, I think Kalonzo ni kuwasikia, atakangi kuwasikia. I'm sure Kalonzo want to show that ako capable enough na yeye akubali mtu junior politician akuje juu yake, but you can come and confirm like Charles Giro, it's mature enough in politics. Kibuda Kibwana is also mature enough in politics. Then we talk about Mutua. Mutua, at least he has worked with the government for some time, so a little bit he knows more of government operations. So if Kalonzo can go back to those three leaders and listen to them, I think Kalonzo presidential bid haiwezi potelea tu hivyo in one or the other, regardless of the time we are in. Maybe in 2027, he can be the right person to face this one William Ruto, because William Ruto, I see 2027, he'll be, at least he will be having a little bit of experience if he wants to. But if he doesn't want to listen, he will not. So, and if he chooses the good advisors, the learned people, the leaders, because right now I think the only person who can be a leader in this country, the leader, it's I can see only Raila Amolo Odinga can be a leader. Then in terms of the other two, the other people, Ruto cannot be. Ruto is just a politician. Kalonzo Musyoka can be a leader, but a leader who can be compromised very easily. He can be a leader, but a leader who can be compromised very easily. The same thing as Mudavadi too. Mudavadi is too slow. He don't act fast. Kalonzo is a little bit fast. Akina Mudavadi ndio wanamvuta nyuma kidogo. Ni vile it's easy to compromise Kalonzo, but Mudavadi is too slow. Then you come to someone like Gideon Moi. Gideon Moi is someone who can stand by his word. Gideon Moi can stand by its word, because if you just look for Gideon Moi life is ni mtu hajapatikana na mambo mingi, ni mtu ananga aongei mingi, so huyo mtu kumjua it's a little bit tricky until apate hiyo leadership. It can be very easy to know, but he seems to be a man of word. Now it's a cool guy. So that Oka principles in terms of Wetangula will just remain as a senator, because even the governor Wetangula cannot get in Bungoma. I've been in Bungoma for a long time. So for that one Wetangula cannot. Wacha tu anaweza kaa tu senator, the governor no. The presidential bid Wetangula, that is in 2060, if he will be alive there, not soon. So for those leaders, even ndivyo wako sasa hao. Then we comes to the government right now, the way things are. You know, we have peace in the country. The other day, Uhuru was in Kisumu. And it was so nice without Baba. It was so nice. Everything was very okay. Yeah, that's the country we need. Si ati mtu akitoka akuje aende Meru, hakuna mtu anaweza msikiza. You understand? Mtu akienda Mombasa, hakuna mtu anaweza msikiza. And that's why sometimes you find in government, there is a government can take place and you find there is a certain region that is being put on a side because of what? Since then, the way they have been treating the politicians, the leaders. So once that leader come in, he start looking otherwise. Watu hata walikuwa wananichukia sana, let me first nifanyafanyia wengine kazi kidogo. And that's why if the country tuko na peace vile tuko na peace saa hizi, I think Kenya saa hizi hakuna mahali Uhuru haezi enda, hakuna mahali Raila haezi kanyanga. If Raila is coming to Mount Kenya the way he wants, very comfortable. Tuko watu wengi. Me personally, I'm campaigning for that guy. Raila, unajua, it's a mature person, is a leader. Huyo ni mtu ana tamaa. Yes, ati yako na tamaa ya uongozi. Not a do or die. Yeye ni mtu mature, it's an elder. So it's someone who knows what the country need. Raila yeye hataki kuja, hataki pesa ya kununua chopa, hataki pesa ya kununua meli, hataki pesa ya kununua shamba, hataki, yani yeye hataki hizo vitu. Raila anataka kubadilisha tu Kenya peke yake, atupatie a good nice foundation na yeye aondoke so that we continue. So huyo siwezi mkompea na mtu mwingine yeyote. That's why I'm so eager and I'm campaigning and talking good of Azimio and Baba so much to people. Actually, I'm engaging youth day and night. At my workplace, they know. I normally tell them, if you know in future, if you have future to do business, you must know the government position. Unless if you don't want to be in a business or do investment in the future, that's the person who doesn't want to know which is how the government operates. But if you want to do investment, you have to know the future government itakuwa namna gani. Usifanye investment kwa serikali itakuja kuharibu hiyo investment yako. That's why lazima sisi wote watu wako na interest about the presidency. Secondly, nobody want to be poor in this country. No one want to be poor. And one point, the DP is showing us that he don't want us to be poor. Anataka watu wasikue maskini, mahasla, ataki mahasla, anataka matajiri. But on the other hand, ataki matajiri. You understand this confusing people. Staki mkue maskini, nataka mkue matajiri. But on the other hand, ataki matajiri. So what does that show? Mumchague aende, aanze kuwafinya mkae hapo. Ndio after 5 years, akuje tena. Unajua atakuwa kwa power, so anaweza control a lot of things. Akuje tena, wacheze hivi, mumchague, arudi tena. Juu mkikuwa matajiri, hataweza kuwa control. DP anataka mtu anaweza control. Kama hawezi kucontrol, hawezi kukubali kwa kampi yake. That's the point. That's why you see the government, Uhuru, Mr. President and Honorable Raila Odinga, they are so happy and so eager to welcome everybody, everyone. Yani kila mtu, wewe umekaribishwa kuja. All they need, once you come, they salvage you. You be a nice person, then the life goes on. So within a few time, I think tutapata a good leadership, tutapata MP wazuri, tutapata partners wazuri, because we are not looking for followers. Wenye wanataka followers, wewe wacha wakae huko, watafute followers, tukula kule hiyo pesa, tukula kule, ikiisha ni kujitoa tu. So that's the only thing that we want to do. Actually, I'm encouraging. Mukiletewa kuleni. Mi hata mtu akiniambia kuna mahali pesa Ruto anaitia na pesa, mtawabeba niwapeleke tukakule hiyo pesa. Once we get the money, we go back. That day tumekula lunch yake, we wacha akae hapo, because that our money, hiyo ni pesa yetu. And I keep on saying, I hate someone who nachukia mtu anachukia tajiri sana. Huyo mtu namchukia na roho yangu yote. If you hate a rich person, I hate you so much. Because if not for rich people, we cannot be operating in this country. We cannot be having jobs. You see, now those are the issues that they are trying to kill us with, but we understand them. We have done a good research. Na nasemanga neighbor yako akiwa tajiri, hata wewe uko sawa. Juu akipita akiweka fence ukute ya perimeter wall pande yake, hata wewe amekuwekea hiyo side yake. The other side mwingine akiwa tajiri akiweka perimeter wall pande yake amekuwekea pia. So at the end of the day, wewe utaweka perimeter wall a small place, hiyo ingine utakuwa umewekewa. That's why rich people are good in this nation. So those are my submission, na sisi Azimio tuko mbele.
Okay, thank you Bwana Kinyua, asante sana kwa maoni yako kwa kina, na ni muhimu tuelewe kila kitu. Kusisitiza ni tarehe 17 mpaka tarehe 9 ni 30 days za mass registration of voters. Usijaribu kupiga kelele hapa ya Azimio na UDA na huja register as a voter. Hujaenda kuconfirm kama jina yako iko kwa voters register. Hatutaki kura za mdomo, tunataka kura halisi. And we want these elections to be won fair and square. Hakuna abracadabra, no monkey business. We just want to get a clear-cut votes. I would also want to say something. There is somebody called Waluhu here says they are imposing Raila on the people. I don't know when was Raila imposed on the people, because he's been around the country asking them, mnataka niendelee ama asiendelee? And the people gave him the go ahead. So who is imposing Raila on the people? This is a part of the twisted line of thinking that is not valid. Let us, if you think Raila has been imposed on you, go and reject him on the vote. Go and reject him on the ballot, not with claims on the podiums of political rhetorics. Just prepare your numbers, go and vote against him. You will stop him because he has been imposed. But if all you're saying is that, I'm sure you wouldn't go far with that. Bonathemba, are you there?
Yes, sir.
I need confirmation. You are here to stay or you are on your way somewhere?
I've sent you a text.
Okay.
Why are you throwing beans? Mahali kuna mtama wengi. Mbona unatupa kuku kwenye mtama wengi? Ama ni mtama kwenye kuku wengi?
Unajua Kiswahili sio mdomo chako. Relax.
Unataka Alex anigonge na
Alex ametesa watu hapa na kizungu mpaka wakaanza kuteta. So akirudi tunarudisha show kwa Kiswahili tupu. Wale ambao hawezi Kiswahili hapa watoboi.
Sasa niongee ama vipi?
Yeah, ongea alafu tulete Joe hapa amefika.
Okay, good evening, good morning, good afternoon from wherever you are. First of all, I wish to appreciate the panelists who are here, and also really thank God that we are able to participate in a discourse that is building our country, Kenya. A lot has been said. I do not want to go back to it. I just want to go straight into the luncheon today, and also appreciate the other occurrences that took place. in my own understanding, I read the president's clearest yet indication of his direction on what he'd want to leave. And it was good that he called them, and it was good that he was able to address himself to two key things. One, the need for tolerance, the need for appreciation of political parties, and also the pending political parties bill that is in the Senate right now. And also that was the clearest indication on his direction as far as he wants the country to go. So for that reason, I think it was a good thing. I know several sentiments have come from the other side, and one that was laughable was the one that came from one Gachagua. I don't know, as the days are going by, they are beginning to run out of what to say. You could even see the rally at Ngong. They were really struggling to hype up the crowd, and they were busy saying, they say UDA people are tired, people are not responding as they were expecting. Gachagua tried the line of, Raila is going to State House to try and make Uhuru endorse him. But people were not really excited about that anymore. So I think there's a sense of desperation from that side. And as the wheel is being oiled on this side for the duel to start, the other wheel is grounding towards a halt, because they are continuously now showing a sense of exhaustion, and the deputy president is managing those forums in a way that he's trying to make it fast for them to complete, to stop, to not go towards the direction of continuing in the same propaganda. Of note also was the aspect that the deputy said that, I and the president. You see, you're talking about you and the president, yet a meeting that the president is addressing, you are not there. So the irony is that Uhuru Kenyatta and I brought in the universal, health coverage. But Uhuru Kenyatta is calling people in Azimio, and you are not part of that team. So even it embarrasses you that you are saying we are with Uhuru Kenyatta together, but I'm not where he is actually putting his troops together. That was so embarrassing even to the deputy president. He's coming up with the universal coverage. Of course, Baba has talked about Baba Care, so they're trying to do catch up now. That is the other thing that I like, that now they're doing catch up. They are trying now to expand their campaign to move away from attacking the person of the president, the person of Raila, to also now starting to address certain issues, which for me, I think is a good direction, and them playing catch up is a good thing. Gachagua was also trying, they're still going back to something that we have continuously said that we need to avoid in our talk as we are trying to who votes. Gachagua is still going to referring to Raila as wale watu wa kupiga mawe. Wale watu wa kutupa mawe is not referring to a person, that's referring to a community. And we have said that for as long as you keep setting communities against each other, you are not going to get votes. I don't know when they will learn from their rhetoric. But as Napoleon Bonaparte says, that you don't disturb your neighbor, your enemy, when they are busy making mistakes. So for me, I think if that is what is helping them, good for them. And finally, I want to say this, that in a fair political competition, you need a more organized platform than what we have seen in UDA. I think Baba has taken his time to organize the troops and to put the machine. Our building is as firm as its foundation. So if you have poor structure, after campaigning for 8 years yesterday that UDA was trying to put up a NEC committee that was the same one that they tried to deny that existed. And basically the people in the control are those people who are so close to the deputy president, you know, from his community. Those are the people who are calling shots in that secretariat. There was no Mama Mboga that was seen in that part. So we would have wanted to see in a semblance of representation of Mama Mbogas who are going to be going to State House next year. And I want to echo what someone, Eric, said, that you see, if you're saying you want to bring Mama Mboga to get up, and right now you're busy attacking those people who are up, are you saying therefore that you want to bring them up so that you attack them similarly? I think that is irony. So as we keep listening to them, we keep seeing them shooting themselves on the foot, which for me, I think is a good thing, because it's going to create for us a more easy decision making. Now, the road is setting itself that we are having color blue vis-a-vis color yellow. So you are either in the blue team or you are in the yellow team. The blue team is the one that brings all the country together, appreciating our differences and celebrating our strengths. The other one is dividing us. So we need to choose which side you are at. I think I'll stop there for now.
Okay, thank you, Themba. That is clear enough, I believe, for anybody to follow. And we all need to be sober to see these things for what they are. There is somebody by the name Cyrus Mwangi Maina on the comment section. Watch your language or you go. I said you don't meet people on online and begin to insult them. Kama huna point. Matusi yezi to translate ikue point. So organize your language or we just get rid of you. It is important that you respect people. We don't have to be uniform in order for you to appreciate that we are here. So watch out your language or we just get rid of you. That's the last warning. Next time, umeenda hivyo hivyo. Hatuchezi hapa. It's important that you respect people. Unaanza kutuzi watu umekuta nao online as who? If you are supporting Ruto, support Ruto on facts. If you are rejecting Raila, reject him on facts, not insulting people and using vulgar language. It's not allowed. Understand that. Thank you. Now, naomba sasa tuende kwa Joe. Ilikuwa tani ya Joe. Joe bado
something else, Bernard, I just remembered. If they feel that Raila is being imposed on them, why are they imposing Ruto on us also? Because we can also say that UDA is imposing Ruto on us. So let's stop imposing candidates on others. So even us, we don't want Ruto to be imposed on us. Which NEC or nomination committee nominated Ruto? There's no place where Ruto was nominated. So why are they imposing him on us? Who told them that we want him?
Thank you. That's a very good observation. You know, most people will accuse you for what they are causing, so that it does not appear clearly on their side that is exactly what they are doing. Because I'm yet to find any committee, hata ya wazee, ama ya vijana, ama wa mama mboga waliokaa chini wakasema mtu anayefaa kuwa rais ni William Ruto. The only thing I know is that William Ruto went to mama mbogas akasema mnifanye rais. Nataka kuwa rais. Nataka. Na urais ipatikani kwa sababu ya kutaka. Lazima Wakenya wakuje kukuomba. The best example, just before I bring in Joe, is the retired, we call him Attorney General Emeritus, Amos Wako. He said after he retired as an Attorney General, he was ready to stay in his compound and enjoy what he made as an Attorney General. But the people of Busia visited him, the elders, and say, you are still here. We want you to continue serving the people. So we beg you, accept to be our senator. The leadership that you present yourself and want to force people to accept you is wrong. I know politics are competitive, yes, but even in the competition, you don't break the laws of nature. The laws of nature of if it is due to public demand, then you offer yourself, you accept the people want to be served. But if you want to serve them so bad that you can now force yourself on them, it even makes you unfit. Joe, karibu.
Asante Bernard, welcome back. I don't know whether it's me to welcome you back or you to welcome me back. Jana nyote mlikuwa hamupo. Themba alienda, wewe ukaenda, mkawacha Patriot kumjua ukimwachia ushukani anaongea peke yake tu. Hakuna mwingine anaongea. I hope he's listening.
Haya ni mashtaka tumeandika chini, tutashughulikia.
All the same, he did a good job, eh? He dominated the way he likes to dominate, but he's a good presenter. I like him. He's a good friend. Anyway, Mimi, Leo, I don't have much to say because I think now we are almost talking the obvious things. The UDA and the brigade, Ruto, their game is just like finished. I think back in October in this show, I said that let's give it up to February, March, and I think it's coming to pass. Ruto has got nothing more to tell Kenyans. The Oka is also now following Ruto too. They also have nothing to tell Kenyans. Ruto and UDA brigade, you can see Gachagua. They're no longer in news like we used to see. They are now starting to sit on the backbench. Nearly all of them, especially from Central. And the ones that are from Rift are now also quiet. What we saw actually in Bomet was things to come. More are going to come on that. I believe Ruto is now desperate. He's confused. Anasemanga watu ni rudderless, planless na kadhalika. But now it's the one who is now coming to that position. Today is luncheon. It had to be done. I think so. Because the Uhuru had to build up for his endorsement of Raila. That's why he went to Nyanza, Kisumu, on his own, without anybody supporting him. You know, in the past, he could not go there on his own. Plans had to be made 3, 4, 5 months before he went there. But here he is, just waking up and going to Kisumu and the environs of Kisumu, Umabei, Mbita, without any local politician. So this is, I think, some of these bloggers have said this was to send a message to his people before he introduces Raila at Thika. And I think it was a wise move. He has to build a momentum before the actual Thika rally comes in. So today's luncheon, we saw a lot of things, different things. Chris was there, watu wa Ruto, watu wa Oka, they're all there. It shows that these people, Oka, hawana watu. Hata Mudavadi sahi akivuka ende kwa Ruto, the better. Mi sioni kama there's any value atapeleka kwa Ruto. Not even the perception that people say politics is about perception. I think the perception sahi hata Mudavadi hana, Weta hana. In Oka, I think it's only Gideon that holds some substance. So na yeye tunajua mali Mandele yuko. Kwa hivyo hakuna wasiwasi. Weta and all these guys can go to Ruto. Haina shida. So maybe at this point, this is what I can say, because nimeingia saizi, I've not heard what people have been saying, but I'll catch up. My other request is that when Themba is not there and Bernard is not there, please, I don't know what we can do, because kama jana the show was actually just dying down, nikabaki watu watatu, mimi niko kwa baridi huko nje, hakuna mtu anaweza niingiza. So kama ni laptop, mutembee na laptop mwe, popote mali mupo mnatuingiza, sababu saa zingine show inakufa haraka sana. Sisi ni watu wa kulala saa 8. Kama muna laptop museme tuchange.
I concur with you. Jana baridi ilikula watu. 3 people
ilikula watu sana, mbaya sana.
Pia mimi ni victim.
Mitambo ilikataa kufanya kazi. Sasa tufanyeje?
Also I'm the victim. Yesterday.
Huko na watu wako ng'ambo.
Mitambo ama Beno uliamua kupunish watu.
No, it wasn't.
Alienda kulala.
I did you know, my Wi-Fi has not been restored. You see, like right now, I'm still in my office.
Oh,
So
okay.
I have to
So
use
what is the problem with your Wi-Fi?
The home Wi-Fi was vandalized, so it's yet to be restored. In case ingine mrefu sana, bado sijamaliza. So now I have to stay in the office to do this show. And yesterday I tried to work with bundles, zikashindikana. Then I called in Themba to run the show. Mimi nimeenda kwa sababu imeshindikana. But now Themba pia sijui ni nini kilifanyika. But all the same,
we understand now. Thanks for the explanation.
Daktari akaenda kutibu.
So moderators ni sawa, tumeelewa. Naona the panel wamekubali. So next time
we are sorting that out. I have made an application for Safaricom. Ni wananichelewesha tu. Niletee hiyo line yao niendelee kama kawaida. But after that, I'll be ready to go on air anywhere. Either at the office or
otherwise, for your safety.
Thank you for your assurance.
Thank you. Douglas, karibu toa maoni yako. Tusonge mbele.
Okay, Bernard, thank you. And the panelists, I want to be brief, so that I can allow other people to come in. Now, I want to say there is a way a government is run. And in your government, you need leaders, number one. Okay, there's somebody who's
sorry.
Okay. Now, I was saying there is a way a government is run. You need leaders in your government. You need technocrats. You need people who can do the economics for you. You need bulldozers. That's very important for any government. You need, lastly, you need politicians, those who can be a shield and a guard for your, because everything is from politics. Now, Raila and the Azimio team and his brother Uhuru have realized that. And a government is what we call in business or in accounting, it's a going concern. It's not something that is dying today. It's something that should be there tomorrow, the other day, and the other day. But now, when you look at the DP, he has been in government, which should be a going concern, which he should have known that after Uhuru has left office, I'm the one to take over according to their last agreement. But he dishonored the agreement, and now you hear him in the campaign saying, tutabadilisha uchumi. Meaning, what they are doing now is not what they pledged in 2013 and 2017 to the Kenyans to do. How do you dare say that tutabadilisha? So meaning you are undermining your boss that what you've been doing, sir, is not the right thing. And that is a wrong perception. And by that, he's just lost value in the face of Kenyans, and people who are sober have lost hope in him. And that is where he's losing. And again, when you want to organize your government, look at the kind of people he's working with. They regard these, the Ngujiris, the Aisha Jumuas who wanatingiza tu viuno, the likes of Osoros. Who among those people are you going to appoint as the finance minister? Who are you going to appoint as the internal security minister? Who are you going to appoint as the devolution minister? Honestly, where are you taking the country? So you lose that value that is attached to a leader of a stature of a president. And the Azimio team have realized that, and that is why they are assembling their troops. And as we speak and going forward, the team has already been formed, and even the resignation of the cabinet secretaries and the PSs on come this February won't affect much, because these people, they have really organized themselves well, and they know where the government is going. And now that is why we need to take it up from there. The foot soldiers now, the right-minded people, the people who know where the country is going. We need now to resonate with what the leaders are telling us up there. And I'm a bit skeptical about these people, the UDA people, the way they are presenting the facts and the way they are doing their things. And let me say this, the meeting that was in Kajiado today, the campaign that was in Kajiado today, is a reiteratory move to what is going to happen in Thika. Somebody saying somebody is going to State House to be imposed on Kenyans. Somebody rightly said there is no NEC that has approved the Ruto to come and to ask for votes. Nobody has told him that go now ask for votes. All these others, wameenda kwa NEC zao, they've been given out. But where has he been given out? And again, you see, when he was launching his official campaign, where did he go to? He went to Eldoret and Bomet. What does that tell of you as a leader? That look, hii serikali ni yetu na ni yetu. Wale watu wengine vile walikuwa natuambia 2013 watameza mate tukikula nyama, and that is not what we want from a leader of that caliber. We need somebody who is national, who can unite all the people, and all that we need. And wherever you are, guys, preach peace and unity and togetherness, because that is the fabric that unites us, and that is the only capital we have for our businesses, for our hustles, and for everything that we do. We need peace, we need tranquility, we need cohesiveness, and we need a mind that moves the country together. So you guys, thank you. It's been a pleasure having been in the show. Let's meet in the next show. Thank you, Bernard and others. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Douglas. We appreciate your contribution. Let's keep talking. And let me say this before I bring in Penny. Penny was here and left before tuende kwa Kel. Tumsikilize Penny kwanza. It is like UDA people don't like vitendawili. They don't like medali. They don't like misemo. But I think it is about time DP will begin to appreciate that njia ya muongo ni fupi. You can't use lies to forever. They will catch you in some place. All the same, Penny, karibu.
Asante sana. Sijui nini kilifanyika nikatoka, lakini give me about 10 minutes please, I will be back.
Okay, thank you. Be back when you are ready.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Bwana Kelly, uko wapi tena? Umeanza buffering. Okay. Alex? Kelly, are you ready? Wapi mtu? Okay, Alam, how are you? Kwani wanakuja kutusoma nini? Hebu Bantu shikilia tuende.
Asante
Njia
sana
muongo
Ben.
ni fupi. Tufafanulie. Wewe ndio mwenga uliopo.
Asante sana Bernard, unanichekesha lakini vile vile nitatoa. Bernard, alikuwa nataka kuongezea kidogo kulingamana na constitution yetu, kwa sababu constitution yetu bado ni changa sana, na saa ingine naona watu wengine watangatanga wanajaribu kusema kwa nini tunaingilia constitution, na hii ni almost 10 years old. Kuna nchi nyingi sana ziko na constitution ambazo nyingine zina more than 200 years old. Kwa hivyo natakana, ikiwa inawezekana, tuna amend some parts of the constitution, kwa sababu ukiangalia kama example ya DP vile anafanya kwa vice president, ni kitu ambayo siwezi kuona nchi nyingi wanafanya vitu kama hivyo. Kwa hivyo iwe itakuwa amendment ama kuweka sheria, ikiwa hata kama ni rais ama ni makamu wa rais, ikiwa huwezi kufanya kazi kuajilisha vile umeapa kwa wewe utasimama na ufanye yale ulikuwa unahitajika kufanya, na ukiwa huwezi kufanya, basi constitution pia inaweza kufanya automatic wewe uresign. Sasa sijui Bernard, una mawaidha gani kulingamana na kitu kama hiyo? Asante sana.
Okay, thank you, Bandu. That's a
Bernard.
very... Yes, Alex.
Maliza, and then I'll just add one small thing.
Okay, I'm saying that's a very interesting observation, and it's something that we need to ventilate on it. I think we should have a whole show on the same, because the deputy presidency is becoming a stumbling block to becoming president immediately, in the sense that you are a principal assistant to somebody who's leaving office, and you want to be next in line, and in this next in line, you either play ball or go against your master, and when you go against your master, you will be blocked. So it's something that the constitution needs to clear. My suggestion would be, if you accept to be deputy president to an exiting president, I think you should reserve your presidential ambition until the next cycle of elections, when you'll be free completely. That one you will have less battles, other than using your deputy president as a stepping stone to presidents. You can use it because of course you have gained experience, just like Kibaki was vice president for many years, then tried to become president, lost twice, and then the third one he succeeded, but it wasn't immediately. This immediately becoming president is becoming tricky. Yes, Bantu.
Nilikuwa nataka kuongezea, sorry Bernard, alafu uendelee kutufafanulia, kwa sababu mimi si mtu ambaye niko na politics, mimi ni sportsman, ndio nanikute watu wanaongea politics kama Alex na kijana yule Katwe pia ametupotea. Naona mna express vizuri wewe, Temba na wengineo. Kwa hivyo ni kwa sababu ana show bad example. Sasa ikiwa yeye atafanya namna hiyo, inaonekana Kenya itakuwa kwa siku za mbeleni wanakuja watakuwa wakifanya hivyo hivyo, kwa sababu we have to stop this once and for all, this kind of nuisance. Ikiwa you don't do what you are supposed, ni kama kuwa uko kazini, wewe uandikwe kazi alafu ufanye kazi miaka mitano, alafu wewe hiyo miaka mitano tena iliyobakia usije kufanya kazi. Unafikiria sasa hiyo tajiri ni sheria uputwe kazi tu uende zako? Ni hapo tu, ni hiyo tu. Asante sana Ben.
Yeah. Okay. One thing is that offices don't make people. It is people that make offices. So whatever character you have, that is the character you will display. And I am sure Kalonzo has been vice president for Kibaki. We didn't have all this. In fact, Kalonzo had a very rough time. And I think one of the things that disturbed Ruto was Kalonzo and Kibaki with Raila as prime minister. You remember the Grand Coalition? And Kalonzo had difficulties playing the third fiddle because alisema atapita katikati yao, lakini ilipofika huko juu kupita katikati ikashindikana. But eventually Kalonzo studied the mood and began to play ball, and they had a smooth flow. You don't have to defend a position. You just need to function. Being deputy president means is a position for you to function. It is not a position for you to hold on and fight to retain. So kama wewe ni principal assistant, kazi yako ni kuassist nani? President. Sio kupigania kuwa deputy president. Si ushashinda kwa kura, ushafanyika deputy president. So utaenda kufight tena ku retain deputy president who is taking it from you. The constitution has already given it to you. So this is somebody who is insecure. Ana uhakika na yeye mwenyewe, anaona kila kitu kinakuja kunyang'anya. Ndiposa katika mawazo yake yeye anaona tu watu wakikutana wawili watatu wanamzungumza, ama fulani wakienda kwa lunch na mtu wanampiga yeye. So it's an inbuilt thing whereby somebody is insecure. Na kama tukiangalia historia, nchi yetu ina suffer today because of insecure leaders in high offices. Wakati Jomo Kenyatta aliingia kwa ofisi kama rais, okay, hakuwa na tajriba ile ambayo inaonyesha kwamba yeye ni rais tosha. So ikawa jukumu lake la kwanza ni kuonyesha dunia nzima na Kenya mzima kwamba yeye ni nani? Ni rais. Ndiposa alifika mahala ambapo aliban tulikuanga na presidents of companies, just like we have the president of Safaricom, the president of this and this. He banned that title from everybody, ili yeye peke yake akwe referred to as president, watu wengine wakuwe chairman na hii matitles zingine. That is a sign of an insecure leader. When you are dealing with an insecure leader, you're dealing with a very dangerous person, and until he overcomes that insecurity, he will not be able to function right. And then look at the group he's putting together. He's putting together a group of yes people around him, people that cannot challenge him. That's another evidence that he is insecure. Contrary to Baba wants to work with people that can work, who have brains. Even when they understand more than he does, he's still secure in himself. Anajijua yeye ni kiongozi na hawa watu wamekuja kumsaidia. Haoni hawa watu wamekuja kumthreaten. You see, even when Oparanya said is going for the ODM ticket, and Joho said ODM ticket, and this other person came up, there was no quarrel on the matter. Why? We are dealing with a secure leader. Anajijua, anajua uwezo wake, na anajua kama anataka kiti, atapewa ama hatapewa. So William Ruto has a growing to do. That's my opinion. He has a growing to do, and he needs to outgrow his insecurity. Ili akiwa rais ama akiwa kiongozi atakuwa mkamilifu ndani yake yeye mwenyewe, ili afanye kazi na wengine bila kuwa threatened that this person knows more than me. If I bring him closer, he's going to topple my government. He's going to overthrow my government. He's going to have more influence than me. Hiyo ndio utoto ambaye Jakindube alikuwa anaongea kuhusu. Kiongozi lazima ukue secure in yourself. If you are not secure, hautatoboa. Na siasa is you have to be on toes. But in that on toes is not to safeguard your place, is to function well in your place. So if William Ruto facilitated Uhuru's presidents well, we wouldn't even know these things. Atungejua hizi mambo zote. Lakini kwa sababu alikuwa insecure na ikamu-expose, akaongea too much, akatoa makucha too early. Sasa we know too much about him, which we did not know in the first place. So it is important when you cool down and study the situation, then function in the place. Wewe ni assistant, assist. Wacha mambo mingi ya kupiga kila mtu ako karibu na rais. Hawa watu hawajakuja kuchukua ofisi yako, wamekuja kukusaidia kufanya kazi. So unataka kupigana na Matiang'i, unataka kupigana na hii ministry, kupigana na hii ministry. Where's your bulldozer? I mean, you can't be everywhere all the time. So shida tulio nayo sio eti deputy president ni mbaya, ni one person in the name of William Ruto who has not matured to know that you can be second and satisfied. You can be second and satisfied. Wewe ulimsaidia rais akafanya kazi yake na ikafaulu. Just like there has not been, after the handshake, hatujaenda kwa street, hata tuna miss kwenda kwa street. Okay? Kwa nini? These people are working together in harmony in such a way that kama kuna shida, wataongea na mambo itafanya nini? Itaisha. Kama kuna corruption issues, they talk to each other. Nobody's threatened by another. But the moment you begin to be threatened by somebody who is working for you, you are sick. I always say that insecurity is when a leader, okay, begins to fight his assistant, wherever. A leader fights his assistant for being at peace with his own shadow when he's busy fighting his own shadow. I don't know how, whether that is confusing. I'm insecure, I'm fighting my shadow. But when I look at my assistant, he's too calm and he's not bothered. So I wonder, why is he not fighting like I am fighting? So you begin to fight or ask people to fight just for the sake of fighting, which in my opinion is not. Bantu, swali lingine ama ni tusonge mbele?
Ya, ni kitu kingine ni kulingana, nilikuwa nataka kuzungumzia hii impeachment. Sijui kama, maanake mimi nimeondoka kitambo sana na sielewi kunaendelea vipi, kwa sababu impeachment pia ndio inaweza tumika pia kwa mambo kama, sijui kama iko ama hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Na kitu nyingine ya pili ni Bernard, sengine unaona mpaka sasa hujafiksi hiyo nini yako ya kupata kwa Safaricom. Sisi tunaweza pia kusaidiana kukupatia nini credit within seconds. Unaweza kuwa na credit kama za 2000 shillings or 1000 shillings mpaka utakapokuwa mambo yako yamekuwa sawasawa. Kwa hivyo ukiwa inawezekana ukipatia namba hiyo inakuwa ni in seconds, unaweza kufikishia kwa Safaricom ukawa na credit ya 1000 or 2000 mara moja. Tunataka uwe hapo saa yoyote. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you Bantu for
Mzee ameongea vizuri sana.
We'll sort that out. We'll sort that out. Now,
Bernard,
let me respond on the issue of impeachment. Namba yangu nitaweka huko kwa private chat. Now, on impeachment is provided for in the constitution. That is the way to deal with the if somebody abuses the office, but the threshold is very high because you need to get 2/3 in the parliament to impeach a deputy president. So it's not a walk in the park. And that means whatever he has committed needs to be very grave. So it's kwenye allegation, ni kitu ambayo inaonekana wazi. Unaona kama kwa mfano unakumbuka nani deputy chief justice Nancy Baraza, kama unakumbuka kile kitendo ambacho alifanyia dada moja kwa supermarket, alafu akaitwa tribunal, akaenda mbele ya tribunal akajitetea, lakini kulingana na evidence iliyotolewa ikakuwa ni ngumu sana, hawezi kurudishwa, so akaonyeshwa mlango. So ni swala kama hilo, you must be able to prove that this person has committed a crime and or he has abused office and is evident, and then you table it before the parliament. And if the parliament will be convinced, like they were convinced on Waititu case, uliona vile Waititu alienda in the afternoon, kama Songo vile alienda in the afternoon, vivo hivyo. So impeachment is part of the provision, but shida inatokea wakati ambapo shida imekuwa na Jubilee government ni kwamba kulikuwa na serikali mbili ndani ya moja. Hiyo ndio shida, ili wabunge fulani wako loyo kwa deputy, wabunge wengine wako loyo kwa president, na wakati kunatokea swala kama hilo hakuna kukuja pamoja, hawa wanavuta huku au wanavuta huku. So it was very technical. Let's settle it there. Wapi huyu Penny, are you now ready?
Yeah, I can talk. I can talk for a minute. Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Are you ready?
Yeah, I can talk. Yeah, good afternoon, good night.
Sikupati
Bernard.
clearly, kuna sauti nyingine inatokea huko. Kuna nini?
Okay, wacha nikupige basi. Wacha nipige. Hiyo ndio tabu nayo. Just give me another 5 minutes.
Bernard, wachana na pen, ajipange, patia mtu mwingine.
Zimesema Kelly Maingi.
Bernard, niko na jambo moja. Okay, sawa. Okay.
Subiri kwanza Kelly, nilisahau Alex.
Okay, sawa. Acha Alex ongea. No, Bernard, kuna jambo na nashukuru kwa kunipa nafasi tena. I didn't want this to evade us today because I think personally there is some satisfaction I got today, and it's a paradoxical satisfaction. The reason I say so is anybody who comes to close proximity with the man William Samoei Ruto, his intellectual capability in a hemorrhage to a point that you start questioning their education. I personally, as an individual, I don't know kama mtu anaitwa Boni Alwale can do a surgery for me, the fact that the way he behaves. But that is not what today in the media, you saw one man who's supposed to defend the Law Society of Kenya, who's supposed in the pinnacles and the echelons of his career as the chair of LSK, the court has removed him. Never in the history of a Law Society of Kenya that their fellow people could not remove him. They went to court. Now the court has forcefully removed him. You know, and this man is presenting himself to us as the next member of parliament in Westland, in the city. I think within the ranks and files of Abaluya people, you need to question yourself, some of your intellectuals you have. If it has hemorrhaged to a point whereby you're giving us people like Boni Alwale and somebody like Nelson Harvey, a man who was given the LSK on a silver platter after it was elevated to Maraga. You remember that is the time and a jurisdiction was given, never in the world, to nullify an election. And Kenyan legal fraternity were riding high, whereby they could go anywhere in the world and say, we have an independent judiciary. But the man has reduced the LSK to a laughingstock. In fact, today, nobody was trusting even the LSK. But we have evaded to congratulate the courts for doing that. Remember, Nelson Harvey is no longer our LSK chairman. The man, I think, should be put into the dustbin of judiciary or the dustbin of politics, because he has reduced an institution that we so fear into something that we didn't even want to hear about. If you heard that LSK inaenda kupigania kitu yoyote and Nelson Harvey was the one who was there, we didn't even want. The guy was fighting even petty things, and the people he was presenting even criminals. You saw even the cases he was taking last minute. As a legal scholar, the people who have been there like Munya, Ahmed Nasir, Okongo Mogeni, we may differ with them politically, but intellectually, people like Ahmed Nasir, we admire them. We wish they were in our side, but I will never admire one man called Nelson Harvey. Thank you so much.
Bernard, allow me to rebut Alex, because allow me to rebut
Ngoja
Alex.
kwanza, I want to correct Alex. Halwale cannot conduct that surgery. He's a gynecologist.
Yeah, I want to rebut Alex on the issue of Harvey. The first one is that our feelings towards Harvey or non-feeling towards him should not influence our perception of what's going on. LSK is a professional body. It has its own internal issues that that have marked the reign of Nelson Harvey. So, as a professional organization, I think we allow them to fight their professional wars. There are those who are feeling that Harvey had done a good job at the helm of LSK. And of course, there are those who felt that he hasn't done a good job. So I think that is neither here nor there. Secondly, I think it is wrong for Alex, as one person who is in the most progressive society, to suggest that there are people who should not be represented in a court of law. A lawyer goes to court not necessarily to, is trained to be a lawyer to represent clients who even an accused person is a client. So to suggest that he shouldn't be having certain clients, I think also is too much for Alex, especially to have such a kind of a suggestion. I would expect him to give a better reasoning than that, especially that he's in a very progressive society. So let us keep professional issues about LSK different. For me, I would address myself to Harvey as a politician, Harvey the politician. I know he's picked a strategic move because definitely the other side, the basket is full. There are too many people who are interested in Azimio ticket. So, and definitely he would not find a very safe ground in that side because number one, in the LSK fight, they have had issues with one, the Secretary General of ODM, who is Sifuna. They have not had a very cozy relationship at the LSK, and so I don't think Harvey is one to humble himself and imagining that he's coming to be led by Sifuna. That is not something that he would have wanted to do. So as for his professional practice, the LSK politics, I wish that we let them fight that. The court had ruled that within 21 days, if they have done nothing, then a caretaker committee comes in, and that is what has happened. So that's a court order that has been followed. So I don't think Alex should invite himself to fight the wars of LSK, a professional body that operates independently in Kenya. Thank you.
I wish to put a rebuttal there.
Quickly, please. Tunapaswa kwenda kwa Kelly. Kelly amesubiri sana.
First and foremost, there is that conflict of interest. What LSK stands for and the kinds of cases it takes for the sake of Kenya and other institutions. That is why Nelson Harvey has to toe the line on how to conduct himself as the chair of LSK. And the other rebuttal I wanted to make is that Nelson Harvey has put himself in the public domain so that we can criticize him. So he cannot run away from that. Remember, we will do that.
Alex, LSK does not represent anyone. Lawyers are the ones who represent people. LSK is a society for lawyers.
Of course it does, but they have interests. When we have like election petition, they have interest, my friend, and that's why
they can be amicus curiae, friends of the court in one way. But
the fact that they can be given that opportunity.
Lawyers go there in their individual capacity. When Harvey is going to court, he's not going as the president of Law Society. He's going as Harvey the lawyer. You need to demarcate that.
Order, both of you. Thank you very much for your bringing LCK politics here. From where I see it, Harvey's presidency of LCK was stormy. it was questionable. There were a lot of things that played. So he has not settled down in that office. And I don't think there has been much that has taken place because he has been in and out of office, Mara competing with Wu and all that. So Harvey has had a stormy leadership of LC, wherever. Wherever the law firm, is it the law firm or the law society? The Law Society of Kenya. I think is the least, if my memory serves me well, he's the one who has served LCK at this point in time, but not much impact. You know, LCK used to be something serious.
That was my point.
Yes, it used to be something very serious, especially when it came to violations of the constitution, or violation of the law, abuses. They are the people that helped a lot with the what is it called, activism, and these other human rights issues. But Harvey, you see, has been playing, sitting on the fence. Mara is this way, Mara is that way. He's undecisive on matters. In my opinion, he has not provided leadership. He's not different from the FK, the football man. The what is his name?
Nick Mwendo.
Nick Mwendwa and Harvey are in the same league. They are playing the same game and they have lost it. That is my humble submission. Kelly, kuja mara moja kabla watu wanipige mawe.
Mimi sitaongea mambo ya Harvey.
Of course tutakupiga mawe. Yeah. Usiongee mambo ya Harvey. Mambo ya Harvey achia lawyers wangangane naye.
Unajua ukiwa mtu wa sheria alafu mnaanza kutusomea mistari yenu ambayo inatuchanganya na ndio pesa zetu zinaenda hivyo. Anyway, today State House imetuonyesha njia. I think anyone who has ears and eyes knows the direction now. The line is drawn, and I think if you are smart enough, the only direction you need to look is thicker. Mimi kama sasa tunaongea Thika Road, naelekea. That's why I'm waiting. Because the moment Uhuru akizungumuza, tumemaliza kazi. I don't know if you guys can understand what I'm saying. But mimi sichukiagi Ruto, nawaambia, simchukia as a human being, ni policies zake za kisiasa zinazichukia. Na nimeona ni kama yeye na Mudavadi siweke tofauti sana. Hawajui kusoma nje, hawajui kusoma environment. Hiyo ndio inakuwaga shida yangu na Ruto. You see, you need to know when environment, when it's becoming cloudy, unaona hii ni mvua inakuja, unakamata umbrella mbio. So that is what Ruto hakuona. I'm saying if Ruto could have seen Baba coming to greet, wakati Baba alipeana mkono, Ruto angekuwa kwanza kupeana hiyo mkono. These things would not have gone this way. Kitu ya pili, I was talking to some guys and we were discussing about did really Ruto and Raila had something in, not Ruto, not Raila, Ruto and Uhuru. Hiyo Ruto yao kweli, did they have something in common ama ni coincidence tu iliyoleta ya kuepuka kwenda Hague? You know, that's what we are now seeing. Because when they were talking about the big four and every third that they were talking when they were campaigning, ukiangalia kwa ufupi, it's like they were talking of two different things. Why would you talk about mambo ya barabara nini na stima, na ukiangalia unaona Uhuru, that is what is building now, highways, super highways, steamers, kina Kipevu and everything.
Then the guy whom you are campaigning with and who wants to improve what you are talking about anakuja anaongea kuhusu mama mboga, anaongea kuhusu boda boda, anaongea kuhusu wheelbarrow. There's no way those two things are coming together. Those two things are too different. Too different. That means huyu Ruto na Uhuru from the word go they were not together. Ama kama sio hivyo, kwa ufupi, Ruto never understood Uhuru. That would be my next argument. Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, because hakuna vile tunaweza kuwa tunaongea mambo ya kujenga barabara na wewe unakuja unaanza kuongea mambo ya mboga. Hakuna vile tunaweza kuwa tunaongea mambo ya kipevu, wewe unakuja unaongea wheelbarrow. Sasa wheelbarrow itakunywa mafuta gani? So that is two things that I'm seeing that makes me kind of feel like Ruto, I don't know even if he knows what he's doing. Because in 21st century, even the campaign is doing in this century, hiyo ni campaign ya 18th and 19th century. All countries are moving towards 5G. This guy is talking about wheelbarrow. He's talking about mboga. That means I wish country yake watu vizuri. Well, other countries are moving. Ukisikia zile countries tulikuwa pamoja 1963, kina South Korea, kina Singapore, na hizo zote Malaysia, those countries are very far away from us because tumekuwa tukifikiria mama mboga all through. Tumekuwa tukifikiria mambo ya wheelbarrow all through. So it's time we need to change. And there's no way we can have that change Ruto akiwa. Uhuru ametuonyesha njia. Mimi nilikuwa na wasiwasi, saa nyingine nilikuwa nasikia Itumbi hapo anasema bado atacheza Raila. Lakini mpaka hapo tumefika. I swear hata Uhuru akacheza Raila is too late. Raila ameponyoka nayo. Mimi naachia hapo for now.
Okay, thank you Kelly. I believe that's clear enough. Na wote tupatikane Thika Road tukielekea kwa mkutano maalum, historical meeting. Yes, where is this
Ben?
Is this captain?
It's Ben.
Niko hapa, mbona Temba anataka kunikata?
Wewe captain, kuja polepole. Nani anataka kukata? Wapi kisu?
Kuna sauti mahali, labda aongee tu kwanza alafu nikuje. Inahusiana na Kelly.
Sawa sawa, we toa maoni yako ndio tumsikilize Penny.
Niendelee?
Endelea captain.
Okay, asante sana Bernard. Nimesikia Kelly vile amesema. Walikuwa na wasiwasi sana, sijui Uhuru alikuwa anafanya nini. Najua Kelly, siasa ya Kenya inabadilika bwana. Bado tuko mbali sana kabla tufike mwezi wa hata kuanza kampeni hata haijatangazwa. Na tayari mnataka kutusukuma ni kama kesho ndio tunaenda State House.
My friend, sasa hata akibadilisha is too late. Hii imeenda.
Hata wakati ule mwingine, wakati wa 2017 ndio tukarudia election, tulikuwa tunaona kabisa baba amechukua. Lakini kwa mshangao tulikuja baadaye tukaona tena anasusia hiyo uchaguzi. Okay, hii sijui shida ni nini na hii wheelbarrow inasumbua watu hii wheelbarrow. Wheelbarrow imeleta shida sana tangu ianze. Kwa sababu tukisema nchi kama Singapore iko mbele, lakini sisi bado tunaongelea wheelbarrow, hauwezi sema tunaongelea machungwa. Wheelbarrow imekuja just the other day, hata haijamaliza wania. Machungwa imekuwa sijui kutoka mwaka gani, ikiwa tu ODM hivyo, lakini amuongelei. Tungefuata hiyo ODM hiyo miaka yote, nafikiri sasa hata tungekuwa mbali zaidi kuliko Singapore. Are you seeing? So if we are reducing Kenya that Singapore, Kenya ingekuwa mbele ya Singapore kwa sababu ya hii wheelbarrow imekuja like last year, then we are wrong. We are wrong. Hakuna mahali tulisema tunapeana wheelbarrow iwekwe mafuta, ama kuna mahali ilisemekana wheelbarrow inapeanwa kwa mtu. Wheelbarrow is just a mark kulingana na sheria za IBC. vile mnatumia machungwa kule, ama vile tulikuwa tunatumia mikono mbili kusalamiana kwa Jubilee, pia wheelbarrow ni hivyo hivyo. Hii wheelbarrow isiwapatie sleepless nights. Waja tuanze campaign vizuri, alafu tuwachanganye kidogo kidogo hivi namna hii, muone vile tutafanya kwa uchaguzi, tutafanya kwa debe huko. Tutawapanga tu, tutawapanga. Ngoja kwanza nimalize ndio ukuje. Unaona? Ukiangalia sasa, narudi sasa hapa UDA, hapa ni kwetu. UDA iko na mikora. Nimesikia sijui kwa mycologist. Kwa mycologist ni nini Bernard? Mimi sijui. Ni mtu anafanya nini?
Daktari wa kina mama, wa kuzalisha kina mama. Masuala ya
Mukunga.
Sio mkunga, daktari wa hiyo reproductive system ya kina mama.
Hiyo ni kora hiyo, hakuna madaktari wako hapo. Mungu tunatambua peke yake ni William Ruto. Botany and zoology, hiyo ni daktari ya ng'ombe sijui na nini. Wengine madaktari wote hao mikora na wakalwala hao. Hata engineer, kuna maengineer wengine wanajiita engineer. Hata hawezi tengeneza barabara. Hiyo yote mikora hizo. Kuna kazi wanafanya hiyo. Mtu peke yake mwenye naweza sema ana practice.
Captain.
Ana practice nini law. Ana practice kile kitu amesomea. Ni mtu kama Orengo. Orengo ameshinda kotini akitetea watu. Hawa ndio tunawatambua. Lakini hawa wamebeba jina tu bure, sijui Dr. sijui nani, sitaki nisitaje jina ya mtu. Hiyo ni mikora wanajitafutia huko UDA huko. Na wengine wanajitafutia hata huko State House. Waende huko.
Captain, ni maengineer wa wheelbarrow.
Sasa ndio mnalalamika ati itakunywa mafuta. Hiyo ni nembo tu tumeweka, tunatumia tupeleke State House. Lakini wakitaka kukuja kututengenezea mguu ya wheelbarrow, wataitengeneza tu, hatutawakataza. Unaona? So
mnachukua muda kuelewa maneno baba.
Wewe ndio unachukua muda kushindwa kuelewa wheelbarrow tumetumia tu kama nembo ya ODM, kama machungwa. Wewe ndio uelewe wheelbarrow.
Captain.
Hatujasema tunapeana wheelbarrow.
Captain subiri. Shida yetu sio wheelbarrow na sio nembo ya wheelbarrow. Shida yetu na Daktari William Ruto ni moja tu. 2013 William Ruto alisema maisha ya analog imeisha. Tumeenda digital. Okay?
Yes.
Tusizungumzie maneno ya jua kali sijui nini. Kila kitu tunaenda kufanya kwa internet. Kazi kwa
digital government.
Watapewa wifi ya bure.
Digital government.
Kazi kwa internet, watengeneze pesa. Hatuwezi kurudi nyuma kwa analog when the whole world has gone technologically advanced.
Very good.
Wakati huo mimi nilikuanga NASA blogger.
Yes.
For the first time nikaanza kudoubt hii maneno ya NASA, nikasema hawa vijana wako na point. Sasa kumaliza 2017 yule mtu alisema tunaenda mbele na internet, tunaenda mbele na technology. Anaturudisha 16th century with wheelbarrow. How do you believe such a person?
Unajua sasa Bernard, kitu moja ile kuja ikalete shida. Wakati sisi tunaendesha serikali hapa, big four agenda nini, baba akaingilia hapa bana. Sasa ikabidi sasa tukarudi analog. Unaona?
Baba kwanza alikuwa tangu miaka yote. Baba amekuja juzi.
Analog ama Ruto ndo alichukua analog kwa sababu baba ameenda.
Ilibidi turudi kitu inaitwa drawing board. Juu sasa kuna unaona ile baba anaitanga mamba ilitufunga tu kufika Canaan. Baba sasa akakuja kutukata katikati hapa, tukarudishwa huko nyuma sasa tukarudi drawing board.
Sasa kurudi drawing board si unachora kitu kingine mzuri kuliko ile.
Wheelbarrow sio ya kupea kila mtu aweke mafuta. Ni nembo tunatumia.
Hata mkirudi drawing board, mnarudi 19th century. Lazima muende mpaka 16.
Sasa tumebaki na machungwa. Tumebaki na machungwa miaka ngapi?
My friend, hata kama tungechukua literary vile unasema, Machungwa, tukikuza machungwa vizuri Kenya, tutengeneze majuisi Kenya, ichumi itapanda. Wheelbarrow, tukiamua kutumia wheelbarrow kujenga barabara hii super highway tutamaliza miaka ngapi?
Super highway si ilishajengwa ikamalizika. Unataka kujenga super highway gani tena?
Si ya kwenda Eldoret. Iko super highway mpaka Eldoret.
Patia sisi serikali 2022 utaona vile tutajenga. Pea sisi sasa. Wacha hii ya kuuliza hapa. Pea sisi practical things, you will see wonders in Kenya, my friend.
My friend, hiyo ni ndoto.
Hamwezi tengeneza chochote mpaka mpate serikali.
Sasa tuko serikali bwana, tunapigwa teke.
Tuko kwa serikali sasa, mnafahamu mnatengeneza. Tayari mngekuwa mshatuonyesha by example.
Si tunawapatia mfano, unaona saa hizi tukienda hapa tunawacha 1,000,000 pande hii vijana wa pikipiki kutanisheni hapo sako tunawaboost, unaona? Na
Alafu wanaacho wanapigania pesa ambao hakuna pesa iliachwa.
Hapana, pesa inawachwa sasa. Wacha
inaachwa nani? Mbona wanaachwa kupigana vita?
Sikisa, nilikuwa nakuja hapo na ndio nilikuwa narudi watu kama Bonde Kalwale, hawa ni mikora. Unaona watu wanachukuliwa wanawekwa kwa groups. Wanaweka kwa groups, pesa yenu mtapeana hivi. Watu mikora. Kina Faruku.
Tunafaa tuone, angalia my friend, tunafaa tuone hata kama kuna watu wanapigana, tunafaa tuone watu wakisema sisi tulipewa.
Inapeanwa pesa. Unajua Kelly, wacha nikwambie kitu moja as a person, usije ukaona William Ruto ukaona ati ni muti tu hivyo. Hata baba si ati ni muti hivyo. Akiahidi kitu sio yeye mwenyewe atajipeleka pale ati anaenda kupeana hiyo pesa. Lazima kuna point man wake atatuma. So hizi point man hao hapa katikati ndio mikora. Ndio wanaharibia William Ruto jina. Wanatumwa na pesa ya wenyewe, wanaenda wanaweka mfuko, wengine wanasima simu, sijui nini mara hii nini, unaona? Hawa ndio wameharibu. Unasikia kila mahali penye ameenda, baadaye watu wanakuja wanalalamika ya kwamba tuliahidiwa hivi. Tunasikia pesa ilitoka, ilipotelea wapi hapa katikati? And those are some of the doctors that we are talking about. Alex was talking about that they cannot do for them a surgery because we are not trusting them. Anaweza kufanyia surgery hapo katikati ya kuache na uzi na wajamaliza kushona, kwa sababu kama anaweza chukua pesa ya mama mboga kweli, ule mama pale amewacha watoto kwa nyumba, anakuja kusimama barabara. What next to these people? So nyinyi najua perception ile mko naye sometimes. Mtu kama Bernard kwanza najua kura yake ni ya William Ruto, lakini hapo kando watu wameharibu William Ruto, ndio inafanya Bernard ana change. So Bernard, let me tell you, we are trying to weed out these brokers and then you will come home safe. Are you seeing?
Hapo nitakwambia tu kweli.
Captain, hata mke wako
kama atapata kura yangu,
yes,
itakuwa 2056.
Hata mke wako atapigia Raila. Sasa unasema nini? Na tulizungumza
labda 2097 nuko 2097 nuko ndio atapigia Raila, lakini sasa hawezi.
Tulizungumza na yeye jana akasema atapigia Raila.
Hawezi, si anajua nyumba itapotea. Wewe chunga bwana.
Wewe Captain, mwenye kusema kupiga kura sio swala ambalo unaamulia mkeo. Kwani wewe uko wapi wewe?
Niliona mkono ya Bantu Warriors.
ID ya mkeo iko una jina yako?
Hata yes, ndio tunajua tunaamua sisi kama nyumba. Sisi ni nyumba moja.
Kura sio swala la nyumba, ni individual.
Bernard, jina ya mke wake bado iko na jina ya Maragoli. Jina ya mke wake bado iko na Bernard. Jina ya mke wake bado iko na jina ya baba ya Kimaragoli.
But unajua siana ikifika hapo, sisi sikuangi rigid sana, ambapo nataka kupiga kifua nibadilishe mke wangu ati kwa sababu nimelipia mahari nibadilishe mpaka nibadilishe jina. Ya kazi gani? Mke ni wangu, si jina si yangu. Jina ni yake peke yake.
Captain, hold on.
Okay.
Pokea swali kutoka kwa Bantu kwanza.
Sawa.
Mi swali yangu ndugu yangu Bernard, Captain, kwa nini Ruto ni mtu ambaye amesoma na anajishughulisha na watu wakora? Kwa nini hiyo tu?
Unajua sasa Bantu Warriors, shida ile iko na siasa ya Kenya, iko na cartels wengi, na hawa cartels pia hata wewe unajua vizuri sana. Sometimes it is very hard to do them away. to do away with them. Ni vile sasa unajipanga namna hii, akiangalia pale Western nikitumia Kalwale naweza chuna kidu. Pale Ujaluoni unaona saya kuna Owalo. Anaona labda anaweza funa kitu hapo. But I can tell you and I promise you these are cartels. Hata yeye mwenyewe anajua, but he's trying to see if it can be the picture of Kenya. Akuwe na kila mtu. Ukiona sasa upande ya Eastern so tuko na Mudhama pale. Are you saying? Pande ya Mount Kenya ni hivyo. But these people this year anajua they are not good people. But what can we do? If Bantu warriors, you cannot come by yourself as a straight person and tell us that we can do this and that. What will you do if we are not coming clear, guys, to assist us?
Captain.
Yes.
Pole sana kwa hiyo mpango yenu mko nayo kwa sababu Mungu anafanya kazi na cartel. Sasa sijui
cartel ni hatari bwana.
Cartel itawaambia State House iko Nairobi River.
Hamna. Yes sir.
Itawapeleka Nairobi River.
Mimi Captain.
Let's do this order everybody. I want us to make progress. I think Captain umemaliza, twende kwa Princess Ziana. Niliambiwa hivyo.
Captain, nina swali tu moja na kuuliza. Ukitaka kujua marafiki, ukitaka kujua vile ninafanya, vile nilivyo, jua marafiki ambao unatembea nao. Mbona DP anatembea na marafiki wabaya kama yeye sio mbaya? Unajua kama unatembea na wezi, hata nawe ni mwizi, kwa sababu wezi ingia katika mahali watu wezi wapo na wewe sio mwizi. Kwa hivyo sisi tunajua ya kwamba kama anatembea na kina Boni, na umesema wewe mwenyewe kwa kutoka kwa mdomo wao ni wakora. Kwa hivyo hata DP mwenyewe ni mkora. Sasa nataka unijibu kama yeye sio mkora ama ni mkora, kwa sababu kama unatembea na wakora hata na wewe ni mkora. Ni hiyo tu ndio nataka kujua.
Siana. Naomba niulize hivi. Kwa kukujibu yani nauliza kama jibu na kujibu tu bado. Mukisaliwa kwenu nyumbani kwenu nyinyi wote ni wazuri. Si kuna mtoto mmoja anasumbua mzazi hapo. Lakini ni wenu. Amuta huwa mtakaa tu naye mkijaribu kufanya panel beating hivi ndio akuwe mtu mzuri.
Captain.
Ndio hiyo hata sisi tunafanya hivyo. Hawa watu wote ni wetu. Hakuna mahali tutawapeleka.
What you're saying is not true. Listen. Friendship is not by force. Friendship is by choice.
Ni hivyo nilikuwa nataka kumwambia.
You don't choose your sisters. You are born with them. But friends, you choose them. So if you decide to choose friends who are corrupt, who are conmen, you are in the same business now.
Oh, now I do. No, Ben, what are you trying to say now?
Ningetaka
Do you want to tell me something?
Ngoja kwanza Shiko.
Do you want to tell me Azimio is 100% full of good people?
No, I said we are talking about friendship. Na wewe ndio umeleta hii maneno.
Yes, of course, because I'm asking you that because
me, I've been born, my family, I've been born in a family of 11, okay? 8 boys, 3 girls, same mother, same father.
Yeah.
So all these my brothers, not all of them are okay, but they are my brothers. I cannot wash them away.
And you cannot kill them?
I can't.
Yes, of course.
Because
so now,
they are my brothers. But when you come to my associations, my friends, I have a choice. You don't have to be my friend. I choose you. I don't even give you rights to choose me. I reserve the rights to choose because I want to have quality friends who will portray me as a quality person. Sasa wewe ukisema DP ni mzuri, okay? lakini anatembea na watu wabaya,
Yeah.
hapo wewe unatumislead, kwa sababu hao watu wabaya aliyewachagua ni nani? Si ni yule DP?
Yes, but let me tell you this. Sometimes we have to give our friends a benefit of doubt. Maybe one day, one time, they will change. Who knows? Maybe even as we talk now, tomorrow Kalwale will have changed. Tomorrow morning. Let's give them a benefit of doubt. See how to go criticize people. Like you see, the other day we were discussing Babu Owino's issue here and the other issue that happened in the club. You see, even me, I was supporting him that kama walielewana na familia pale, we have no any problem at all. It is allowed in the constitution. They go out of the court, they sort out their issue. And si ati amekuwa mtu mzuri upande ya baba, lakini baba hata yeye anajaribu kumnyorosha kuja akae mtu mzuri. Watu kama Kalwale na akina Linturi, we have to give them a benefit of doubt. Wata change. Unaona leo hata alikuwa na baba mahali. He is changing. So one day, one time, Kalwale will change. You know, he's my shemeji, so lazima nimheshimu tena bibi asichukuliwe.
Asante,
I wish to
now
answer
nimekuelewa.
Captain.
Nimekuelewa vizuri sana.
I wish to contribute on what Captain has said. Yeah.
Okay, just hold on, Shiko. We are coming to you. It was the turn for Ziana first, then we'll come to you. And then let me play this video before we do that.
Karibu Senator. Karibu Senator. Wananchi wa Meru.
Senator wa Meru ameingia, lakini alipoingia kulikuwa
sasa. Mimi ni mzuri sana, nimeona Senator wengi wamefika hapa. Na kwa kusema hapa kama yeye kajaongea hapa mambo ya madoadoa awachane naye. Hakuna madoadoa katika taifa letu. Hakuna madoadoa, sio? Kila Mkenya ni Mkenya, kila mahali anaweza kuishi, kila mahali katika taifa letu la Kenya, sivyo?
Okay, Ziana karibu. Alafu tuende kwa Shiko ndio tuende kwa hiyo mkururo wengine.
Asante sana Bernard. Na panelists wenzangu. Asante sana PK. PK, ni jambo moja tu kwako. Ulisema unataka Ruto rudi upande huu. Unajua kuwa na without a competitor, hata hiyo haifurahishi. Wacha kuwe kwenye upande huo mwingine, awe ni ana check balance ya government. Kwa hivyo itakuwa ni mzuri sana, atakuwa akicheck vizuri sana. Katika hii mjadala wa leo, habari ya Oka na wabunge kuja kumtembelea rais, kutembelea ikulu, kupata lunch huko. Hiyo sio mbaya, walikuja kupata lunch, ndio watu wajue. Hiyo ni kati ya Raila na Uhuru, walikuwa wanataka kujua ya kwamba wako na wabunge wangapi, wale wako upande wao kwa kweli. Na hata walipokuwa wanadhania ni 155 peke yake, walikuja kupata ni karibu 200. Kwa hivyo hiyo waliona wale ambao ni wa kweli, wale ambao wako pande yao. Na kwa upande wa Mudavadi ni kama baba yangu, niseme hivyo. Namhurumia kwa sababu mahali yuko sio mahali pazuri kwa sababu saizi hata akiondoka akienda upande wa Ruto, hakuna chochote atakachopeleka huko. Unaona watu wa Mlembe karibu wote toka wameenda upande wa Azimio, ingawaje bado wako na ANC, bado wanasema watapiga, lakini mguu wao bado uko upande moja ANC, upande mwingine uko Azimio. Wako Azimio wote, wanasema wako ANC lakini Azimio. Kwa hivyo atakaposema tu ameenda upande huo mwingine, hata ANC haitapata chochote, kwa sababu sasa atakuwa amevunja hiyo party. Kwa hivyo anafaa kuangalia vizuri sana kabla avunje pati yake, na hiyo pati yake inaweza msaidia kwa masiku zijazo. Hafai kuivunja, nafaa kukaa na pati yake, kwa sababu Kenya is a multi-party, it is a multi-party, lakini tujue Kenya bado tuko katika ile mrengo ya tribes. Tuseme tu ukweli, tuko katika ile mrengo ya tribes. ANC iko katika Mlembe Nation, hiyo ndio iko hapo. Hiyo ni party ya huko sana, wengi. Hata Ford Kenya haiko nyingi sana, ukitaka kuangalia utapata ni ANC ndio iko pale nyingi. Kama ODM inashinda ANC, lakini ANC ndiye inafuatilia pale katika Mlembe. Kwa hivyo mi naomba asivunje hiyo nini yake, awe kama ni kuenda basi kwa debe, aende moja kwa moja, hata kama atapata hao wabunge wachache, apate wabunge wachache, anaweza kuwa ataenda nao mbele. Itakapokuja hizo mauchaguo za mbele, atakuwa nao, lakini kama atakuwa ameenda mrengo huo mwingine, naona atakuwa amepoteza. Na Captain nilisikia hapo akisema, hii ni yangu ya mwisho. Captain alisema wakina Halwale ni matapeli. Mimi naweza mjulisha tu, Halwale aliingia kwa Ruto ndio tukaona ya kwamba yeye ni mtapeli kweli. Kwa hivyo tunajua ya kwamba mtu vile unatembea na mtu mwingine ndivyo nini yako, tabia yako inajulikana. Mbeleni hatukujua Halwale ni mtapeli. Kwa hivyo vile ameingia kwenye Ruto pande ule mwingine, tukaona kweli kumbe ni mtapeli. Kwa hivyo mimi nawajulisha tu ya kwamba ukitembea na mwizi, nawe pia utakuwa mwizi. Ni hayo tu. Kwako Bernard.
Okay, thank you Ziana. Captain, unataka kujibu hiyo kwa sekunde 30?
Asante. Siana, tunajua tapeli hawa mikora, kuna kitu analeta. Juzi hapa nini, uchaguzi ilikuwa Kabuchai, walileta nini? Aibu. Leta sisi aibu kubwa sana. Wanakaa kwa magari hapo wakikawakawa pesa. So sisi tunawajua sana hawa mikora hawa. Tutaangalia tu what we can do next, but because we are now busy reorganizing UDA, or now it's supposed to be and mambo ya nominations and all whatever, we'll come to that towards the end of the election. Tukipewa serikali tunaona ile kitu tutawapatia tu. Ndio ni watoto wa nyumbani. Asanteni.
Sawa Captain. Shiko karibu.
Hey, Captain, habari?
Shiko, niko salama sana. Unajua mara mingi wewe unakujanga kama siko. Mimi nakujanga late hours kama saa hii.
Niko. Sasa I'm glad hata wewe unajua huko kwa hiyo nini yenu kuna wakora.
Mikora mingi, wapeli wabaya sana.
Lakini nikupee example, nikuulize saa hizi nikajua tuseme kuna mtu anakujanga kwa nyumba yangu na ananiibianga ama kitu inapotea tu kwa nyumba. Do you think huyo mtu naweza mleta tena kwa nyumba yangu? I know your answer will be no. Because nikijua unakujanga kuniibia, obvious nitakudismiss usikuwa unakuja kwa nyumba yangu. Now I'm here. I think we had this topic jana. Kajaribu kuelezea one of the panelists yenye tulikuwa na wao. Sasa hao wanya unasema wacha tu kusema Arware. ingia Mount Kenya, usikose kuambia, tell your leader the truth, asikose ati juu mtu ni wa Mount Kenya akitoka kwa UDA party ati hata kuwa na popularity Mount Kenya. Mwambie ukweli kama mnaonananga na yeye, cause one thing I've come to realize, hata hao wa Mount Kenya kwanza, hao ndio wanamkoni sana na achunge sana. Anawapatia pesa, wanaenda wanachanga pesa mahali. Kuna hiyo wakati gavana wa kwetu anaitwa Mutahi Kahiga, hiyo siku aliingia UDA, baadaye wakaenda mahali kunaitwa Kiando. I know you people might not know the place. Kiando iko Nyeri, na alienda huko, kulikuwa na harambee. Hiyo harambee walikuwa wanafanya huko, that man of God mwenye sasa alikuwa ameita DP hiyo harambee, na hata MP wa kwetu aliingia kwa UDA hiyo siku. The guy is from our village, anaitwa Kihuria, ni wa I think ni wa AIPCA. Sasa ile kuna pesa alisema amechanga kwa harambee. My home and that huyo AIPCA ni I think ni 6 homes away. Utapita kama maboma 6 uende kwake. Ni mtu unajua, hata I think the daughter might be anaweza kuwa one of anatuwatch hapa. Alisema amepeana pesa, ni ukweli, hatukatai, na zikaambiwa sasa mwenye alikuwa amemleta huko si unajua ni nani? Huyo mwenye sasa mwenye anaenda Narok anaanza kuongelesha watu Kikuyu huko, anafikiria Wakikuyu wako kila mahali. Sijui kama Wamasai wakikuja Nyeri watuongeleshe Kimasai tutaelewa. So akasema amempatia pesa apatie hao. Mpaka wa leo hiyo pesa haijapeanwa. Haya, akakuja akapea, kuna huyu mama wa Gikandu naitwa Shosho wa Gikandu, wakasema wamempatia pesa ajengewe nyumba. Ukweli nyumba ilianza kujengwa, but pesa ilikuwa imepeanwa ya ijenge nyumba, inunue ng'ombe and ajengewe choo sijui na hizo vitu mingi, lakini hata nyumba yenyewe haina madirisha, haina hizo vitu, haijamaliziwa. Sasa alikuwa anasema hata DP aende aifungue tu hivyo, asikufe kama hajaishi kwa hiyo nyumba. So nani mwenye alipewa hiyo pesa ni one of mwenye wako na yeye karibu, and you know the MP from that area. Come to the other day in Githurai, pesa haijapeanwa. Kwani hata yeye DP, if he's honest, unajua ile tunasema si ati tunamchukia, but it's only that we can't, maybe unasikia wewe siasa zake hazikupendezi, but tunauliza kwani yeye aonangi hao watu wenye wanamfuata au mara ya kwanza pesa haijapeanwa, mara ya pili unafuata au unajiuliza kwani watu wenye nawatembea na wao ni watu wa aina gani? Because as a friend, if they are not after his money, as a friend mwenye unasema ni rafiki, a friend should have your loyalty. Kuna vitu naweza ambiwa nifanye rafiki yangu ama nimfanyie maybe, but siwezi because I have my friends loyalty. Are they loyal to the DP? No, they are just there because of his money. And that's why unasikia mahali kumeendwa pesa haijapeanwa mahali, na si ati aseme ati wao tu ndio wanaweza msupport Mount Kenya because wao wako na 1 vote. So kuwa dismiss ama watoe kwa our face like kama nawaambie this is not the way to go, haitamcost if he has the interest of the citizens of Kenya at heart, na if they have his loyalty wangekuwa ameacha kama anawaambianga. Lakini si wezi tuambia ati yeye ati anasikianga tu story anakanyangia na akuangi amepanga. Sasa unajua tutaanza kujiulizanga ama ni uongo hiyo pesa haipatianangwi. Unajua watu sasa wataanza kujiuliza kama kila mahali akienda pesa imejapeana. Kuna wakati itafika watu waanze kusema ama pesa haipatianangu juu yeye he should come forth na awakataze hata ili mtu atoke hiyo UDA because he only has 1 vote kabla yeye aharibiwe jina. Okay, back to the topic. Mimi hii yenye Uhuru aliwaita, I think it was just appreciate because of what they did in parliament, and I also didn't expect kina UDA wakue huko one because wameishi Karen wakienda huko, and we don't go to social media tukianza kuwatusi ama kuongea vibaya juu wanaenda Karen. So watu wanafaa wafanye penye wanataka. If you want to go like hakuna venye mimi nitaambiwa kama mimi ni wa Azimio, I have the Azimio royalty. Hata nikienda mahali naenda kupigia Azimio debe. Hakuna venye utanipata nikipigia UDA debe. Kama walienda kuonana na watu wa Azimio, of which we know Uhuru is one and Raila, wacha waende. Hiyo haina makosa ati walienda ama UDA hawakuitwa, because they were not also supposed to be there. Wakati wanaendanga Karen, we don't complain. So it was not about politics as for me. I think it was just an appreciation from the president and the right former prime minister ya kuwaonyesha mlifanya hivyo, and we hope we are going to work together. Haikuwa mambo na politics. So on the other hand, about the Oka principles, I think Mudavadi kuna wakati alienda Nyeri na watu walikuwa wameanza hata kusema kwa ground hata Raila asiposimama, because we thought maybe Raila atashika Mudavadi mkono, tunaweza pea Mudavadi. But saa hizi tunaona ni mtu mwenye haeleweki, ni mtu mwenye maybe we might say he's a fish reader. Ni yeye anataka aungwe mkono, lakini tutauliza kama angekuwa kama anataka kuungana na UDA, I think that is what he should do now, ndio followers wake waanze kumfuata, wa make decision mapema rather than beating around the bush, and yeye hajulikani ile mwelekeo wako nayo. But as for Gideon, hiyo ni bet, hiyo najua huyo bado atajoin hiyo Azimio. And that's my contribution for today.
Okay, thank you, Shiro. I hope there's no question.
There's no question, Bernard, but point of maybe point of information.
Endelea.
Okay, Bernard. I want to say what I'm saying is going in line with what Shiko has said. What I'm trying to say is this: the person who has talked right now with Shiko is a Kenyan like all of us, and what Shiko is saying is what I said before. And Shiko is not mad the way Ruto has been said. Also, him is not mad. He's the deputy president of Kenya. Let me tell you, William, in this forum, that as much as I respect you as the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya, I want your respect to reach the people that you are trying to show your generosity to them. Don't use your brokers. Don't send your brokers to the people you want to assist. I complained that some people around you are not good people that you are sending. Unawatuma wanakula pesa. Shiko is here complaining. Some of us here, maybe, I cannot even say maybe, they want to complain, but maybe they don't want to show that. But I can say this forum is listened by several and many people. Even I know some people of UDA, they are now listening. Tell William to do what is right to the right people. Don't make that issue whereby when we want to see you in Karen, you have to bribe somebody by giving him 20,000. Say that when I come to you, you give me 100,000 as bus fare to where I'm going. And I will have paid 20,000 to somebody. Kama ulikuwa unasaidia ule shosho, unamuona ule shosho vizuri sana vile amezeeka, miaka zake zimesonga, na huyo ndio watu wale tunataka baraka sao, watupatie baraka. You have to go back there. I'm not dictating na siongei kwa ubaya. Hao wakiongea kwa ubaya vile wanaongea, si ati waongei kwa sababu wana support Azimio. There have been a tendency whereby mtu akiongea vibaya kuhusu William, inasemekana huyo ni wa Azimio. Mtu akiongea vibaya kuhusu Azimio, wanasema huyo ni wa UDA. Mimi ni wa UDA, but I'm telling you, William, to the face, do the right thing to the right people. Wacha ama brokers wako wao ndio watakuharibia siasa. Siasa inaanza sasa, watakuharibia na watakumaliza. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Captain. That is what we want in this form. Watu wenye wana admit na wanachangia na alafu wanajua venye ukweli yenye tunasema sio hatuko hapa kutusiana ama nini, tuko hapa kusikizana na watu wanashika point. Ukishika point maybe kama unaweza reach out to your leader ama mtu mwingine anamfikishia. That is what we want, yeah. Thank you.
Bernard.
Welcome.
Order. You people are now taking over. Okay, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Pen, are you still there?
I'm here. I'm waiting for my time.
Okay, make your submission now, and then we go to Freddy.
Thank you very much, Bernard, Temba. This is a very good show you guys have, and we really congratulate you. We wish you the best for Temba. Na hilo mmecomplain watu ya UDA wanatukana. On behalf of them, I apologize, because once unaenda kwa matukano ni kama you have no ideas, and that's not good for a show that is run by very smart young people like you guys. So matusi sio kitu ya maana sana, na huyu mbaya anasema matusi hana akili. Akiwa waodie, UDA akiwa wowote. Mimi azani nimesha kuambia, once they realize that I'm not with you guys, wanaanza kuniita majina mbaya sana ya kikiti, lakini wameacha na wameniambia pole. So matusi ni kitu mbaya, tusiende hapo. Now today's meeting in State House is the same thing as a handshake. It's the same thing as a BBI. So it is Kenyatta and Raila trying to organize Kenya one way or the other. And these are two tribesmen when they came up with the BBI. That's all it is. You cannot take 20 years to fight for a constitution and throw it aside and come up with any ideas that you come in your head. What if any other tribe, two tribes people get ahead and they use that to change the constitution? A constitution has to be changed, it is true. But everybody has to agree. And it takes a while for that everybody to agree how to do it. So right now, we only got 7 months to the general elections, and let the best man win. Some of us say if Raila wins, we will congratulate him. Like I've said before, I can speak of the road. I'll talk to him in the road. But you guys, wengi wenu, yani watu wa ODM wengi wanafikiria Ruto ni mwizi, ni nini, au hawezi kuwa president. It is your right to say that, but it is our right to stay with him. Captain, congratulations. You are some of the people that don't make me come to to the show, because you say everything right, what it's supposed to be. And like I told you, Captain Umadolo is a captain. So congratulations, and it's a good job that you are doing. And these guys are producing a very good program for us to air our views. Today, Ruto is being killed. He has never produced any stadium, but we never forgot. We never even gave credit to Kibaki or Kalonzo when Kibaki was there. We gave all credit to Kibaki, not Kalonzo. So today, if you are knocking out that Ruto never produced whatever they say the campaign that promised us, you have to look at the leader, who is Uhuru Kenyatta. So Uhuru Kenyatta is doing his thing since 2018 with his buddy brother Raila Odinga, and that's the reality. That's the Kenya we live in. We cannot, really change something that is not there. He has borrowed so much money that it will take your grandkids, you young people, your grandkids to pay off this debt that Kenyatta has taken. We keep complaining that Ruto has been campaigning for the last 4 years, but these guys have been campaigning for the last 4 years on PBI, and the court has told them no, this is nothing. It doesn't make sense at all. The same thing that they having the legislature come back today, the Christmas time, and today it's the Senate. The same thing is going to go to court, and the court will say no. So that's the beauty of democracy. Democracy has 4 areas four institutions, and one of them that functioning right now, the one that is functioning right now in Kenya, is the court. The parliament, they're jokers. There was a time in the 80s where the parliament fought so hard to make sure that they wrote their own program, they wrote their own timetable. But today, the president will make a phone call to Munya, to anybody, and they will do whatever they want to do. We fought this. When Mzee Ogingo Dinga was forming Ford, we were there. But this one is just going backwards many, many years ago. This is going backwards practically, not even with wheelbarrows. This right here is a dictatorship. Where the Ida has 40% and Kenyatta has 55%. So 95% of the country is ruled by two people. And that's what's called dictatorship. And we never voted for that. We never wanted any of that. So things like a handshake, where can you find that in the Constitution? It's just two people agreeing on whatever they want to do. Like we are their property. We are not. I come from Kizi, we're some of the most independent people. And this is wrong, wrong, wrong. However way you want to look at it. So, when Raila said, I went home and relaxed until God bless his heart, he passed it on. So we should look at politics as something that we can use to divide the cake that we have. And that's it. Thank you very much, Bennett, for giving me an opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Penny. I choose not to rebuttal what you said. Bantu iko nini? Nataka Fred. Na huyu Fred ni kama
Asante sana. Fredi anapumzika, ambao amechoka sana. Najua mimi huko mahali alikuwa Fredi, mi pia nilikuwa huko. Hata Ruto na rais, mi ndio ulikuwa na hiyo grupu, ndio tulikuwa madereva wao huko Hague vile vile. Sasa narudi kwa Penny. Penny, nataka kuongea kulingamana na, unajua sisi ni raia, lakini Uhuru nilimuona mimi Hague, tulikuwa tunawabeba sisi hiyo grupu nzima ile maloya na kila nani, tunawabeba na magari, tunawapeleka huko hotelini, tunawapeleka tena kwa hiyo court. Kitu nataka kuongea ni kulingamana na Uhuru, sisi kuna mengi hatujui rais wetu. Rais wetu nafikiria baada ya mwaka mmoja ama miaka miwili kuingia na DP, he noticed something ambayo nafikiria haikumpendeza. Sasa kuna mengi, pengine Uhuru atakuja ataandika kitabu yake, ama siku za mbeleni atakuja ataeleza what went wrong. Something must have happened. It's not a coincidence, yani. Something must have happened. Na unajua gari vile Penny anaendesha hiyo gari ina steering moja, lakini haiwezi kuendeshwa na watu wawili. Meli inakuwa na kapteni mmoja, haiwezi kuwa kapteni wawili kwenye meli. Na huyo mwingine alifanya mutiny, na unajua ukifanya mutiny unachukuliwa hatua. Something was wrong, tutakuja jua mbeleni. Kwa hivi sasa mi nashukuru sana rais wetu, ni mtu mwenye roho safi sana, na alikuwa anampendelea sana DP mambo mengi mazuri. Na vile vile Kelly ameongea, amesema nani DP angekuwa ni wa kwanza kushake hand. Kwa vile sisi ni grown up, ilikuwa atakana afanye hivyo. Na hakika sahihi, hata Raila angekaa kando ye mwenyewe bila kuambiwa, angejitoa tu na Ruto angekuja akachukua hiyo nafasi. Lakini sasa alipoanza kuona, na kuna mengi imetokea, kwa hivyo hapo sina mengi ya kusema, lakini mimi nataka kusema gari inaendeshwa na dereva mmoja, hamwezi kuendesha gari watu wawili. Asante sana.
Bernard dogo.
Yeah.
Bernard.
Yes, Mr. Captain.
Nimeona kwa comments kuna mtu amesema ati Shosho alipewa pesa akakula. Mimi nataka kumwambia huyo mtu William Ruto sio mtu kama mimi. captain, na sio mtu kama yeye mwenye ameandika hiyo comment. William Ruto ni mtu hata kitu kidogo ikifanyika hivi lazima kamera ikuwe pale. Mbona tu kuona hiyo pesa ikiandikwa hapa? Wafanye hesabu zingine ya kusema 1 + 1 is equals to 11 kudanganya wajinga. Lakini 1 + 1 mimi najua ni 2. Sio 11. Let's continue.
Thank you, Captain. You have made your point
Bernard,
and I'm happy.
Bernard,
Captain, Bernard,
Bernard.
let me answer.
Order,
Captain.
order. Ngoja kwanza.
Sorry.
Ngoja. Ziana and Shiko,
Captain,
ngoje kwanza. You are our sisters and we appreciate you. You are our, but tufuate mkururo. Someone has been waiting. Someone, how are you?
I'm good, Bernard. Long time. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Hey, where did you go to?
I decided to take some time off because of some few commitments that I had. Yeah, so I'm just watching. I've not been in the show for a long time, so I'm just listening and trying to familiarize myself with what's happening on the ground.
Okay.
Yeah. So I wouldn't have much to say, but like I've heard from many is I know we are all have our stand in as far as our politics is concerned, and the good thing is let us not base much on the insult and things that doesn't help, but let's just have a fair competition. At the end of the day, we are all Kenyans, and there's no other Kenyan that we will go. We will just vote. Whoever becomes the president will lead the country for the next 5 years, and then we'll be back to our work. So I would urge everyone to be focused. This politics will come and go, but most importantly is the peace of our nation. That is very paramount. So anyway, thank you very much, guys.
Okay, thank you, Sam. Shiro, what did you want to say? Shiko, sorry.
Nataka kuambia Okay, Captain, I wanted to tell you the house was started, right? Si ati hakupeana pesa. And we are not saying hapeanangi. But sasa pesa ilipeanwa cause nyumba ilianzwa, and the grandmother mwenyewe alisema nyumba imeanzwa na ameambiwa atajengewa na DP, na amemwambia atapeana, mwenye amepewa pesa amepewa ya ng'ombe na kutengeneza sijui machoo na nini. But sasa mwenye alikuwa afikishe pesa hakufikisha yote. You see? Sasa hata madirisha hazikuisha, ng'ombe aliambiwa nunuliwa, anasema hakununuliwa. Sasa anasema si hata DP afungue nyumba hata ikiwa hivyo. Juu watu amekuwa kwa another forum that we do contribute for the less fortunate, and that's why her son is sick. So ndio akaulizwa about nyumba, akasema anaweza taka asaidiwe iishe, na pia kama DP anaweza ende aifungue juu hata ng'ombe hakununuliwa na hizo vitu zingine hazikuisha. The issue is hatusemi the issue is wenye wako hapo na DP wenye wanapewa pesa wafikishe, hawafikishi, and that is now tainting the DP names, na inafanya sasa watu waone watu wenye wako karibu na yeye they are not honest. Unajua Captain, wacha nikwambie, DP might feel akiwatoa kwa UDA ama waface ati watarudi kwa ground waambie watu hapana, sasa sio UDA tuende Azimio, si wana nini. You cannot bargain your loyalty because unaogopa mtu ati ama because you have a friend and you've done something and now that friend mkikosana unaogopa ati siseme venye whatever you planned, right? Unafaa umface, umwambie kama ni wakuenda ni wakuenda, kama ni wakubadilika ni wakubadilika, and because these people cannot stand back waanze kuambia watu wasirudi UDA, do you know what they can do? As I guess they will change akiwapatia pesa, let them be honest, wanapatiana hiyo pesa, wasikuwe wanakula juu wakikula sasa hiyo, na yeye DP sasa anaogopa ground itabadilika, akifikiria ati hao ndio wanamshikilia Mount Kenya. They only have one vote and they are just there because of their stomachs. They are not there because they want him. Saa hii akose kuwapatia hiyo pesa, mtawafuta muwakose, na huku hata hatuwarudishi, wanaenda nyumbani. Okay.
Sawa
Sawa
Shiko,
sawa,
thank you.
Shiko, ni
Hold
kama
on, Captain. Hold
okay.
on, Captain. I would want to say this. DP is the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. And is on record saying, yeye sio wazimu, yeye sio mlevi, yeye ni mtu anafanya vitu kwa mpango. Mimi sioni haja ya DP kupeana pesa kupitia mbunge iende kujengea shosho nyumba. DP ako na connections za kutosha, anajua kampuni gani inajengea watu nyumba, anaweza kucontract hiyo kampuni, alipe pesa zote, kampuni iende kwa plot ya shosho, ijenge nyumba kulingana na plan ambayo imetolewa, DP akuje kufungua nyumba. Hizi story mingi nilitoa pesa au haikutosha, ilikulwa njiani, it's just part of the politics, because if you want to genuinely help the person, Shosho has I would say she doesn't have the exposure that the DP has. There is housing wherever in Kenya Housing Corporation. There are other private firms that are building houses, really estate, people that are doing that. There is no reason why DP should offer to build an old woman a house, then begin to play politics with it. He should just straight away contract the people who are necessary, deal with the contractor, ensure the house is finished. Lakini hizi kem zingine mimi sioni zikiada hapa hata mkinini.
Wewe Bernard, wacha ni 1 minute kindly. Nataka
Yes.
nikuulize sasa, juu mwenye anapewa pesa lazima aende ground ndo aseme UDA. Unataka akipea hao watu, unafikiria watu wa housing wakipewa pesa wataenda kushout UDA huko? Lazima apatie MP, ndio MP akienda kupatiana pesa anaita watu wa TV na nini waonyeshane DP ndiye amepeana pesa na ni wa nini, hawezi peana pesa na hakuna mtu wa kushangilia. Lazima mwenye anapewa anaenda huko, akienda ground ndo wanaita Inoro ama Kameme TV, wanaenda watu wanakuja wanasema DP. Sasa hapo ndio anakoniwa, anafikiria anajiexpose vizuri, kumbe anakoniwa hapo. Okay.
Shiko,
Shiko, which is very clear. Bernard has said it this way. Atafute
Subirini tafadhali.
okay.
If everybody takes at every opportunity, we are not communicating, tunatengeneza kelele. So naomba hivi, Captain ndio alikuwa na hii maneno, respond alafu tuende kwa Ziana.
Shiko, I was saying this, Bernard has put it very clear. William atafute a construction company, apeleke pale wafanye evaluation, waanze foundation, wapewe pesa, waendeleze nyumba ya Shosho, ye mwenyewe akuja afungue akisema hiyo UDA. Hapo sasa ndio hata itakuwa very clear. William is very well known. He's building billions and billions of houses in Eldoret. Mpaka ingine ndege inashuka juu yake. Mbona asichukue ule contractor anajenga pale aende ajengee nyumba Shosho? Why? You know,
Eldoret, Captain, Eldoret ni home ground. Huku ni Mount Kenya, lazima media ikue. Eldoret huko hata hahitaji kushinda na kienda na media. Huku Mount Kenya lazima Inoro ikue hapo. Pesa ikipeanwa ndio tujue ni yeye. Sasa hiyo ndio shida.
Shiko,
ngoja
unajua
kidogo.
kuna masuala ya kuchezea siasa na kuna masuala ambayo hayahitaji siasa. Kuna let me just give you an example. There is a pastor who has gotten some they are called partners or sponsors who are building houses for widows in Nyanza, and he has an association of widows, and all he does is link a needy widow with these people who can make money available for them to build houses. and he has built a lot of houses for these widows. Until now, they are forced. They are calling upon him to be an MCA. Okay, so you don't have to use one house to get votes. you can do good to somebody without linking it to politics. But if you turn everything into politics, it messes you up big time. And I think that is why the DP is having a problem in the mountain. Because if you tag everything you do on politics, some things begin to fall apart.
You are right.
Nikimalizia Shiko. I was
Maliza
talking
haraka
of that.
tafadhali, tuende kwa Ziana,
Yeah,
alafu
yeah.
nani anakuja hapa Geoffrey.
I was talking of that house in Eldoret whereby the contractor is there. Mbona asichukue huyo contractor aenda afanye ile kazi, amalizie kwa ile muda inatakikana, afungue nyumba, aite UDA yake.
Yes.
Kama
Captain,
kweli ni
issue is
uongo, no, hata sasa ile ya Eldoret iko kwa media kuliko hata hiyo ingekuwa kwa media.
unajua wenye wako
Kama
na
kweli
yeye
maneno tunaongea ni uongo, angekuwa amejitokeza ajitetee. Sababu nasema hivyo ni
unajua
hivi.
wenye wako kwa ground na mwenye alipeleka huyo mama kwa DP ni huyo, unamjua MP wa huko wa Kiharu. Sasa hao ndio wanamkosesha, wanamwambia wanataka wapatiwe, ndio wanamwambia wakienda ground ndo wanasema hiyo UDA. Na unajua anajiharibia, unajua watu wakianza kuona kama hata hiyo nyumba ikusha mara amepeana kitu haijafika hiyo. Unajua ukikuwa so much obsessed with cameras and media zitakubaribu. Wacha nikwambie, kushangiliwa na watu sio kumaanisha you are always right. Okay. I hope you have gotten my point.
Kama vile unasema ingekuwa ni uongo kwa upande ya DP, angekuwa amejitokeza kupinga. Sababu nasema hivyo ni hivi. Kuna wakati aliwekelewa kwamba anapelekwa kotini na mama Aska. Sijui alimesalisha mama mtoto akawacha nini. It came out very clear. Na akasema huyo mtoto alichukua, anasomesha, mamaka amemtafutia kazi, sijui nini. Hii kwa sababu sijasikia akijitokeza. There must be a
Captain, wacha tumalize hii tuseme hivi so that we can give the other panelists a chance also to contribute. Wacha tumalize nikuambie, unaona wenye wako na yeye, hao ndio wanamharibia. And also yeye mwenyewe anaona akiwa rules cause hao ndio kama wenye wamemshikiria the registrators wa huku Mount Kenya wenye wako na yeye wanaona sasa akiwaachilia ataharibu ground yake, na hapo hauwezi na mtu mwenye anakukosesha ukifikiria ati tukikosana na huyu mambo yangu wacha kanuke. Yeah, kaende kama ni mbaya ni mbaya, but yeye hataki. Hata wewe niambie, angekuwa with us. Unajua watu wenye wanamsupport they are not like hata kama huyo gavana wa kwetu aliingia, hata kama hujamuona akienda kupiga kampeni, ni utu tu MP, watu wenye hata warudi next time. Wacha nikwambie tu ukweli. Na sasa uwezi tena, anaona akianza kuwafukuza na ndio amekuwa welcome wa Kenya, ataanza wapi? Si wataanza kupigana na yeye. Sasa unajua yeye anakoniwa, wanamkon wao ndio wanamharibia, wanamwambia yeye wacha nikipeleka hii pesa wacha nilete huyu mama, na wao tu ndio wanampelekea huyo mama na anawapea pesa tena, wanakula wanakosa, wanawapatiani pesa yote. So yeye anaona akiwa rules hata ground yake itakuwa imeharibika. Sasa lazima ukua, if you are firm with your decision and you are a principled person, you don't have to like have friends because you feel like ati tukikosana na rafiki ati ataenda kusema maneno yenye nilikuwa tunaongea na yeye kitambo. Si aende aseme, kama kaende, kama ni mtu atakufa akufe, lakini yeye hataki hivyo, anataka kuhold on hao watu, na wao hata nikwambie they are not going to get back to those, and mark my words, tuko hapa kwa hii Motembei na utaona hawarudi, wako hapo juu ya pesa.
Thank you Shiko, naomba hilo swala tuliachia hapo. Lakini nasema hivi, hakuna sababu yeyote from the DP to continue giving money on a project he knows is not going to take off. The DP has presidential protection. The DP has intelligence. the DP should have direct contact with the people he's supporting. You can't be working through proxies forever, and you are the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya, unless uko na shida na wewe. Lakini kama mimi nimepeana pesa ya kujenga na nyumba sijaiona na naendanga Nyeri ama naenda Murang'a, I can branch there without notice, without even notifying the MP, to go and check things on the ground. And I think that's the difference between the DP and Baba. Baba has direct contact with people. Besides, he has point people in some places, but in the same places he works like Moi. Moi ana work na chief, lakini ako na mzee wa mtaa ambaye anamwamini. So akipiga simu kwa chief, chief ampatie story kwamba hakuna shida katika hiyo location, na mzee wa mtaa amemwambia watu wawili walikufa Chang'aa, chief will have to answer because Moi has information that the chief doesn't have. So DP, I think either ni kuto, I think it's just irresponsibility. Naomba tuachie hapo, tuende kwa Ziana, turudi kwa Geoffrey, tuanze kufungasha. Nafikiria tuko tayari kufungasha.
Asante sana Bernard tena. Kwa jambo la kwanza wacha nielezee tu kidogo kuhusu hiyo habari ya, nafikiria ni kwa Ndindi Nyoro. Sijui Shiko kama anazungumzia ule mwanamke kwa Ndindi Nyoro ama anazungumzia kwa mwingine. Na
Ni
kama ni
huyo.
hivyo, basi kama ni kwa Ndindi Nyoro, huyo mama kama DP ni wa kweli, anasema ukweli na anaweza kutaka kusaidia ukweli, wafai kupeana pesa kwa mtu, anafaa kwenda moja kwa moja mpaka kwa huyo mama, na yeye mwenyewe aende na wajenzi. Kwanza jina yake itainuka sana, watu watajua ya kwamba anatengenezea nani huyo mama nyumba, na watu watakuwa wanafurahia sana kumuona kwenye ground. Aguze hata na mkono yeye kuweka hata jiwe moja. Unaona kama nyakati za kina Moi, akina Kibaki walikuwa wakikuja mashule, hata yeye foundation ikijengwa, yeye mwenyewe ndiye anaanza kuweka jiwe, anaweka msingi hapo, ile ya kuonyesha ya kwamba yeye mwenyewe yuko pale, anaungana na wananchi kujenga pale. Si ati yeye mwenyewe ataendelesha kujenga hiyo nyumba, lakini kwa vile amekuwa pale, hata wale wanaochukua picha wamemuona pale. Inasemekana ile shule ilijengwa na Kibaki. Kwa hiyo mimi namlaumu bado DP. Angeenda pale na aweke msingi pale yeye mwenyewe, na ajue achukue watu, sio lazima tiapatie Ndindi Nyoro pesa. Ndindi Nyoro anatafuta pesa za campaign. Kwa hivyo huwezi patia mtu ambaye anatafuta pesa za campaign umpatie hela naye pia atiapeani. Yeye pia anatafuta mfuko yake. Kwa hivyo hapo bado tunamlaumu tu DP, aende pale. Na nyingine pale pia nauliza, ndio sababu watu wanaanza kujiuliza kama kweli anapeana hizi hela. Ni yule mwanamke ambaye sijui alipatikana ilikuwa ni mlolongo, sijui sina ni mlolongo. Alikuja kusema yeye mwenyewe alienda kwa DP na akaenda pale Karen kwa DP, na DP akamuahidi atampatia hizo pesa. Sasa yeye alifurahi ya kwamba yeye mwenyewe ametoka kwa ile mkono ya kuuza mahindi, atakuwa na nini kubwa, atatengeneza nini yake kubwa pale. Lakini ilifika ya kwamba ati DP anaenda kupeana pesa kwa mtu mwingine. Kwa nini DP yeye kazi yake ni kupeana pesa kwa watu wengine? Mbona asimpe yule mtu kwa mkono wake, na ana uwezo. Ule mwanamke alipoenda pale, angemwambia tu hata nitakuandikia check, na amwandikie check, ana uwezo huo. Lakini yeye anapeana kwa watu wengine, nao watu wengine wanaenda wanakula. Haya, nikitoka hapo kwa maneno ya DP, wacha niachane na hiyo maneno sasa. Nikirudi kwa hii hii nini ya leo bado tu. Hii ya leo mimi bado ninaomba Mudavadi ambaye nampenda sana, ingawaje ameamua kwenda pande hiyo nyingine. Mudavadi ninampenda sana Mudavadi, isipokuwa Mudavadi ana msimamo wa kusimama na kusema. Angelikuwa ni kama Raila, niseme angekuwa amesimama vile Raila, yeye kitu kikiwa kibaya anatokezea na kusema ya kwamba ni hivi na hivi. Mudavadi ameweka mguu pande huu na pande huu, na huwezi kuwa mtu wa pande mbili. Hao ndio wanafanya Waluya wanaharibiwa jina, ya kwamba Waluya ni watu wa kuku. Ukishapewa pesa unaenda pande hiyo nyingine. Angelisimama na mguu wake mbili zote, asimame ya kwamba yeye aende kwenye debe vile alikuwa akisema anaenda kwenye debe. Hata akitoka na watu 50 atajua yeye ni hao watu 50 ndio wake wa kutoka huko Wingo. Kwa hivyo mi naomba Mudavadi asiende akasimama na mtu wowote, asimame kama mwanaume, kama mlembe, kama mwanaume wa kutoka Ingo, asimame mwenyewe. Hata kama atapewa kura 50, aende na hizo 50 zake, kwamba yeye ni mwenyewe amesimama nayo na ametoka na kura zake 50. Asiende kwa Ruto wala asiende kwa Azimio, kwa sababu ameshapoteza wakati na amepoteza muda. Kama ilikuwa ni kwenda kwa Azimio angelienda zamani, na kama ilikuwa ni kwenda kwa UDA angeenda zamani. Kwa sasa hivi asimame mwenyewe na aendelee na kusimama kama mwanaume. Na hawa ma MPs ambao walienda, kwa sababu tunaona wengi walitoka upande wa Western, wale tulikuwa tunafikiria hata bado wamesimama na Mudavadi. Mimi kwa maombi yangu naomba ya kwamba kama watasimama huko, wasimame mahali watasimama, wasimame na mlengo moja, sio kuweka mguu pande huu wa kule DP na upande huu wako kwa Azimio. Mi naomba nchi yetu ya Kenya na iombea amani, upendo na umoja. Tukiwa na upendo, utajua Shiko ametoka wapi, utajiuliza kwa nini Shiko anaitwa Shiko Ogola, utauliza huyu kwa nini huyu mwingine anatoka wapi na huyu mwingine anatoka wapi. Tukiwa na upendo sisi wote, Kenya itasonga mbele. Mimi siwezi taka kile kilichotoka miaka 2007, siwezi pendelea kuona jambo ambalo lilitokezea nyakati huo. Ningependa tu amani katika nchi yetu ya Kenya, kwa sababu kuna wengine ambao hawajui chochote mambo yale yaliyotokea katika nchi ya Kenya. Wengine wenyu walikuwa wadogo, wengine wenyu walikuwa vijana, kuna wengine walikuwa wazee, wamekuwa wakubwa tu, lakini sioni kama kulikuwa na mzee ambaye wale waliona jambo hilo. Mimi kwa hilo nilipoteza familia, kwa hivyo najua uchungu ya hiyo. Kwa hivyo tunaomba tu amani, upendo na undugu. Tafadhalini wa Kenya, tusirudie hiyo jambo lililotendeka. Ni hayo tu nawaomba wa Kenya wenzangu.
Okay, thank you, Ziana. We appreciate your contribution. Let's keep talking. Tuone Geoffrey Charani, kisha tuende kwa David, tuanze kufungasha tafadhali.
Thank you Bernard kwa nafasi na all the panelists, habari ya jioni ama asubuhi mahali popote walipo. Nashukuru sana siku ya leo tena tukiwa pamoja hapa. Let me go straight to mjadala wa leo. Nimesema Uhuru'S State House Luncheon, na tuliona kulikuwa na Oka Mps present, na DP naye alikuwa na kampeni zake. Okay, acha nisema hivi. This game haijaanza, and I've been telling people not yet, we have not started. You are going to see some change of mind within the next 1.5 months. Because right now, all the people are aligned the same sides. They're just testing water. Tukiangalia in the side of Deputy President, naona damage yenye inaonekana ni mingi, and to control that damage, it's not gonna be easy. It's too late. So soon you're gonna see so many people crossing the other side, because whenever we have such a contesting elections, people want to be in a winning side, and people knows where the winning side is. Baba has been in this game for long. He knows his game, and he has something for the people. People know that. Baba is not going to buy anybody. People knows what Baba stands for, and they just choose for freely without being imposed or directed with anyone. So that's why I'm saying that our brothers in the other side, it's good to join. Let us join the winning side, and let us stop those propaganda people saying that Baba is being embossed to people. No, Baba hakuna mtu mwenye ameemboss kwa sisi. He has been there in the game, and people know what has been happening for those 2007 election, 13 and 17. I remember Baba said that now he knows where the crocodiles are. Baba amejua mahali crocodile wako kwa hiyo river. Tumetafuta mbinu ya kuwatoa na tutacross tuende kama mwingine. Kwa hivyo kitu naambia, right now, even if you see what's going on, bado, just wait at the end of April, you're gonna see how politics gonna change. And it's gonna change, and it shows that for those people who have been in the Azimio side, they know that this is the winning side, and they know Baba's got the heart for our nation. And at the end of the day, after August election, Baba gonna put this country where it's supposed to be. And that's what we are encouraging our brothers, for those who are using some incitements, to know that Kenya is bigger than them. Let them watch what they're saying, and let them look for the votes without inciting people or putting fear. The only people who put fear to people are the people who know that they're going to lose. Because if you know you are winning, why are you going to put fear to people? Why are you going to intimidate people? That's what I can say for now, Brother Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Geoffrey. We appreciate your contribution. Let's get, I want to respond to Lightoriet. I hope I pronounced your name right. Lightoriet, your device is not well connected. You need to restart your phone. Then when you click on the link for StreamYard, allow StreamYard to control your camera and your audio. Full control of your camera and your audio. That's the only way you will be added to the studio. And there are things you're sharing in here that I find very interesting. You say something like what Baba was sworn in by a foreigner, so have authority to sue Baba for using Kenyan soil to be sworn in by a foreigner. I don't know where those things stand, so find space to come to the studio and let us know where you have these grounds to sue Baba on the swearing in issue, and why is he walking free until now if he has violated the law. And I think a lawyer is like a priest. As a priest or as a pastor, I can go and join people in marriage, even on a foreign land. I don't cease to be a pastor because I've gone to Tanzania. So I don't know what you're talking about. I would want to have you to break that down for us. David, Karim.
Yeah, thank you, Bernard. I think I was the first person to get into today's show. Then I took a French leave because I was having some stuff to do. But I'm
Yes.
glad I got the opportunity towards the end. You guys, I salute you. You've been here like almost 7 hours. That's really
Yes.
amazing. That's really amazing. And I know it's morning. I like the resilience you guys have. Anyway, let me come to today's topic. As you know, always David is controversial, so he can be controversial too towards the end. I can see Patriot there. Hi, Patriot. So there are two scenarios. There are two scenarios. I can see Uhuru had a state luncheon. Oka guys are coming in. DP campaign retreat. I don't know whether you mean he goes for arrest or he's coming back. Maybe I don't interpret that. But I have two scenarios. Come August this year, and actually that is my post today on social media. Come August this year, there are two scenarios. Scenario one, Baba will be president, and he will accomplish the quest for his presidency and the top seat of the country that he has fought for the last several years, actually spanning 2 decades. Although we know at some point he was robbed, but then that is behind us. That's a very good scenario. One. Scenario two, Deputy President William Ruto will be president, and he will suspend the quest for presidency from the Odinga side for the next 30 or 40 years. That's a very dangerous scenario because Raila would have been declared obsolete, never to stand again because of his age. So the two scenarios can only happen depending on your side when we all register as voters and then come out vote in large numbers. That is when we can persuade the scenario we prefer to take the day. That was my post today. Let me also comment briefly because I'm attending another meeting in the next 20 minutes. I don't want to bore guys and they are tired. For Baba to be president, in my own opinion, he has to get out and campaign. He should be on his own from now on. The idea that he's going to be carried on the shoulders of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, Baba should be advised. I know there are very good advisors there who can speak good English and can be near Baba. Tell him, achana mambo ya Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Hata kama akona aspect ya kumpush. We don't want that tag. Time is running out. Baba's territory is being wrecked as people watch and honeymooning. You know, there's a common saying which says it's always easy to be number one, but very difficult to maintain that number. If there's a person who is worried, it should be Baba and his camp, because predators are coming into his territory and taking his flock in the name of trying to scale down or chipping into his support. Because a person who is number two, number three growing will tend to be happy when he gets 1 or 2 votes from the side he didn't expect. So let us not honeymoon and sit down and say, oh, the president is with us, or the deep state is with us. People should now get to the ground, put on gumboots, educate our people to take votes, come out and seek as many votes as possible in both camps, of course. Lastly, we also need to tell Baba to his face that this narrative being threaded by Yuda is a very dangerous one on his campaign, that he's a project and they are waiting to see who is gonna be chosen as the running mate. If he picks a person from that same perceived proposers, then he will rubber stamp the narrative that he is a project and a caretaker president, holding brief for some other guys somewhere. That's a challenge Baba has to work out. So these luncheons and the likes, Baba should distance himself and start standing on his own and walk, because I know he's a mobilizer. He has his base, he has his people. You need to put them together and avoid any damage. Oka guys, you know, they have taken their sweet time. They're saying, oh, we are not campaigning, as some of us do say here in this forum, that we're blaming Ruto, that he started campaigning a long time ago. That is politics. If you take too long, people will steal the show and you remain in the cold. So Oka, I have nothing to tell them. They have taken their sweet time. Now let them separate and feed anywhere they can feed. Otherwise, we have two horses. That is Baba and the Ruto. Anything to do with the Oka, I think, to me, in my own simple analysis and observation, those guys have nothing to place on the table, because already the political alignment and the realignment is taking shape, and people are resigning. People are now saying where they belong. You saw yesterday that RC, you know, took the podium and said, "Here I am. I'm in the field." So that is my general take, Bernard, for the discussion of today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, David. Thank you. That is clear. I believe all can get that patriot.
Are we doing closing remarks, Panda? Bernard?
Yes. Yes, we do closing remarks unless we have Teba's one more hour extension, but it's not good here.
Okay. Thank you. Allow me to start appreciating the position of David. David, you're always a man who takes your space, and we respect that. you properly described yourself. I really appreciate that, David, because politics, you grab your position. You don't wait to be given, and I like that consistency. But one thing I want to appreciate about you is that you have confirmed, you know, the narrative and the theories and school of thought that thinks wise men change their mind, but fools do not do so. So I really appreciate it. That's why I want to hold you brief on, and I want to believe that for sure you have really depicted the presentation of the people, the great people where you come from. We are proud of you, David, because that is exactly the typical us. We insist, but once we see the light, we change and we pick it up. That's who we are. So I really want to appreciate you, David, but be a bit consistent. Sometimes you go away, and I was really building on a narrative that you had started the other day. I appreciate, I'm sure you're busy, but good, find time to be coming more often than not. Personally, I am always happy to build friendship from where it was the unexpected quarters. So I really appreciate David, and thank you for being here. So allow me to say something just to enrich your advice, David. One, for sure, it is good that Baba must be cautious, and he has to really be upbeat. He has to know that we are almost on the home stretch. Home stretch, you make sure you gather all your energies, focus, and your muscles to see that you really get there the right way. And the only thing that I want to say is a point of divergence, me and you, David, on that, is that between Raila and Ruto, who has been playing number one? It is Ruto who has been playing number one. You need to agree with me that Ruto has been perceived until 3 months ago that if elections were to be conducted, he will carry the day. So the person, in my view, who should be worried is the DP, because he's worried that he's been number one all along. And now number two is picking up at the stretching, home stretch. You know, we're on the home stretch now. So if somebody overtakes you on the home stretch, David, then it means he's just waiting to cross the line. So that's where we are, but I agree with you. Baba must keep the synergy, must keep the focus. And I also want to let you know, I believe that he's doing that because on Saturday, we are going to have one of the biggest, rallies in Thika. Thika is exactly where we are going to show the people kwamba hawajui na tunaenda kuwapanga. In fact, wanapangwangwa, tutawapanga huko. Saturday, I want you to watch what is going to happen there. It is so deliberate. And I think it is important, David, that we take that advice that way. We must make sure that Raila gets it. The other thing I want to mention from your end, David, when you talked about the losers in case Ruto wins, you didn't expound it, because it's good to tell our brothers in Oka to understand how they will lose such that they make their decision today. We need their votes. Oka people will go home with Raila forever. That thing you did say, David, because if Ruto wins, most likely he will go for 10 years. Then he'll toss the ball back to the mountain. You see, those are other 10 years, those are 20 years. How old will be Musalia? Your guess is as good as mine. He'll be more than an old man. How old will be Kalonzo Musyoka? The same thing. How I wish they understood and got besieged to know that if they supported Baba, they stand a chance of coming back to arena sooner than later. That kind of damage, I think I wanted to add to annex that to your explanation, David, so that everybody who is in this game understands the losers and the winners in case of either scenarios going wrong. Lastly, also, just on your part, David, I am a very optimistic person. I don't practice pessimism. And you might have realized it, David, all along, probably not, but let me emphasize this. I practice optimism, not pessimism. I'm not a pessimist in anything that I do in my life. I always believe, yes, we can. In fact, Azimio la Umoja, if you paraphrase that in English, it means, yes, we can. Inawezekana. Everything that we have failed to do, David and my fellow panelists, this time round we will do it. Yes, tunaweza, inawezekana. I didn't know, let me be very honest, David. I didn't know that I would be on the same side with you this sooner, you know? I didn't know, I have to be very honest from where we began. Yes, we can, inawezekana, that we win this election, hands down. Baba has been catching up. He has overtaken the first horse. He's doing very well. We are cheering him. He's doing his home stretch. He's actually doing the quarter last of the home stretch. Everybody in the stadium is clapping. Baba, go for it, go for it. I don't see him relenting. The energy of number one is going down, and sooner than later, we shall all say, ndio inawezekana, Baba has become the president of Kenya. So lastly, on the same breath, I want to ask my fellow panelists to be optimistic. Pessimism is good, but at times it's not the best, okay? It is good to point out for the advantage of building your energies and synergies. I just want to assure you, David, that for sure with your, diligence and, intelligence, you can observe and actually see that Baba has tried to do what is correct. He is going to do better. That is no doubt that Baba is going to do better. You know the history of ODM. Baba is a serious strategist. He's going to spring in great surprises. I don't want to mention here, you watch on Saturday, you will see great surprises that are going to come on place. And in my view, I hypothesize by the month of April, UDA will only remain to be a party in Sogoi. And I'm not being semantic. I'm not just saying this for the sake of saying it. Trust me, people are actually seeing the light at the end of the day. Kenyans are brilliant. They went to school. Majority are just lacking work, but they have brains. With the brains Kenyans have, I'm telling you, we are going the right direction. So the campaigns and retreats of UDA, as far as I'm concerned, as I mentioned earlier before I went for my holiday, is that this guy is just being a politician. And I didn't expect anything other than him being politically, enigmatic on how he wants to do his things. And I appreciate the DP is a great guy when it comes to politics. I expect him to do that. And that's why we want to beat a great guy. You know, when Manu is meeting Chelsea, they're playing Chelsea or Arsenal, my team, you can see, you are winning again as a big team. And we appreciate their effort. They are worthy. They are a worthy opponent to us, but we will teach them a lesson. You must do you must go the gymnastics of losing. You must learn the gymnastics of losing, probably becoming an opposition leader for some time before you win an election. That is history for us. That is history for Kenyans, and we will make sure that we go direction. Last year, of course, I prayed for Baba. I asked that God may grant him good health. It is not easy. He has a big team, and of course, the wisdom around his brilliant brains, they are going to advise him. I wish David you well. We will always tap from your advice, and trust me, when it comes to August, we will all be laughing all along. But I want you to remember, your advice will be taken to the right people. Thank you, my fellow panelists.
Bernard.
Thank you, Patrick. Alex?
You see, I think today I'm going to have a problem with Patriot. But internal democracy is also good, but very hot. I'm ready for that. I take a different approach. And because my friend on the record he has said he's a Christian, I will take a Christ-like approach. 2 Chronicles 7:14. If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves, will pray, will seek my face, and turn away from their sins, then I will hear them. And the rest is history. I take of the approach of humility that even though we know we are winning, let us be humble enough to know that when we take the leadership, we will offer the olive arm to them so that they can know, as Orengo warned us, that revolutions eat their own children. We don't want to be a victim of that. So when we take, I want us to be so humble to a point that our competitors will look at us and realize this is what we missed all these years. But otherwise, if we don't watch our language, in the end, we become like them. So even if we are going to do big things, the better approach is humility, so that, because I have seen here, because of what we have been talking about, I've seen Patriot come in a better way. Captain, I mean. And Captain has been saying, hata yeye anaona matapeli wako kwa watu wao. He has agreed there are dealers. When we speak here with somebody like Wycliffe, we corner him to a point, anasema hapo nimekubali, lakini bado sijaingia huku. It's because we take a better approach, which is neither liberal, which is neither conservative. So as we speak to one another, we must watch our language, that we should be humble enough that we should not do what Murkomen did, Duale did, and others did when they were given the leadership, and they turned the house into their own making. They turned the house to passing security laws in their favor because they had numbers, the tyranny of numbers. We must take a more noble approach, which is humility. And even when we know we are winning by landslide, we must still give them an olive arm and approach. That is the only way. Jakindube has been saying we will have a one Kenya, indivisible, united, and patriotic as your name, Patriot.
Thank you, Alex. That is Ngoja Patriot. That's a good perspective, and I believe Baba's leadership is not to keep any grudges or hold any enmity. He knows what that has done to this country. I don't think he would want to perpetuate that. So even if the other side will not be ready for the olive branch, I'm sure Baba is going to reach out, because Kenya is only Kenya with every Kenyan on board. I keep saying that. And that means that the next phase of this country will have everybody on board, not necessarily changing political parties or political persuasion, but it will make us meet somewhere. There are some national interests that will require everybody on board, and I believe that is going to work out. Kama inawezekana sai, itawezekana and then. Themba, are you the one?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you very much. See you in the next show. I won't talk again.
Okay, bro, you go rest. What is this people are calling humility? I want to hear
Good
from
night,
Alex.
Bernard.
Alex, what is this you are calling humility? Can you expound on this thing? But you have to just mute a little bit. I wonder this thing they are calling humility. Every time Raila supporters say that we are going to win, they need to be humble. When UDA supporters are saying we are going to win this thing round one, then they are okay. That one is they are not humble. They are humble. It is so humble, and this thing every time that is being bandied around, I see it's also another perspective of propaganda. That if you're in Baba corner, you should not talk about hey, you are going to win. You should not say whether you have a strategy. You should not say you have this thing you're going to need. You should just be very calm, you know. You should not say anything. But if you are from UDA side, you are free to come here and say, we are going to win this thing round one. We have a strategy. We have bottom up, form the UDA. We have, and then that is humility. So what is this thing called humility? Kindly, because when I listened to Patriot, all Patriot said is that we are going to we have a plan. Baba is a strategist. We are going to do this. But now immediately, now Alex is coming. Oh, you need to be humble. Oh, you need to do this. What is this thing you're calling humility? Kindly explain. Because I and even yesterday when you came here, Alex, when you're talking, you are very forthright about.
No. That is not what I'm saying. Look, when we choose leaders, my friend, we have to have this thing in mind and remember that power corrupts, and it corrupts absolutely. So while we win, it is not us in parliament representing us. We can have leaders who win because we have voted them in.
Alex,
No,
nobody
wait.
has won.
When you asked the question, I
was not yet
listened
done.
before
I
you
was
finished.
not done. I was not yet done. You got me.
But you said, Alex, tell us. You could have finished, but then say, Alex, tell us.
Relax.
Okay.
Thank you. Number one, as at now, nobody has won the election. Neither UDA, nor ODM, nor Azimio. Nobody. Even Kipenga baada ikijapigwa na IBC ya kwamba sasa positions are vacant. Let's go. So right now bado hata hatujaanza. So kila mwamba ngoma anaamba kwake. Unaona? It is until that time when now mtu ameshinda kama ni Azimio ama ni UDA, ndio sasa tunaanza kusema okay, sasa let's see how you behave when you have won. Lakini saizi kila mtu ukiona vile UDA wanaongea ni kama watashinda. You have to behave like you are going to win. Haya, it is not our problem that they don't want to behave like they have won. They should behave like they have won. They should behave like they have all the votes. They should behave. That's why the deputy president has been saying every day, tuko na mpango, form ni yuda, atupangwingwi. That is their strategy. So hii kitu ya kukuja hata bado voting haijafanywa, Azimio bado haijawin, nobody has taken it, everybody is out there. Mnakuja ati, oh, you should be humble. Now, go ahead, Alex. Alex, are you there?
I'm there. I'm trying to unmute. Okay. Demba, when we vote politicians. And there is a danger, especially when they are overconfident. And we have seen it, even in political rallies. To a point, they have said things they shouldn't even say. So what I was saying, let's be cautious as a country, because there is hypes and pops, especially when we are in political rallies, so that the podium ethos unapata imetoka, so that we have something called pathos. People just speak whatever they speak, and we have seen it. For example, in Kwale, we saw how sometimes a one man that I respect, he misspoke, and later on he said no, it shouldn't have said. So what we are saying is, as we are also in a campaign trail, we must be cautious on how we speak to our opponents. We can't just speak what we want.
Okay,
But
what
we
was
must
wrong with
set.
what Patriot said? What was wrong with what Patriot said? Address yourself to that.
No, let's not go into details, because if you go to details, he's going to rebut. Trust me. So we were not talking into details. We was talking in specific that we as
But
a winning team.
no, Alex, you cannot get away
That's
with that.
me. Let
No,
me take you on that. Let me take you
you're
on
not
that.
getting away with
Let
that.
me take
You
you on that.
rebutted
Let me take you on
Patriot.
that.
Thank you.
Let me take you on that. I was saying, General, in principle, I agree with him. We are on a winning team. And I was saying that we should not behave as they have behaved before, on principle. But if we have to go on details, let's go on it.
Okay, Themba, can I say something? If Alex is done, if he's still, I'll still wait.
Yeah.
Can I?
I'm
Go
done.
ahead,
I'm done. I'm
Patriot.
listening. I'm listening.
You're done, Alex. Can I come in, sir? Can I do that, Themba?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you, Themba. We must talk, and we must give details. We must talk. We will fight, but the truth must come out. So, Alex, I take you positively, and you know, you are my brother. But you see, one thing that we must never lose focus and sight to, this is a public show, and there are people who are analyzing what we are saying. I love when people remind us that way, and you can't have a discussion and end it midway because you are hitting a friend. You will not rebuttal. Let's just discuss it, because I want to learn where I don't do it right, because I'm a supporter of Baba, just like the way you are. So I want to say this, Themba, I want to build on what Themba has actually said. Themba, I am surprised that you listened so carefully when I was speaking. I spoke very friendly, and the person you have brought, you have taken the import of an example of speaking with candid language to our opponent is actually my student, and I stand to be corrected. Jakindube is here. He will tell you, when I came to this platform, I am the one who's been championing for proper speech that appreciates our brothers even when they go overboard. That you need to be told, Alex, with a lot of humility. I stand for that, and I stand for language and words that are calculated. But when you do an import to give an example on my, submission as a rebuttal, I think it's needed to be rebutted properly so that this thing is clear. And the question Themba asked, what was unpresidential? What was unprecedented in the presentation that I gave, that you felt, it was something that had crossed the red tape. That is what I was really wondering, and I was listening carefully how you were going to answer, Themba. You didn't do that, but let me just clarify something in case probably you didn't get it from me. I talked about David. David, when I came here, we had a very tough time with him, and Themba and the rest here can actually agree. At one time, had we been close, maybe we would have gone for each other's neck. That was David. And I appreciate the way David has, changed his mind, the way he does things. And even David will tell you, I stand for good language. And that's what we stand for, the people of Baba. I think, just to cut the long story short, Alex, your advice is good, but you've directed to the wrong people. The people who need to be told that are the UDA people. They insult us. They tell us serious words. We end up finishing here with a word of prayer. Normally, by the way, here, Alex, we finish with a word of prayer. That tells you exactly the value we have to religion and our people. If you found me out of order, I will really be very honest. I didn't really find those words, and how you're not picking them out, I will find that probably to describe as cherry picking on what I said. And I stand to be corrected. I respect them. I only said we have a strategy. Baba is a strategist. We have so much respect to our opponent, and I even took to the extent of picking the advice of David, because David advised and he said, Baba should distance himself from the president, and he should go out of the way to focus. I gave an analogy of finishing, and I told him Baba was not number one, he's actually number two. So where I didn't do it well, for sure, to be honest, Alex, I didn't see it, because had it been there, I'll easily apologize. So it is not wrong to actually point me out. I take that positively. But when you don't point it out and you generalize my discussion or my battle, then you confuse my contribution. That's what I will say for now, Alex.
I don't know if Alex has anything to say, but I want to say this. There's nothing wrong in coming to the forum and talking positively about your candidate. If you come from Muda, for heaven's sake, talk positive about your candidate. Tell us how you are going to win, how confident you are in winning. That is the essence of a competition. Nobody should go into any competition feeling like they have already lost. If you go there feeling like you have already lost, you've lost it. You win, first of all, a battle in your mind. So the Uda guys, even when you see them talking in podiums, they are very confident of their win. Even in comments, they are very confident, which is something that is good for them. Psychologically, Alex is talking about the ethos, pathos, and logos. Of persuasion. That is basically what it is. You need to convince your mind, your heart, and even what you perceive about it. So when you come here and you're not yet convinced that your candidate is a winner, talk like you are the only one who are actually in that race. There's nothing wrong with that. But now coming to tell us, you need to be humble. We have not yet won it. Nobody has actually won next year. It is not a done deal yet. That's why we are telling people from Azimio, go out, take your vote. It will be won after the voting on 9th. That is where kutakuwa na ile unakatia kamba. But for now, everybody should be confident we are all in competition. Nobody should lecture us on how we should express ourselves when we are proud of where we are coming from. If you are proud of Azimio, you have no apologies to make. Just like Ruto keeps saying, that we are not visitors in Kenya. Nobody is a visitor in Kenya. So you should be able to stand firm if you support. Don't support ati sasa wewe you're supporting Azimio, you need to be silent. You need to be FBI supporter. You need to talk with some kind of. Don't confuse humility to cowardly. You might be appreciating the other person, but you have no apology to make for the support of the candidate you are making. Simply because people have come, tunataka kuwabembeleza kura yao. No. Kenya is a multi-party democracy. It's okay for someone not to support Azimio. That's very okay. You know, it's not a one-party state, and it's okay for some people not to agree with Baba. Not everyone will come. Even the Bible says that not everyone who calls me Lord, Lord will enter the kingdom of heaven. I mean, that's we are not the first ones. So coming here every time when someone talks, says, oh, what was Azimio? You need to be humble. You need to, if after people have won, after whichever people come on, the next thing we are coming on now is to hold them accountable. If they pass bad laws, whether they are Azimio or whether they are UDA, we will hold them accountable. We will tell them, no, you don't pass such kind of laws, whether you are Azimio or what. But before then, msizimia watu taa ati sijui mnapangia watu hewa ati watu watakikuja wao ongea, unajua utakasirisha Captain Robani hapa. Captain Robani kwani yeye yako tu na an ego ambaye inakuwa pricked na kashindano. Ati ukisema hivi Captain Robani atakimbia. No, Captain Robani can remain in UDA. Apigie we need a very vibrant opposition come next year, if there will be opposition. You know, right now we don't know. And everybody, even the guy who launched his campaign the other day, Mukisa Kitui, he launched his campaign as a presidential candidate. His supporters should talk confidently that he's going to win and all the other people will be on the opposition. That is the essence of competition. You don't go to a battle with a losing mentality. You go to a battle with a winning mentality and be confident with the person that you support. I want to bring in, I think I needed to say that because I realized that Alex wants to kupimia watu wa Azimio hewa, ati mtu wa UDA akikuja hapa aongee tu confidently vile Ruto amejipanga, najua Ruto ni kijana, Ruto atakimbia. Sasa hao hiyo yao, it's okay. They are not being they are being humble. No way. We are not going to allow that, my friend. If you are talking about Azimio, be confident. If you are talking about Yuda, be confident. If you come to talk about Oka, be confident. If you are coming to talk about Mukisa Kitui, be confident like how ndio ameshinda, because the competition is there and it's open. Inawezekana umekuja saizi, karibu.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Themba and the whole
Want me to
panelists.
rebuttal?
I've been listening to you guys, and I'm sorry I cannot be siwezi onyesha sura because maybe I'm somewhere.
Inawezekana, hebu ngoja kidogo. Alex.
Yes.
Alex.
Ametoka.
Aya, ongea inawezekana.
Yeah, okay. What did I want to say? I've been listening to your to this hii mambo mmekuwa mkisema, and it's good. Maybe I add just one sentence concerning this. I think Mr. Themba, we should also not si ati tuko na confidence ama nini. We know it's a fact that sisi watu wa Azimio, we are the majority. Sisi, we are on the right side and the correct side. You know, Baba has done a lot for this country, and hiyo ni kitu yenye iko. So the way we speak, how we speak, ni hivyo ndio iko. There is we cannot differentiate. Yani there is no difference between black and white. Yani it's just there. So hii mambo ya Bernard anasemanga equalization fund, we are not here
ati tunawahurumia hawa kwa sababu wako design nyingine, ati we should limit ourselves. I don't sijui tutajilimit aje the way I'm sorry to say the way Alex wants us to kujilimit. It does not work like that. We know we are correct, and it's not confidence, it's just the reality of who we are. Sisi watu wa upande wa Azimio, watu wa upande wa DP, they know what they are doing. It's the confidence yenye umesema, they have the confidence, lazima wajipige kifua ya kwamba they are winning, which is not true. And we have to counteract that because it's a lie. So mtu akisema just because we are counteracting what the lies that they are propagating, that's just trying to say that ni equalization fund, and which is not true, which should not be in that manner. Yeah, so Alex is a good speaker. I always listen to him, and I follow him so much. Nimemfuatilia mambo mingi yenye amesema, na imekuwa ni mambo mzuri, but on this maybe ni mimi ndio sijaelewa, lakini the way I've understood, I disagree with him on that. Yeah, thank you.
Alex, are you there?
I am there. I
Toa
am
maoni
there.
yako.
So, you know, I come from the school of thought like, let us agree to disagree agreeably. And I'm one person who believes internal democracy is better than external democracy. If we can shield to sandpaper each other here until we come to know what it is, when we go out there, we realize what we are capable of doing. I still stand firm on my feet on the cement and let it dry. If you want to amputate me, amputate me. But when it comes to that, I'm only saying that ikiwa tunataka kuchuka our democracy too, we must talk to each other in a manner that if we are in the minority, how would we want to be talked to? It doesn't matter that you are not going to give your opinion. You can give your opinion, but let it be tempered with patriotism. If so, I have to use your name. So what I'm saying is that as we go for thicker, let us not chest thump, but let us celebrate. So what I'm saying, and you know what? Sometimes we reveal who we are unintentionally. And on that aspect, you almost told me what I was thinking. You said, when you came here, you and so, if you could be near, it could have been a fist fight. And that is what I'm dissuading you from. That let's not talk like we are almost fist stamping. Let us talk like we are negotiating. That in the end, the superior logic must win and the superior logic must lose. But not almost like we are going to go for a war. That is my point.
Alex.
Alex,
Alex.
you are
Alex.
you are playing what we call gymnastics in
Yes, my sister. Now I want a voice of a woman. I don't want mtu ako na ndevu.
Yes, Ziana. Patriot, ngoja Ziana.
Alex, wacha nizungumze kidogo.
Ndio
Ikiwa unaenda kwenye mtihani.
Yes.
Mko kwenye mtihani.
Yes.
Utasema ati mimi naenda kuanguka?
Kwa nini niseme hivi?
Si utakuwa unajisifu tu, unasema hii mtihani mimi lazima nipite, na unaenda ukijisifu unasema hii mtihani mimi niko nambari 1, lazima niipite.
No, I don't say that. If I'm confident, I'm more calm.
Wacha nikwambie, ukiwa umeenda kwa mtihani, unaenda mkiwa mmekaa na mwenzako, unajua sasa hii ni kikundi kimekaa, unaulizwa wewe unaonaje hii mtihani, utasema namna gani ndugu yangu?
My friend, in the book The Art of War, when you chest thump, you have already lost.
Upigi kifua, lakini ungali lazima ujisifu, useme wewe, uwezi sema mimi naenda kuanguka.
There is a difference between confidence and just thumping. And that's what we have been saying here. Ile kibuyu ambayo haina maji inapiga kelele sana. That is what we have been saying.
Ebu mute kidogo. Which Art of War, written by Sun Tzu, or which one? Because there are so many books.
Of course, that one, yes.
Sun Tzu Art of War that doesn't say that you shouldn't be confident.
No, look, where does he say you shouldn't? You should be confident. Where does he say that? Read for me.
No, where that is said that a soldier should not be confident.
Read for me where he says you should just
You are the
stamp.
one who quoted Sun Tzu.
No,
Sun
it
Tzu.
was paraphrasing, my friend. There is a substance of paraphrasing, my friend. You don't have to quote 100%. Some of these things
I have read
is
Sun Tzu.
paraphrasing.
No,
Sometimes you paraphrase.
wait. Now, Alex, just mute. I've read Sun Tzu Art of War, and especially it is one very masterpiece for insurgency.
Of course.
And one of the things that he talks about is one major quote that I want to give you. He who knows himself has won half the war. Him who knows the enemy, you have read that part.
I've read that book over and over and over.
Now let me
So you
finalize
said, let's talk
on the
about
context. No, let me bring the context of our discussion. You are trying to muzzle our confidence. That's why you're playing gymnastics with words here to try and purport that it is wrong for patriots and Azimio guys to talk confidently. Nobody has said chest thumping. You are the one who has introduced the word chest thumping so that you can justify your whatever the cement that you're trying to stick on. Don't introduce new words to your discussion to try and insinuate other things. What I heard Patriot talk about, and that is, I want you to remain within that context. There's a difference between chest thumping and confidence. There's a difference between having a haughty personality, where you're just haughty, and being confident. Now, what we are saying here is when you are approaching a war, when you are approaching a competition, you don't approach it from a point of, let me be kind with my other competitor. Look at runners. When you see runners before the gun goes, everybody there is looking at the other with, now I'm going to get this. When the gun goes up, every runner is confident that they are going to get to the line first. They don't look at the other one and say, I need to be kind with the other person. They look like they have not trained a lot. I need to be nice so that, by the time we get there. No, you came here to run. Let's compete. Now, you are trying to suggest that if I and Patriot were interested in a lady, and for some reason, I took the lady from Patriot, as I'm planning we are planning for our wedding, I should not be walking with the lady out because Patriot will be angry. I should be, we should be hiding. And even the day of the wedding, because Patriot will be angry, I should not celebrate. Stop gymnastic with words. Whatever you are saying, we agree.
No.
We
You
agree on
cannot
one.
give.
Alex,
You cannot give
Alex,
an illustration of
let
a
me finish.
lady.
Let me finish.
Okay.
We are agreeing on one thing.
After you finish, Themba, allow me to come in before you
Yes,
give it back.
let me finish. If you can meet. Now, we are agreeing on one thing, and that is something that we have always said across board. And as Azimio, we have always been forthright about that. You don't need to chest thump, right? That is something you have always said. But being confident with yourself, that one we have stood and we have encouraged all the people coming here. Don't chest thump. Don't say hata tutaipata mtadu. No, we don't say that. We don't say, because we believe that these are votes you are trying to persuade, and we believe that at the end of the day it is the person who is going to vote kwa debe ndio itaamua. Sisi wote hatujafika. But for heaven's sake, be confident with what you are selling. Kama wewe mwenyewe unaogopa what you are selling, how will people come to whatever you are selling? Let me hear Patriot, and then I come back to you so that we close this thing. Patriot.
Thank you, Themba, for being here, and Alex. I like the way Alex is taking on us. And one thing I'm happy about, we are not doing this in the boardroom. We are doing it in public, and it will be here for posterity. Somebody will check on this. Our children and years to come, who was right on this one. Alex, you started by saying you wanted to take me on because I mentioned I'm a Christian. Yes, I am. What does the Bible say? When you light the candle, put it on top of the table, not down. I know you understand what that means. I can't put my light on, under the table because my other friend seems not to be having a light. It is not bragging. That is showing the person, I have the mantle, I have the light, see the light, it must be on top of the table. My Christianity tells me that for me to exhibit the character of God and Jesus that I trust in, I must live to it with confidence. The other thing I wanted to mention here, very quickly, Themba, because basically, Themba, you literally covered it. The other thing I want to mention to Alex is this. I know you went through O level, and at some point, before you went to the university, you make choices of the careers that you're going to take, and even schools. If you're going to national school, that is from primary. You say, I am going to Alliance, I am going to this. Our teachers will ask us, why do you think you will do that? We will exhibit confidence that we have it, we will do it. Our school will be number one. That is not chest thumping. If my school is anything to go by and my English, that is not chest thumping. That's not overconfidence. And I saw the way you chose those words, overconfidence, meaning confidence is not wrong in itself. And what I said, I didn't see the overflow of the confidence. I only answered David that let him wait Saturday. He will see what we are doing. You know what? The people who have the overconfidence, who are chest thumping our opponents, who say ule mzee alishindwa na Kibaki, akashindwa na Moi, akashindwa na Uhuru, alafu wanaweka mkono, atatushinda kweli sisi? Mnaona anaweza tushinda? Waende huko, waende huko. That is chest thumping. If you have to ask me, that is overconfidence that is anchored on nothing. So let me finish by agreeing with Themba, because Themba, you've done it. I respect your position, Alex, and I want you to remain in that position because I want record to remain the way we are. But I also want to let you know this. I will never stop exhibiting confidence in a career, in an endeavor that I'm able to do in life, because to teach those who don't have what I have, I must show them that I'm comfortable with what I have. That is not overconfidence. That is not chest thumping, because when you look at the kind of choice of words that I have used, that doesn't. So I want you to believe in your school of thought. We agree to disagree. That if heaven came down, I know confidence begins with self, and it's important. It's a virtue. It's not a vice. Confidence is a virtue. In leadership, you must exhibit confidence, and that comes from in you. So what I said, I didn't find it out of order, but in as far as my ears are concerned, you must be confident in a competition. That confidence must be attitude related, so that from the inner you go with the synergy and the psychology that you require to go for it. Otherwise, if you develop anything outside that, then you're a loser. Thank you.
Now, Alex, before you speak, I want to give you a quote from the so-called Sun Tzu that you're talking about, so that
I wish I also had my book
No,
here next to me.
relax, my friend.
No, I'm just saying, I wish I had my book here so I can know what you are reading is true.
This is what Sun Tzu said in The Art of War.
Yes.
It says, victorious warriors win first and then go to war, while defeated warriors go to war first and then seek to win. You win first and then you go to war. Defeated ones do what? They go to war first and then seek to win. Now, the first battle of a war is the battle in your mind and confidence. So you must first of all give yourself the confidence that this thing, I have it, then seek to win. So that is according to Sun Tzu. I mean, this is just one book. There are many books that we can appreciate. But I noticed this. Your point is this, so that we give this a close.
You
No,
have
don't
an
conclude
issue.
for me. Don't conclude for me. Just ask me what my point was. Don't conclude for me. I have originality of mind.
Now, will you allow me? Why are you so much in a hurry?
No, I'm not in a hurry. You are concluding
Yeah,
for me. You are speaking for me.
no, I'm not speaking for you.
Or you
I'm
saying
trying to
your
say,
point is.
yeah, what I think you mean.
Okay. What you think? That is true. That's better.
Why aren't you patient?
Your
You're not
words.
going. You're not going to play gymnastics with words here, and we allow you to get away with it.
No, you are talking for me. And now you have said what you think, and I've said that is right.
What is so hard to understand, my friend?
No, you go ahead.
Hmm?
Go ahead. I'm
Alex,
listening. I'm
Alex,
listening. Yes, I'm
calm
listening.
down.
No,
Calm
I'm
down.
listening. I am listening carefully. Pin drop silence. I'm listening.
Alex, okay. You see, you have been gotten. Okay, finish so that we move on.
No, what I'm saying is this, my friend. I think you have embedded the whole thing from the original idea that I had. What I was saying, and let me say this: let us not take it. Let us not blow this thing out of proportion. There is a thin line between political, and let me be specific in singular. There is a thin line in political confidence and political arrogance. That is what I was trying to say. And secondly, when we allow people who have gotten power, who have not been tested with power, and that's why previously my friend who was humble enough there, Captain, was saying, we acknowledge now that within ourselves, we have people who have become dealers. And these are people who are around. And I think Barack Muluka put it very before they used to use the word Lord of poverty until Barack Muluka came with this the Lord of what, whatever he called them. I don't want to perpetuate into that. The thin line of political confidence and political arrogancy for leaders, it is so thin to a point that in a minute it can change. And I am of the opinion that while we exclude confidence in our win, we must uproot any form of arrogancy. We must talk to each other and even so practice on it. Confidence is a virtue. And I agree with that. We have it. The whole topic wasn't about confidence, but we must realize that thin line is what we must keep in so that as we converse, as we dialogue, so we don't end up monologuing as Azimio and we think the others are listening. We must converse so that as they speak. You can see the example of Wycliffe and Captain. When they come, it's pin drop silence. Why? Because when they make a mistake, they acknowledge it. But when Pato comes, Pato can never acknowledge even his own mistakes by misquoting. And nobody can listen to him. So, and that is what I'm saying. If we follow that suit, that political arrogance and political confidence has a thin line, and we must store that so that we don't run a narrative of expediency, of running away from the reality. And we in Azimio must put our leaders into task so that we don't find that in the future as they come in the leadership. That is almost my point. But confidence, we must. It is an attribute that we must also give our children and the posterity that comes. But at the same time, we cannot allow our children to be arrogant. And that's why I said that, and I've quoted my friend, Patriot. Patriot, people reveal who they are unintentionally. You have said it here, that before, kama mungekuwa pamoja na sijui na nani, the way you argued, mungeshikana mashati. And when that perception is created, it is a wrong perception. that we can argue until tuonekane ni kama wewe peke yako ndio umesema, mimi sikukusemea, but that perception is wrong as we talk to each other. Thank you.
Now,
Naweza ongea kidogo.
it's okay, Patriot. Just mute. Just mute a little bit. Mute a little bit.
Let me just a second.
Just mute a little bit, Patriot. Thank you. I want us to move on because I think Alex has made his point, and we are generally getting where he's coming from. And Patriot is right. Alex is right. We tried to. He weaved himself away from what he thought was going to actually nail him, and he has weaved himself away from it. He had tried to insinuate that Patriot was wrong, but he has weaved himself away from it, and he has addressed a completely different thing: the arrogance and whatever of the politicians in the podium. So that has he has carefully got himself off the hook, so that his argument has now moved away from what he was trying to suggest. But assertiveness and confidence in whatever side people support should not be put down. You know, like it is not our mistake that the guys are not as confident, that they don't have points that will carry them through a debate. That's not for us to help them do that. So if they come here, they need to get ready, you know, to debate, and we will question them. And that in no way should be reduced into now, because who the guys are two, now you need to coil yourself and speak with a certain kind of you know, demeanor because they are here. No, confidence is confidence. It's something that we cannot you know, substitute. If you know something and you are firm on it and you stand for it and you believe in it, talk about it like you mean it, because it's a conviction. The people who want to perceive it as though you're not appreciating what they stand for, I mean, they need to deal with that. Inferiority complex in certain people should not be given as an excuse for someone to articulate their point of view when they know what they believe in. And that is where I think the difference was coming in. So I want to go straight away. I know at Patriot, when you'll be giving your views later, you can give that point. I know you are wise and you know how to sum that up. I know Mulumbu has come in, and also Captain has been here. I don't know. Mulumbu, karibu. Mulumbu, are you there?
Kwanza hata amepotea kabisa.
Aya, Captain, karibu.
Temba, asante sana. Asante. Nasikia wanaume vile wanakanyagana kabisa. Kuna hii kitu mi nasema, I'll just say as it is myself. I don't want to beat about the bush or whatever. I'll say to both the teams, as you have said, the two horses, which are the UDA and the Azimio. I want to tell them this. These people are, all of them, they are overconfident. Azimio, overconfident. UDA, the same thing. Why? Then you come to UDA. When UDA attracts such a very big crowd, you don't expect them that somebody somewhere will win and not William Ruto or not the presidential candidate for UDA. Azimio, now they say they are supported by the state. Don't expect them that to agree that they will not win. That nothing like that. Those people, they believe now they are just waiting for the current president to leave the state for them. Even like right now, when somebody was talking here about the meeting that or luncheon that was in State House, that Baba was being shown hii ni kitanda ya nani, hapa ni sitting room, kule ni bafu ama ni wapi. These people, they are confident that they have State House in their hands. You see, when William, you see the way he's talking, like somebody has quoted, hakushinda Kibaki, hakushinda Uhuru, hakushinda sijui nani, alafu atakuja kunishinda mimi. Those are the signs of overconfidence. That is being confident that Raila atashinda, yeye ndiye anashinda. So mimi nataka niseme hivi, at the end of the tunnel we will have a president. Under the tunnel, what will happen, I not me want to know, but what will happen there, give us the best person to lead the country. Don't take us to what happened in 2007, because even from the comments, I saw some comments here, some even are very funny. Somebody like Toriat, it is even very good that you did not bring him to the forum. I like the fact that the phone was having issues, because even when you talk of Miguna swearing in Baba on Kenyan land, and yet he is a foreigner, we are losing what we call patriotism, because we all know very well that Miguna is that person who is not there to be advised. Is that person who is doing his own things. He's in a different world. Kiambiwa peana passport pale, ufanyiwe hii na hii na hii, you have to give it out. Even the president akitoka nje, passport yake inashughulikiwanga na immigration, anatoka. Only that analetewa ama the appointment mwenye ako naye anamletea. So let's not bring in some issues like those ones, like we bring in some panelists who will take us back. We discussed Miguna issue before, and we finally tukakuja tukaona haitusaidii. So kwa kufunga, mimi sina maneno. Only that another comment from those comments, kuna kitu mwingine alisema some panelists or some people have been paid here. Let me tell that person mwenye aliandika hivyo ya kwamba hata wifi bundles zile tunatumia hapa hakuna mtu anatulipia. Hii ni jasho sisi yetu peke yetu. We decide by our own self. We use our own bundles. You use our own Wi-Fi's. We use our own time, even we are not sleeping, only to make Kenya what we want. To make Kenya for you to speak the way you are speaking, it has never been so easy. Mpaka ikafika kiwango ambapo you have freedom of speech. Some people have gone through a lot, like that you can even have that freedom to speak nonsense that we have been paid to speak what we are speaking. No one is paying us. Thank you very much, guys. We will have a good night. Other people can continue.
Themba, can I put one sentence, please?
Yes, inawezekana. Go ahead.
Yes. Is it this guy who has spoken? I think he is anasimamia on between the line, anasimamia kwa line, and I don't think that is good of him. At this point, if we have been following the politics of the country called Kenya, people should be on either side of the two horse race. You know, he is speaking as if mwenye atashinda, may the best one win. We at this point we have all decided, and we have the affirmative. We are affirmative. I am avoiding to call it confidence. We know the side that we are supposed to be in. You know, hii mambo ya kusema ati may the best one win, I disagree with him. You know, na anasema watu wa Azimio pia they have some kind of overconfidence. That is not overconfidence. We already decided. People already saw the difference. Even Baba told us yeye ako tofauti kubwa sana na Mr. Ruto, and it's a very big difference. Yani kuna very clear difference that you can see from those two. You don't take long to decide who ni upande gani utaenda. Yeah, if people are understanding what I'm saying. So hii mambo ya kuto decide, I disagree with him. By now we should have decided.
Let me respond to you inawezekana this way. There's nowhere I will decide myself to go. I'll just remain in UDA. Hata kama tutashindwa, I'll just remain there. I said, sisi kama UDA, ukiangalia kule kwa zile rali zote William ameenda, ile crowd inakuja pale inashangaza, ambapo hata inampatia yeye mwenyewe anaona hapa itashinda. Some people from Azimio side wamekuwa hata wakisema mpaka hata kwa hizi media inajulikana wakisema zile miaka zingine zote hatukuwa na support. Raundi hii tuko na support ya state. I see. So tutashinda. I'll look for those clips. I think I'll have to bring in here. I'll bring in here. Sitaki kuchukua much time. That is it.
Thank you so much, Captain. Captain is a gentleman. I know he's UDA guy, and we respect that. But we continue. You continue talking. Now, this is for Alex. Alex is another writer called Norman Vincent Peale. This is what he says. Believe in yourself. Have faith in your abilities. Without a humble but reasonable confidence in your own powers, you cannot be successful or happy. So that is just a quote that I want to give you, so that you can ponder on it as you are looking at. And I also want to recommend The Art of Seduction by Robert Greene.
I've read it.
And also The Art of Mastery by the same writer, Robert Greene. So if you are a good reader, I realize that probably I usually recommend books for people to read if they want to understand politics and political machinations. Realize what is happening is not actually new to Kenya, and it is not unique. It's that there are historical manifestations of the same, because even these leaders are probably having strategists who are reading those particular books and are trying to advise them in a similar manner. So you can understand politics of what is happening right now, not in isolation, but in the bigger perspective. So reading opens up your mind. Reading gives you a comparative advantage. And reading tells you that most of the stuff you're seeing right now is not new and unique to us. Like someone writes and says, there's nothing new under the sun. So it is not new to Kenya. It's been there. It's played out. It's been, it's shown himself in other political formations and political systems in other places. So we can comfortably appreciate the developments, and probably with some hindsight have a predictive value as we are speaking. I want to bring in Mulumbu. Mulumbu, tafadhali toa maoni yako. Nilikuita alafu kapotea.
I was on the way from work, man. That's why I got lost. Unajua hii maisha lazima watu tushughulike. We don't hustle. Hustle, unajua maana ya hustle. We don't hustle. Sisi tunafanya kazi kiungwana. So thank you for the mother, and good morning and good evening to some. According to the matter that's going on, ya kuwa mtu kuwa na joy na overflow because of the competition. When you go to any competition, you are going there to win. You can't say that you are going there not to win. You have to go there with the confidence you are going to win. The only thing that we are supposed to talk about it is that when we are in a competition, we are not in a war. Because I can remember when this podium started. We had, first of all, I would like to thank Themba, Wekesa, and Bernard. We had here some people who could not listen to each other. But I prayed and said, man, we have to continue to teach these people how they should behave. They should know that when they come here, they should speak facts, go and read, do the search, You don't have to just come here and talk without understanding what you're talking about. And because we used to be in darkness, tunapigana kwa mabarabara, mtu anatoka eneo, because we don't understand each other. Watu wengi bado they are still in that darkness. But because of this platform, when those people that speak thinking that you're in darkness, we can enlight them. They understand, and here is where to learn. We give them education. We should not behave like them. We should give them facts. And the people that wamesimamia kama Themba and wengine wamesimamia hii kitu, don't let people come here and start telling us things that they cannot substantiate and bring us some other things that it doesn't work. We need facts. If you don't know about somebody, na unataka kuingia kwa siasa, go back to the history. Don't come here unatuambia the history does not work. History has to work. That's why we know where we are going to. Even here in America watakwambia that's not who we are. Wanatangulianga kujua kuuliza mali wanatoka, first of all, before they go where they are going. There's no any other country in this world. Ikienda competition, lazima jifikirie. Now we're proud of going to that competition. But we shouldn't go into the competition of war. That's on our part. Most of the UDA people akija hapa, wako na arrogance nyingi seriously. They don't think on the line. But I appreciate most of them nowadays, they do understand that being in a competition is not a war. You have to convince, sweet talking, and convince somebody with someone with what you have, so that you can win him. You don't have to come here with the ego that you know more than the other people knows. Give your views, let people talk about it. That's you always kuja kuambia watu msiboast sana ya kwamba nyinyi mnaenda kuwin. They are wrong. Hapo wanakosa kitu. Basi wanakuja kutuambia, oh, this time you guys mko na deep state. Wakati nyinyi mlikuwa na deep state mtukuibia. Did we say so? Then mtu anakuja kutuambia, oh, Raila because he has a deep state. Raila amekuwa ameshinda bila deep state. Aliwahi kulia. Why cry? Your person alikuwa kwa deep state. Ange maintain awe kwa deep state. Why did he run away? He said, "Uwezi nitoa hapa. Ulinifukuza kwa nini? Hiyo uwezi nifukuza." He ran by himself. Hakufukuzwa. Why you guys coming here start crying that yuko kwa deep state? Who chased you out from deep state? That's why I'm telling you, panapo wazee, nenda polepole utajifunza. Wacha kuja na speedy. Nenda polepole, sikiliza, toa maoni yako, ask whatever you don't know, they'll show you the way. That's why mfano watu, kuna watu hapa kama Kindu Bay, Joe, kuna Patriot, you sit down and na unakuja, sasa unakuja na mioto yako kali instead of listening. Wakikumbia, no, this is not the how you shut off, or umetusuia, you're not going to make it. We're the same, we are Kenyans. We are not in a war. Let's listen to each other. Pengine mimi ninapokuambia, unajua ni vigumu mtoto wewe wewe ni mtoto umepata mwalimu anafundisha primary. Hii ni mwalimu wa class 1. Na wewe pengine umefundisha umefika 7. Sasa ukifika hapa napata wewe mwalimu wa primary anasema laika mwalimu hata hana misi nimefika 7. Ama umeenda mpaka pengine umefika university unarudi unapata wewe bado mwalimu anafundisha primary. Na huyo mwalimu ni mjinga. Ni mjinga ndiye alikufundisha ukafika university. This person bado ana mambo mengi anaweza kufundisha huyu the teacher ambaye anafundisha primary. Ana bado anaweza kufundisha a lot of things. So respect him. Acknowledge him. Benedict kuna msemo anasema ukiwa hata umekuwa namna gani una nguvu ina ngani. Wewe ni mwanajeshi lakini lazima ukifika kwa wazee unanyenyekea. Ndio anakupatia secret. Kuna secret zingine hawezi peana ovyo ovyo. They look at you. Is when they can give it to you. But ukitoka huko kibrashi kwa sababu ushakuwa mkubwa, umeenda huko, wewe umepewa, wewe ni general, umepewa sasa ati unadharau wazee walioko hapa, ati history unataka kusoma. It doesn't work. So kama ni forum ambayo inafundisha being generous and understand that we are in a competition in a war is this forum. So sidhani kama mtu anaweza kuja hapa awaambie nyinyi watu wazee wenye mko kwa forum ya kwamba you don't understand. So akuja kuwalekecha kwamba ati nyinyi sasa ndio muache kuwa na ego, muache kuwa mwanze kujisifu. Utajisifu na sana namna gani hujashinda? Hata image yenyewe ijaanza firimbi ijalia, lakini lazima uwe na confidence unaenda kushinda. You can't say I'm going to lose. I'm going to win. So why crying that sisi tunapost we are going to win? Why can't you say I'll win? Kama Patrick anasema bwana sisi na baba naenda kuwin. Why get shaken? Wewe pia tuambie bwana mimi na Udi we are going to win. Basi mnachanganya hapo kila mchanganua. Mnachanganua mnakanganyana mpaka mpate reality nikikuwin sawa. Ukikataa kuamilia huko maji ikupeleke ni sawa. Na usikuenda huko ufungulie maji nipeleke na mimi nilikuwa nimepita unirudishe nyuma kwa maji. Hiyo tutakubali. Huyo mtu amefanya hiyo akafungua maji ikapeleka na tunamtafuta. This time hata saba tutafungua. Hatutaiacha. So kwa hayo machache ningesema na what I should do, thank this panel. Actually you are kitu mnafanya hapa mnafundisha hata kuliko naona mativu zenye ziko Kenya huko wale wananiita ma professional na wanasiasa wanaendana kwa mapanel. They don't speak what you're speaking here. Wanafunikanga, they don't speak. Some of them even hawezi kuja kwa hii panel because the question will give them they won't answer. Hawawezi. Because this panel is being watched with so many all over the world. Some of them could have come here. Ili wa enlight wa build their parties, but they can't come because I know some questions that you guys are going to question them. They can't answer. So please, upande wote iwe upande wa sisi watu wa baba wenyewe, sisi watu wa baba tuko wanyenyekevu na nyinyi upande wengine hiyo, please let's come here together. Remember this is our country, it's nobody's country. Hatugombani kuja hapa pole. Ndio sasa Paul si Patrick anasema kama angekuwa na mtu kama afikirio kama wale wengine, kama angekuwa macho kama wangeshikana, but he understands, anamjua, anamemsoma akajua huyu jamaa ana temper inafanana namna hii. But watu wamesimamia ipo forum, please I thank you so much because you guys umesimamia ukweli, and hapa hakuna cha kubembeleza mtu kama analeta kitu kisitofaa, because mkibembeleza itaonyesha sura mbaya. Say the truth. Hata mtu akirudi play that clip asema here you guys stand for the truth, and let the truth be told and let the truth carry the day. So let wenye watu wenye wako kwa competition wawe na imani ya kwamba tutaenda kushinda, na tukishindwa vizuri tutakubali, tukishindwa vibaya maandamano itaendelea. Thank you.
Samba, 1 minute. Captain here.
Yes, Captain, Sema.
I think Mulumbu was referring to me when he was saying that si tulisema tuko na state hii hivi mnalialia.
No, I'm not referring to you, I'm saying in general.
Oh, thank you. Then I'm not coming in. Good night. Semba, you can continue. You can continue because you was not referring to me. Continue.
Okay, wacha tuendelee. Wacha nimpatie Jakindu Bey nafasi. Amenyamaza hapo sana. Jakindu Bey.
Asante sana. Nilinyamaza nikisikia Mulumbu habari. Nimesikia mawaidha ambayo mmesema juu ya kujitapa. Yaani kupiga kifua, kujitapa. Na mimi naweza nikasema kwamba sikuona kitu Patrick this time alisema vibaya. Mimi nafikiri alizungumza tu vizuri. Lakini mimi nataka kusema kwamba tumepewa guidelines nzuri sana na ndugu Raila. Ametupatia guideline nzuri sana. Ametupatia kitu ambayo unaweza kucrime kwa kichwa yako, na hiyo itatuongoza. Tukiweza kuiweka kwa maadili ya siku zote katika kama sisi wana Kenya, kwamba tuwe na utu, tuwe na undugu, tuwe na umoja, tuwe na usawa na uzalishaji. Hizo vitu vitano zinaleta kila kitu, kama ni sheria, kama ni ubaguzi, kama ni corruption, zote hiyo ukilizingatia tukizingatia hizo kama wana Kenya, hizi vitu zote ambazo tunataka kusema ati mtu anajitapa, mtu anafanya nini, hizi hazitakuweko. Jambo lingine nataka kusema ni kwamba upande wa UDA kuna vitu ambavyo wao wanataka, lakini ikiwa ni upande wa Azimio wanasema haiwezekani, ni vibaya. Kwa mfano president akisema ana support Raila, hiyo watu hawatampigia kura, ndio. Lakini wanataka, alisema alikuwa yake ni 10 na ya Ruto ni 10. Sasa hii ya 10 ya Ruto alikuwa anataka kumpatia akiwa wapi, akimkampenia, akifanya nini? So unaona hizo ni double standard. Usione kama upati kitu unasema sasa hiyo kitu ni mbaya, lakini kama unaipata ni nzuri, hiyo haiwezekani. Mimi nasema na niko na confidence katika sehemu zote za dunia, kama president akusupport ni kusema huyo president amefanya kazi vibaya, amefanya kazi vibaya, kwa hiyo anajaribu kujiweka mbali na wewe, ili chama yao ishinde. Kama anataka ushinde, lakini kama amefanya kazi vizuri, wananchi watamsikiliza popote alipo duniani. Kwa hiyo mimi sioni makosa ya mtu kusema ati Raila akae mbali na president, ati ajitenge na president. Anajitenga namna gani na ndugu yake? Jamani, watu ambao wanasema hii ni kwamba watu wengi hawajui tumetoka wapi na tuko. Jamani, umoja ni kitu kizuri sana. Kitu inaitwa umoja ni kitu kizuri sana. Kenya tumekuwa bila umoja, lakini tumekuwa tukidanganyana kwamba tuna umoja, lakini tumekuwa hatuna umoja, kwa sababu kama tungekuwa na umoja haingefika wakati tulikuwa tunataka kugawa nchi yetu. Unaona, haingekuwa hatuna nani. Lazima tujenge hiyo umoja. Tukijenga hiyo umoja, hii mimi ndio ndawasisitizia kwa wakati wote, tujenge umoja. Tukijenga umoja itatufanya tuzuie vitu za wizi, corruption itaisha. Corruption tutapiga marufuku tukiwa na umoja, tukiwa na undugu, tukiwa na utu itatufanya tuheshimu wazee, tuheshimu watoto, tuone sisi ni binadamu. Utu ni ubinadamu. So lazima hizi vitu tuzingatie. Lakini tukija hapa, nafurahi sana kwamba hapa katika hii mjadala zote ambazo tumekuwa tukifanya hapa, nafurahi kwa sababu huji tu hapa kusema uongo. Na mimi ninaweza kusema wale watu ambao mnaweza kusema ni arrogant ni watu wa UDA. Ni arrogant, ni watu ambao ukiwauliza ukweli wanatoa matusi, alafu wanakwenda. Na hata ukienda kwenye mtandao mahali watu wanaandika, unaangalia comments zao, kama kusema ninyi Wajaluo sijui nini. Hakuna mambo na Wajaluo hapa. Watu hawazungumzi kwa sababu ni Mjaluo au Mkalenjin au Mkamba au nani. Hapa tunazungumza kama Wakenya. Hakuna mambo ya Ujaluo hapa au mambo ya Ukamba hapa, tunazungumza kama Wakenya. So usiseme kama ni Mkenya unasema Jakindu Bey, hiyo kitu umesema haifai. Usiende ati ninyi Wajaluo. Wajaluo, what do you mean? Hiyo ni makosa, na hiyo nimeona sana kwa watu wa UDA. Inaitwa UDA. Sasa wao wanabagua watu kwa kikabila. Sasa huyo ndio mtu ambaye mnasema anataka kutuongoza. Jamani, ninyi bwana captain, hatutaki ubaguzi. Tunataka tuungane. Mambo ya kusema eti wewe utakufia huko kwa UDA, hata kama inapeleka nchi kwa mtoni, tukazamie huko mtoni. Wacha, sisi wote ni Wakenya. Wote ukimpigia Raila kura ni Mkenya. Akiwa president, hata kubagua kwamba wewe ni Mjaluo au wewe ni Mkalenjin ama wewe ni nani, atakuwa president wa sisi sote. Hatuwezi kuchagua mtu ambaye anatubagua, anasema Wajaluo walimtupia. Wajaluo kazi yao ni kutupa mawe, Wajaluo kazi yao ni kung'oa reli. Hiyo hatuwezi kufanya vitu kama hizo, kwa sababu kuna wanasiasa wengine wamefanyiwa hivyo, wametupiwa mawe, lakini sijasikia mmoja akisema ati nilitupiwa mawe na Wakamba au na ufanyi namna hiyo. Hiyo ni kugawa watu. So mambo ya kugawa kiongozi, mambo ya mtu ukitaka kuwa kiongozi, kazi yako sio kugawa watu. Kazi yako ni kuleta watu pamoja, vile Rais Uhuru anataka kuhakikisha kwamba amerudisha nchi yetu, yeye na bwana Raila, kwa ile mahali, kwenye mahali tulikuwa tunatakiwa tuwe. Tukiwa kwa hiyo reli, nchi yetu itakuwa kwa hali ya haraka na tuwe kama hizo nchi zingine. Unajua watu hawatambui kwamba hizo nchi ambazo tunazitaja, hizo nchi ziko na tofauti. Sisi tulikuwa na tofauti. Sisi wakati tulipata uhuru, tuliacha reli kwa kuingia kwa mambo ya ukabila, tukawa tunagombana sisi kwa sisi. Wakati mwingine kulikuwa na vita ile inaitwa vita za baridi. Vita za baridi ni ya ukabila, na hata dunia ilikuwa na vita ya baridi, vita kati ya watu wa Russia na upande wa huko Russia na upande wa Amerika. Kulikuwa na vita ya baridi, na ilikuwa ni vita mbaya sana. Imerudisha watu wengi, ilifanya nchi nyingi zilipinduliwa, watu wengi waliuawa. Afrika zilikuwa serikali zetu zinapinduliwa ovyo ovyo tu kwa sababu ya hizo vita zao, na hizo vita ziliingia Afrika kwa sababu ya ukabila, na vita ya ukabila nyingine ni vita ya baridi. So ni lazima tuhakikishe kwamba tusaidie. Mimi nasema tumuunge mkono rais. Ni siku nyingine mtakumbuka kwamba Rais Uhuru Kenyatta ndio rais mmoja ambaye alifikiria, akaangalia, akasema walipokaa pamoja na Raila wakaona nchi yetu iliacha barabara wapi, na hii mahali iliachia barabara hiyo wakirudisha kwa barabara, kila mmoja na hakikishia Kenya itakuwa na raha, mtakuwa na raha. Sisi wote wananchi tutakuwa tunafanya kazi na raha, kwa sababu hatutakuwa tunabaguana. Mimi nataka kuacha na kwamba siku zote tukumbuke hii kitu. Utu, sisi wa Kenya, utu iwe ni kitu ya muhimu kwetu. Undugu iwe ni kitu ya muhimu kwetu. Umoja iwe ni kitu ya muhimu kwetu. Usawa uwe ni kitu ya muhimu kwetu, kwa sababu tuwe na usawa kwa sisi wote. Alafu uzalishaji, kufanya kazi, lazima tufanye kazi kujenga nchi yetu pamoja. Asanteni sana, nashukuru na nimefurahi sana kuwa na ninyi. Asanteni.
Asante Jakindu Bey. Patriot.
Thank you, Themba. before I do my last statement to today's contribution, before I forget again, Temba, I want to say, oh, well, from a very honest point of view, you must be improving the way you sound. And especially now that we have put you on that trajectory, battling, rebattling, the way you've moderated, and you've been able to come out clear like that, I think from where I sit, you must be doing well. God must be really around you. So we thank God for that, and we want you to improve. And sooner than later, we want to see your face because we are missing that smile here, man. So kama ni maombi tuongeze. I want to thank God that you seem to be improving. Okay. Today's topic has been well elaborated by the able panelists. I think the main objective is to bring all the relevant points out, so that people understand what is happening in day-to-day trajectory as we move towards the election. I want to also say that for sure we have always seized the moment to learn. We learn, and that's why we are not ashamed to quote instances where we have learned from our previous way of handling each other. Allow me to say now that the submission that I gave and how it was rebuttal seems to be the center of our final discussion. Just allow me to do my conclusion around that. And thank you, Themba, because you knew I'll be able to coin this well as I finish. And I hope we will still be able to respect and understand each other from the kind of schools we come from. I want to state very categorical that we do not subscribe to some behavior in life. And that's why we have made the little achievements we've made in life. And for sure, you'll see when you pick a line of life in the way you carry yourself, you can easily look back at history and see where you have handled your things well, how you have succeeded, where you've not. Because every day there are things we learn and we're bound to correct from our past so that you have a better future. Because the better life of a human being is always ahead, not behind. But history will always give you a clear understanding on how to manage your future, how to plan to that. I am one person who believes that the opinion I hold should not be necessarily the truth, but I have a right to air it just like my other people do. And I want to say, Alex, my brother, you have all the right to air what you're saying. However, I want to say this with a lot of respect. Here we don't push or ram what we have down the throats of others. What we do, we give with a lot of respect our opinion, the way you have given yours, which I respect. But if you listen to me in my last submission before, again, you came back, is we are not going to belong to the same school of thinking here. We are all different. What we do, we just contribute to the main kit of knowledge, so that what we know, the little you know, you put there, and then somebody there. Then the world is there to pick what they think is right. So it is in my place to say that confidence is part of life, and I've always taken it as a virtue. Let me say this. The children that I have, I've given them very great names. Yeah, you heard the other day when we got our child, we called her Princess Alice. That is confidence a parent has over the children. My son, who I call Williamson Obama, I call him President. When we talk to each other, I ask him, Mr. President, how are you? That is not overconfidence. That is not arrogance, in my view. That is positive confidence that you give to your children. And when I call them President, one will easily misinterpret that will be arrogance or a demeanor to other people, which I don't think so. And that is the way I have been brought up. We don't give names to children the way we've been giving those years. You give a name that has a meaning. Call your child an engineer as he's growing up. Call him a pilot because that's what you profess. The strength of what you pronounce with your tongue is so heavy. So exhibition and a demonstration of confidence to me will always remain a virtue, and I respect other views. But as I'm concerned, I'll never be sorry, because I'm above 40 years. There are things I will hold very dear, but I also respect what others hold. So this is an opportunity for us to exchange. Let me know what Themba loves. How does he think? Let me know Alex. But I'm not going to force Alex to think like me, just like I wouldn't want him to force me. So it's just a matter of discussing. We respect that. We smile to each other and we finish. And then the other thing, lastly, as I want to finish, because I know time is really up, is that the example I gave about David was a positive attribute. Because David, and you will, you check back to the YouTubes when David will come. David used to be very rough. He will not allow people to finish before he interjects. And I will tell you clearly that was David for you. One day he said a term that was a serious demeanor. That's when I really had to go to the defense. So I mentioned a positive attribute, how we have made friendship on this platform. And I know we are going to make friendships. We shall have verbal fights. We shall teach each other, and we'll go that direction. So I am not a warmonger. I'm a person who stands for the truth. But I'm only saying, give your views. I respect them. I give mine. Then we say, okay, we leave it at that. That's the way things will go. Otherwise, Kenya is a diversified country in terms of application of mind, and even the human resource that we have. We respect all, the lawyers, the doctors, those who didn't go to school, those who are going to school. We respect them, but let them give their views, and they should be in record. And that's what I think. For me, arrogance is very far from confidence. Confidence must come from you. Before you choose a career, you must have faith in what you want to do. Because if you be forced to do a career that didn't come from the inner you, then you will not succeed. That is very important. And I believe that is what I believe. I will always exhibit confidence. I will always stand for it because it's a virtue. And I will say it with, of course, words that are well picked. I don't want to cherry pick on things, and that's it. And I've always, even after I've shown that I've strongly stood on something, I will always respect people. We will always smile back. I don't want to shout to people. That's me. But I know there are others who do their thing differently. That means we have all sorts of people. It's a world for all of us. Let's respect those who run very fast with words. There are those who come very slow. There are those who look at things differently. But we must have some point of convergence. So with me and my fellow panelists, including my brother Alex, who is a dear friend of mine and a brother from home, I will always respect you. That's your opinion, but don't force me to have your opinion to be mine, just like I wouldn't want mine to be yours. And that's the way we will move on. We must exhibit confidence, because I am sure Raila Amolo Odinga is going to win. And for sure, if I know that Raila will not win, then I will not vote. If I really have the conviction that Raila will not win, I'll not waste my time to go and vote. But I have personal conviction that the assessment, the confidence that is in the air, including mine, Raila is going to win. And we will treat our opponents well. We will respect them. They are actually our worthy opponents, and their place is actually the opposition. So, Themba, as I conclude, my statement is this. I'm requesting, as we discuss, I'm requesting you be displaying what people out there say when we are having a discussion, because that sometimes guides us to know how people are thinking, so that we know whether we are doing a popular, discussion or just a discussion that makes merit. Thank you so much for listening to me, my brothers and sisters. May God bless you guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your submissions. Where is Geoffrey? Geoffrey, are you there?
I had a question for Patrick.
Pen Nyagaka, bwana. We are doing our closing remarks. Wacha Geoffrey again. Geoffrey, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Brother Themba, kwa nafasi. And thank you for our brothers from both sides wenye wametoa maoni yao, because we are here to convince each other so that you can learn whoever thinks whatever we are saying is right to them. Let me say this. In any competition, you must be confident. That's why we're confident that you are going to win with Baba. And we are telling our brothers from the other side that let us do our campaign in a peaceful way without inciting people, because we know that we have only Kenya, one Kenya, and there's no another Kenya which we can run to when things go so. So let us continue respecting each other, and let us continue persuading each side so that you can, as we continue persuading each other. And I'm telling my brothers from the other side that let us join together, and we know that Baba is going to win. Let us be together and work together to make our country a better place for everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Geoffrey, for that. Alex, your time.
Thank you, Themba, for such a nice show we have had today. I think I've been in the show almost the entire time. I will not go back to regurgitate on what we spoke. I will go straight to the quote you gave me. I realized the duality of the thing I was saying. And if you remember very well, your quote is in confidence, be humble and reasonable. And I'm glad you brought that in, because I had put it away, because you tend to realize you define yourself. You don't define who wants to define you, or you don't allow anybody to define you. So, and I think I'm glad for the guy who brought that quote, and I thank God for that, because my main point was, even in confidence, just be humble and reasonable, because reasonability is variant. You know, somebody may think they are reasonable, but they are unreasonable. You may think somebody is unreasonable, but they are unreasonable. So it all depends what we speak on. So if you said that confidence, and you saw it twice in your eyes to give me that quote, I am gladly taking it, and that is it. Secondly, these are conversations. These are conversations. These are intellectual conversations. These are some of things that we pass by. You know, when we come back and we listen another day, we remember we spoke about this, and I got this from this person, from this person, from this person. What I'm getting from this show is that even the people who are in UDA understand their problems and know very well that within their camp, they have issues. And more particularly, Captain brought out a point that mesmerized me today. He tickled my mind, and I was like, okay, kumbe, they know these things happen in their camp, and they are not able to deal with them. One example he gave, he said, tunajua hawa majamaa ambao they are dealers within their camp. So I'm glad through the conversation, even if they don't agree on other platforms, finally, our voice of reason comes to a point whereby they cannot deny it, because we speak to each other. And I also wish that we also acknowledge that we have issues within our camp. And that camp is not as perfect as we may also think. But the truth is that we are better organized than them in many, 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 many ways. But we will want to be more perfect. We want a more perfect union. So as they acknowledge too, it's also in our position to say that there are some areas also we need to improve. And that is the conversation what we must have. Because after all, when we win, we will want to show that we supported the right people. And these people must be accountable to us. We don't start criticizing them later on, because hata mfanyikazi akikuja kukufanyia kazi aanze kufanya vitu fulani ambazo si vizuri, you let them go, you let them go, you let them go. The day you will pinpoint them, I mean, they will think you are against them. So, I mean, as we have this conversation, when we realize there are some holes that have been poked and we need to patch them, that patchwork doesn't mean that you are gearing off from the party, but it's a sign of exposure, is a sign of experience, and also it's a sign of intelligence that we are not perfect. We want to make a more perfect organization and a more perfect government to be. So, Patriot, thank you so much, even if you are not there. For the record, the other guy is called Wycliffe. They have exhibited tremendous respect to me because they have acknowledged what many people in UDA do not acknowledge. So, I mean, I've come to know that the UDA people are also good people. From far, I used to fear them, but the reality is that they are human as we are, and we applaud them. Thank you and good night. And Temba, endelea kupona bana. Sisi sasa ndio hiyo homa inaanza kutushika. Asante.
Pole Alex for kwa homa. I want to give you another quote from Sun Tzu. Unajua nimeona you are a good reader. This is what Sun Tzu says: if your opponent is of choleric temper, seek to irritate him. Pretend to be weak that he may grow arrogant.
You know that is Mutahi Ngunyi favorite quote to William Ruto.
Exactly.
And you know that.
So you see, secondly, from your comment, let us run away from. In my view, okay, let me be clear there. In my view, there's a sense of treating criticism as a bad thing. Criticism is not a bad thing. Criticism is about how you use the critique that you're given. And number two, Alex, if we were in a purely Azimio forum and you throw in your critique, that's a good thing. But this is not a purely Azimio or purely UDA. This is an open forum. Nobody goes to war and then starts telling their commander that, hey, we are doing a bad thing. It is forward, let's shoot. Then we go back to the camp, then we start saying, okay, fine, this one is not a good thing. So as much as, yes, there will be things that I've always said here and I still want to repeat. It is up to UDA people to come and poke holes on Azimio. It is up to them to come and highlight as many. For us, we are to pick that as feedback. Then we go and in our forum, wherever it is that we have, we tell them, hey, you guys, there are these and these things that are coming. And I've always said here, even when, like yesterday, when something was highlighted about UDA, I told the UDA guys, don't even rebut. Take that, take to your people, tell them, this is the feedback. We need to do something about this thing. This thing is hurting us. Because here, we are here to highlight, you see. So as much as possible, I would encourage even Captain, when he comes here, he highlights everything because he's on the other side. He tells us that you guys in Azimio, you are doing this. Captain, when you highlight, we don't keep quiet. In our own way, we go elsewhere and we self-reflect. But we are not here to give Captain the ammunition and the gun to shoot us. We are not going to tell him that now this is what is happening in Azimio so that he shoots us with it, because you never know his intention. As soon as you give him that, he already sees what he's going to use. So it is up to them to come and tell us. And that kind of critique helps the debate. I would wish for a situation where everybody from UDA who comes here, we highlight where it's up to them to talk about their positive. It's up to them to tell us where they think is going to work. It's up to us to critique them as much as possible. If they are wise, they should pick that feedback, go to their own cocoon. If it is helpful to them, that's fine. If it is not helpful to them, that's up to them. But for us here, when we come for the purposes of debate, let us, for heaven's sake, highlight. If you have anything that you want to, you can't come here and then you start saying, oh, I support Azimio, but I don't like this and this. No. Let Captain tell you, we don't like Raila because of A, B, C, D. You know, that is for the UDA guys to come in and say. I don't like the idea sometimes when they come and then they say, you guys of Azimio, you're only talking good about Raila. I mean, what are we supposed to do? It's up to them to come and give us the negatives. It's not that we don't see them, but you're not going to anika your negatives in front of, you know, like everyone that, okay, fine, these are the things. It's not like there are things that are not working and we don't like them. But there's a place, there's a forum that we go, and we have so many forums. This is just one. There's an Azimio only forum where you are going and say, you guys, can we do this? Can we do this? We won't come here and give you that. Why do you want me to give you an ammunition to shoot me? We won't. And if you are waiting for that, pole. Let me go straight.
Sasa unajua bwana, when you find our brothers who are intellectually weak, I don't want to use the word challenged, especially because sometimes we sit and listen, and we are not gonna name names here, but sometimes tunawachukua so bad until you will find them cocooning in some place whereby exposure will be difficult. So, and that's why I come from the school of thought that let us be kind. Let us be kind to them. Otherwise, when they run away, they are going to have that challenge even more. So sometimes
No,
you
you're right, but you're right, Alex. But you know, for some reason, by the way, this forum has been very accommodative. You don't have to have gone to any school to join this forum. This forum has been very accommodative, even to the.
That is true.
I usually say even the person who is in the village, akijoin hapa, we will listen to their views. As long as you have a view, we will listen to you. You will tell us from your language that you think is okay. We will try to capture it, and then we are going to even debate with this. So this forum is the most accommodative forum. We have people who are very educated. Of course, we don't know, but at least from their talk, we can try and say that this one looks like they are very educated. And of course, those who are, you know, like they have an idea. You know, it doesn't mean that going to school means if you didn't go to school, you don't have an idea. There's a way that you can tell us something from the ground level that we can understand. We've never understood it. So this forum is the most accommodative, and we want it to be that way, so that anybody. Yeah. Yes, Diana.
Alex is just trying to say that don't fight a wounded warrior, please.
Yeye mwenyewe amewezwa leo. Okay, Ziana, it's your time.
No, I'm not a wounded lion, bwana. I'm a big cat.
Ziana, give us your views. Your final comments.
Themba, nashukuru sana, naona kama mnapona, ni nzuri. Tungependa ya kwamba ikifika kesho kutwa tunakuona umetoka kwenye curtain. Unajua ukiwa kwenye curtain unafanya watu wengi wanakuwa kwenye curtain. Naona wengi wamejifunika. Nimeshukuru kwa Alex kujua kwa maoni yake, na akakuja akajua hiyo sio kujipiga kifua, ilikuwa ni kujiamini. Asanti sana. Confidence sio kujipiga kifua. Kulikuwa na Penny alikuwa anasema ya kwamba kabila mbili ndio walikuwa pale wamekutana, ya kwamba alikuwa amesema Raila na Uhuru hizo ni kabila mbili. Akisema kabila mbili badala kusema ya kwamba tunakubali ya kwamba shake hand, akisema shake hand ilikuwa kati ya Raila na Uhuru, hiyo tutakubali, lakini usiseme eti kati ya kabila mbili. Unafaa kusema walipokutana pale leo, kufai kuzungumza ya kwamba kusema eti walikuwa makabila mbili ndio walikuwa wamekutana pale. Wale wabunge walioenda pale sio kabila mbili, ni Wakenya. Tukianza kusema habari ya ukabila, tutaharibu maneno, tutaharibu Kenya yetu. Tuachane na maneno ya ukabila, ingawaje Kenya bado tuko na maneno ya ukabila na uwezi ukaiondoa katika Wakenya. Tunafaa kuwa tunafurahia, kila mmoja anafurahia kuwa na kabila lake, lakini mimi mwenyewe huwa inanisumbua kwa sababu niko katikati ya makabila mengi. Huwa inanisumbua sana, sijui niseme sasa niko kabila gani wala gani, lakini huwa nafurahia nikienda nyumbani.
Princess, wewe ni mama Azimio. Wewe ni mama Azimio, hauna kabila.
Nashukuru. Kwa hivyo nikisikia mtu akizungumza juu ya ukabila huwa ninashindwa sasa kusimama upande gani. Kwa hivyo kama ni ukabila tuondoe kabisa. Tukiondoa kitu ambacho kinaitwa ukabila katika hii Kenya, tutakuwa watu wazuri. So naomba tu tuondoe ukabila, tuwe na umoja, upendo. Hiyo ndio kile kitu mimi naomba katika jamii ya Kenya, naita jamii ya Kenya, kwa sababu nikiwapa mfano, tukienda kwetu kule nyumbani, tukikutana wote, unasikia wale wametoka Kisii wanazungumza Kikisii, wale wametoka Uluyani, wale wametoka wapi wanazungumza, lakini mamangu huwa anawaambia, la, hapa mmekuja sasa ni Kiswahili, hakuna kuzungumza kabila lolote, ni Kiswahili. Kwa hivyo ni Kiswahili ndio inatuunganisha. Kwa hivyo habari ya ukabila tuachane nayo. Ni hayo tu kwa leo. Nashukuru.
Asante. Ngoja Penda kupatia nafasi. David uko?
Mtu mwingine nitakuja baadaye. There's something I'm sorting out in the next 5 minutes.
Okay, Pen.
Yes, my friend. Yes. Can I talk?
You're in a noisy place, my friend. Are you always in a noisy place?
No. You the guy is in a pit hapa. There's no noise today. Yesterday was noise.
Why are you staying where magari yanapita? Can you stay where magari yapiti?
Ndio, naenda nyumbani, naingia nyumbani.
You know the noise from where you are, it becomes a little hard for us to get what you're saying. You get what I mean?
I got you. Sasa hakuna noise. Iko noise?
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Okay, that's my daughter. I was going to tell her that I'm the least troubled person you will ever meet. I still repeat what I said. We cannot have two people from two tribes dividing for us, the Constitution of Kenya, or change the Constitution of Kenya. That's exactly what I said. In my earlier ages, I lived in the world and I knew just like anybody. There's no way I could have learned if you're traveling. So that's a bad decision, and we should take that back. But at the same time, I have a right to say that two people cannot define for us. A constitution is made up of everybody. We are 43, at least 20 of us should be that making that constitution, not two people. So let me finish that, Deba. We are glad that you're feeling better, and it's a good show. I'll be coming, if you don't to listen, and I learn a lot. Because like yesterday, you gave me a good lecture that I take it in, and I accept that when you're wrong, you're wrong. But this one, my friend, what is happening today in State House? What happened with CBI? What happened with handshake? Those are all illegal, and the court will prove you that that's illegal. We cannot be happy about things that are done to our country that are illegal. That's what I'm saying. You know.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Pen. Thank you, Penny. But don't say that tribe. You've said two people. If you say two people, I don't have any problem with that. But if you say a tribe, I don't want you to talk about tribe. Talking about tribe, that's what brings the problem. Talking about tribe, that's what brings the problem. If you say two people, I don't have any problem with that. But if you say about tribe, I don't like that. And that's my stand. I don't like that. Saying about tribe, if you start talking about tribe, that's when you bring the problem in Kenya. Please don't talk about tribe. Talk about the two people. If you say Raila and you say Uhuru, I won't have any problem with that. But start talking about tribe the way you said two tribes. You said that two tribes. Two tribes. That's what I don't want.
I see your point on that one. It's two people. Okay, that's okay. But they do come from Kikuyu and the Luo. But like you say, if it's two people, I can say two people. There's no problem with that. I accept it.
Ben, can I say something?
Yeah.
I don't know what your problem is, even if it's two people, even if it's 10 people. I mean, constitution making is a process. You get what I mean? The initiation of it, anyone can initiate, even those two people. I mean, they're Kenyans, and anybody can initiate constitution amendment process. So whatever happened doesn't necessarily mean that it is a constitutional process, and whatever it is was the Constitution of Kenya taking its course. So there's not a time in Kenya where any constitution was passed by 100% of the people. If you remember Constitution 2010, when we go back even to Ufungamano times, it was just some individuals who came up, So you cannot say that when we are engaging in a constitution making process, there are some people who should not do it. That is also discriminatory,
But you need to declare the interest. You need to declare the interest. You can't change the constitution
No,
because
hold on. I mean, David, you are quiet. Can I finish what I'm saying? If you guys can mute just for a while. You see, Ben, have you muted? Okay. You see, when you see these people coming in and giving their views into a constitution making process, all those people are Kenyans. So when they push it and then it goes to court, that's a constitution process. That's the Constitution of Kenya taking its course. Then it goes there and it is declared nullified, and the court pronounced itself into it. That's a constitutional process, which is okay.
It's not okay. It's not okay because
hold on, David. You now heckling, my
conflict
friend.
of interest.
You wanna heckle or what? You see, if you heckle, nobody's listening to you and nobody's listening to me. I'll give you time for you to be heard. That's what it's called, decorum. Now, when these two, whatever political class the Kenyans have come in, they're covered with the same constitution that you want to cover you. And this thing went through up to the county assemblies, went to parliament, and then it was voted, it went to court, it was nullified. That's a process. You know, it goes into history that this is what happened. You know, let people exhaust their process, even if it was, even right now, the bill that is coming in parliament for political parties bill, it will still, I mean, everybody has an opportunity still to go to court to exercise their constitutional right. Let us allow our constitution to function in a very proper manner. You don't blame someone for following their constitutional right. There's nothing wrong in the bill going to parliament, to Senate, then it passes, and someone going to court. That's a constitutional process. These people are Kenyans, and the constitution is for every Kenyan. So thinking that someone else should be better protected by the constitution than another, that one I find, in my view, a little, ironical. When you're fighting for constitution
Can we
on one
also
side,
talk over the same? Can we also talk over the same?
you will talk. Let me finish, my friend.
Yeah, summarize then.
I just gave you time to talk. You didn't talk. You were busy doing something. I've said something now. I was even addressing Pen Yagaka, not even you.
Can I
Pen,
finish?
I don't know why David wants to heckle today. He's normally a gentleman. Okay, Pen Yagaka. Pen, you want to talk?
Yeah. Yes. I was muted like you told me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go
Hello?
ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir.
No, all I was saying is that it's two gentlemen that got there to get the Constitution. It's a waste of our time for the courts to be finishing something that we all should know that is illegal. Even giving car grants to those guys in MTS so that they can vote for it, that in itself is illegal. I mean, so many things are going on that are bad. But like the lady said, like you said, I agree with you. But I would not agree that two people should be the source of the constitution making. If us as a Kenyan people accept it, then there'll be it. But every step of the way, you saw how they organized the meeting from Kisii to Ruyaland to Coast to Kampani, where they will force Kuria out. Like, you have to agree with it or you out. That is the constitution. My friends, young people, be careful with what you wish for. I'll finally say that all the three issues that these guys are doing are illegal. These two guys. They're from the PBI to the...
You are shooting yourself on the foot because you are saying they went everywhere. So, I mean, you're contradicting yourself.
No. They went to where their people were. They went to ODM zones. I don't disagree
they
with that.
went everywhere. They were in Eldoret.
No. They went to ODM
it's on the record. Don't cherry pick information. I mean, they went everywhere, Mukaka. They didn't go only certain places. It's on the record. But I agree with you where you say that probably it started with the two people. But you cannot say that they just went to one area. But I agree it started with the two people, but not that they didn't go everywhere. They went everywhere.
And bribing people, right?
You know, and that's why Temba was telling you, Temba, that is a perception. Perception, optical lenses, and how people view things, worldview is different. You cannot force me to see things the way I see them or somebody. Right. And that is why in the end, we must accept that everybody has a right to decide their own destiny. If that is their optical lenses and their worldview, we cannot take it away. They have a right to it. For them, it was bribing. For us, it is different. But,
Alex,
and we are not going to argue about that.
You must declare the conflict of interest before doing something.
Demba, let me finish. And I'll let you guys continue.
Pen finish so that I give David time, because he seems to be so something is really pushing him. Pen Yagaka finish.
Okay, one more word is that the meeting they had today in State House. I hope and I wish you guys don't want to read. But I hope you can see anything that happened in the 70s in Pakistan, where the president never respected the courts and what happened to him. That's all I would say. When you disapprove of, you disagree with the courts all the time, and Aliputo even threw the justices out. That's exactly what Kenyatta and Raila are doing today. Thank you.
Thank you, Penyagaka. But what's the problem with the president calling people to State House? I mean, Ruto has been calling MPs to Karen every other time. I mean, you guys, honestly, sometimes I wonder what's wrong with you guys. I mean, Ruto has been calling some people at Karen in the name of UDAP members every time. He's supposed to be working with the president. He's not going to president's meeting. Now, if Ruto actually even sent bishops to go and try to bring him together with the president. Now, because that has not worked, you have to just bastardize everything that the president does. He calls MPs and wants to talk to them, to just have tea with them. President is according to the constitution, is a symbol of national unity. So if he calls people, Obama, just before he left, he called all the Republicans and everybody to there's that whatever State House dinner. He calls all of them together. What's wrong with that? You guys are just coming here and everything small. Oh, CG, oh, the president did this. The president did this. You just can't be negative every time.
The same president
Now,
is not
the
allowed
same you
to.
guys, when Kibaki and after post-election violence in 2007, the accord was started because of two people. Why didn't you guys make noise then? Why didn't they declare their interests? Stop living in utopia, you guys. You live, okay, fine. You could not be in Kenya. You don't know the background of what is happening. But it doesn't mean that everything now, oh, it is because of two people. They should have declared their interests. Raila is a citizen like anybody else. And the constitution, haibagui, constitution has not said that so and so should not talk and so should not talk. But I like your view because you guys, like Alex has said, you guys have picked a certain view that everything that is happening, if Uhuru calls a meeting, oh, he should not have called a meeting. If Ruto was called to a meeting today and he was to meet with Uhuru today, tomorrow you guys will come here with a different perspective. You will not even say anything. You'll be saying, now you see, we told you that Uhuru was playing Baba. Now you see things are happening. Sometimes I listen to the arguments that are being posted and even the way you are talking, oh, they bribed people. You see, pen has disappeared because some of the things that you guys talk about really don't make a lot of sense. Yes, Guru, before I bring David.
I must make a rebuttal here. There is a misconception that people have, and I think it was being demystified today by Baba. He said that there is nothing wrong in people suggesting changes in our constitution. But you will find there is a group of people, Kenyans, who think that because the constitution, 2010 constitution was written, it is cast on stone and nothing should be touched. That is a fallacy. It doesn't work like that. And the reason why the MPs and the senators exist and the process was put in the 2010 constitution, how to change, is because they acknowledged that changes will have to happen from time to time. The other fallacy has to do with the fact that because you hold a position like the president or the prime minister or the deputy president or whoever in government, you have no right to initiate a constitutional change. That's another fallacy, because the constitution does not bar any Kenyan from suggesting constitutional changes, but there's a process of doing that. So when somebody comes here to talk about personal interest, of course, I know the constitution is also a political document, and that is bound, for politicians sometimes to look at it from the side that will benefit them. But you will also find that the constitution has a cushion. That is why, despite all the efforts that have to be made, you have to go to the referendum the people have to sanction what you are suggesting to be changed. So Uhuru's argument here, when you start saying this is about two people, it's about two even communities are brought in there. I think we have a forum here that has really assisted us, because there are a number of our brothers and sisters who will take those slogans at that level. And I'm happy some of them perhaps have started understanding that political propaganda and sloganeering is just that. It is not anchored on anything. So the rights of pen, Nyagaka, I don't know his basis of listening on some of these matters, because he seems to hold everything against. He seems to hold everything against Raila Amolo Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta. That it's like they are tied their hands. It's like they are just stooges there. That they don't have views. They have views, and they can't force any constitutional changes on Kenyans, because at the end of the day, Kenyans will have to go to the voting booth and sanction whatever changes that are suggested by anybody, whether it is the president or the deputy president, or even the former prime minister. So we must desist from in bringing up propaganda here and elevating propaganda and sloganeering into something that can even occupy our minds. There is a process of changing the constitution, and every Kenyan has a right to suggest the changes that he or she thinks would make the Kenyan state perform better. That is why we have a process of changing the constitution. You go to the people, seek their views, collect signatures, whether they support the changes that you are suggesting. And then at the end of the day, you go to the referendum, and that's it. Who wins, then that becomes our new reality. So let us not entertain a situation of dwelling on sloganeering here and propaganda that has no basis, simply because maybe you hate the former prime minister, or you hate the current president, or you hate the deputy president. That is neither here nor there. The process of constitutional changes has nothing to do with personality, inclinations, or favor. It has a process. And I think it is the best thing for those who talk aggressively and emotionally against any changes in the constitution to know that the constitution is well cushioned. Nobody can come and force constitutional changes that people don't want. They will finally reject it at the referendum. So if you hate the former prime minister, if you hate Uhuru Kenyatta, or you hate Ruto, William, it doesn't make sense here. The issue is that a constitution process making is well defined in the constitution. It is cushioned from shenanigans. You cannot wake up and go and change constitution. No, it's a very laborious system. So, Pen Nyagaka, I think you should read the constitution again, our 2010 constitution, and see the process of changing the constitution. Maybe that way we shall avoid preoccupying ourselves here about what Uhuru feels or thinks, or what interest the deputy president may have, or what interest Uhuru Kenyatta may have. They are neither here nor there. Thank you.
That's your opinion.
David, you don't have to keep heckling. Now, you need to go to chapter 16 on amendment of this constitution. Now, for it to go to a referendum, if it touches on A, the supremacy of this constitution, the territory of Kenya, the sovereignty of people, the national values and principles of governance, the Bill of Rights, the terms of office of the president, the independence of the judiciary and commission, the functions of parliament, the objectives, and blah, blah, blah. Now, a proposed amendment shall be approved by referendum if at least 20% of the registered voters in each of the at least half of the counties vote in the referendum. An amendment to this constitution does not relate to the matter above by Parliament in accordance with Article 256, by people and Parliament in accordance with Article 257. Now, I invite us to go and read Chapter 16, Amendment of the Constitution. Part of that, when you say that, when you start shouting, before you come shouting, oh, two people, go back to the process that was followed. Someone is not muted. Go back to the process that was followed. Avoid arguing. Hold on, Pen Nyagaka. Hold on arguing for the sake of what you heard in press because of the negativity and the propaganda that has been posted. Go back to the process that was followed. Even the accord, before it was amended, it had to go to Parliament. As much as it was, yes, Kenya had fought and two people came and they shook hand, Kibaki and Raila shook hand, but it had to be anchored in a constitution. The bill came out of shaking hands of Uhuru, and it was a time when Kenya was teetering in between a very precarious position at that time. So when you come in and we start saying, oh, it is about to, that's a very nice thing to say in a political podium. But now when you come and now you say, okay, fine, was the process used? And in any case, we need to push our constitution, test our constitution, go to court. What does the court have to pronounce itself to it? There's something that the court has pronounced itself. It doesn't say that those people who did whatever it is they did was bad. The court pronounced itself into certain illegalities, you know, but not the whole constitution, you know.
Let me answer this.
So we can't wait, Penyagaka. You know, I'm now beginning to be a little hesitant because we are just coming to argue because we hate one side or we hate someone. We are not arguing within the legalities. It is not wrong to go to court. Was it within the right of those people who felt that that process was wrong to go to court? It was okay, and that is a working constitution. If you have a working constitution, you go to court. And the court does not only have to rule one way, it rules either way. So you don't blame people because they were able to exercise their rights within the constitution and those who were also following the same constitution. So when you come in and then you start saying, oh, two people did this, they are also protected the same constitution that protects everybody else. David, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Themba. I need to make a rebut to a few points there, then finish with one point as a final remark. I want to say that we can't have a one-sided debate and sustain this debate that long. You can see when you have divergent views, guys are full. But the moment you start kind of talking one thing, it becomes so boring. So Nyagaka, you are doing well. Patriot, you are doing very well. You know,
David, whether
why are
you
cutting me short?
no. You know, you can't say just because you have come to the forum, now the thing is balanced. You can always drop when you want and you go. And the debate will keep going on.
I'm not asking you for an answer. You give me time.
People have been here for 9 hours. So if they want to go, they go.
Why do you want to talk all the time? So have you allowed him to talk?
You always click left. You can still leave right now.
Themba, I think you are tired.
Thank
Go and sleep.
Thank you for staying on. Talk. Continue.
I want to remind you that I was the first member to enter this forum today. You can tell that from the record. So I'm not in haste to leave, but if I have something to do, I normally excuse myself and leave. So it's my time. Allow me to dispense my folly. Then you bring your good time.
Go on, David. Go on, David.
One, I want to say that we can't have a one-sided debate, then sustain this thing for 9 hours now. There must be some divergent views, counterattacks, and support, propose, and the like. So when Alex was trying to be on the other side and he's coiling, oh, he's back. Don't run away. You can be in ODM and still give a divergent opinion and be rude here. So why do you appear like you want to apologize? That is one thing I want to say, that we need to point out things like debaters. You can lose, you can gain. And that's what we call debate. Two, I want to request some of our commentators who are very good at abusing other people on the comments. Come out, give your best idea here. Why do you hide in funny names? Not a good show, I don't know what. Then yours is just abuse, abuse, abuse. If you are a man enough, come over here, give your views. Let us also listen to it. Now, let me come to what Nyagaka said. BBI is illegal. I concur with him. And that is why it was thrown and rejected from the courts. You know, when people gang together and try to force things by use of their office and money, we can always run to the courts. And while we are saying that,
David, I
Guru,
disagree with you.
Guru,
No.
it's
I
my
disagree
time.
with you 100%.
It's my time.
There is no way.
Hold your
There
horse.
is no
Hold your
way
horse.
you can say no. Let us put things in context. Let us say. There is no way you can. This document was supported with 5 million people.
Is
Kenyans.
illegal.
No way. No. I have been
because of one reason.
I've been listening to you.
Because of conflict of interest.
No.
Now let's continue talking because you want to talk.
No.
You are not the chair. You are not the chair. Police are bullies.
Continue, David.
I want to agree with Nyagaka that document is an illegal document because of the following reasons. One, it beats logic that the person in office initiates a constitutional change. That is what's happening in other countries.
I will interject for that, and I will not allow you to continue. No, I refuse. I refuse that one. I refuse.
You saw the county assembly is being bribed with the car grants, so the court said no. Therefore, I concur with Nyagaka. Anyway, let me go to
no.
What I want to
David.
You can't record me, bwana. You cannot record me. I know how to record more than you.
Fred, wacha tu aongee bwana. Fred.
Yani yeye ni nani anataka baba nisiongee? Who does he think he is?
Fred, allow David to finish. Fred, have order. Allow David to finish. Fred, wacha mambo yako leo. Allow David to finish, then you will talk, please.
Thank you for protecting me, Patriot. Anyway, let me give my last comment so that I give Kasuti to massage some egos there. I want to say that we are at home stretch, and one Raila Amolo Odinga must be, young man, hold on. You don't point an old man with a finger like that. Must be on his own to shed off the tag of a project. He must go out and start the campaign. Otherwise, without that, we are having a very short time. We may end up not having him as president. Those luncheons, to me, because I want to answer the question of the day, they are continually painting Baba in the wrong way, that is a child to be held the hand and be walked around and be sold around by Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. If he doesn't take care, he's gonna bear the burden of the economic and leadership problems bedeviling the so-called Jubilee government. So Baba must be on his own as he has always been. Otherwise, I don't support that idea of being carried around by the government called Kenyatta's government. Lastly, we are sitting on the fence waiting to see the choice of the running mate. I hope that's not what they were talking in State House. It's my big fear that today, if Raila Amolo Odinga picks the running mate from some quarters, trust me, it will deal a big blow. We will now rubber stamp that and seal it that this is a project, a caretaker president, and he deserves no chance to rule this country. Therefore, his choice of running mate must be very, very careful and not as given by the so-called deep state. Because we still don't trust some of the people there. The deep state is the same deep state that denied this guy a chance to rule. Now they are pretending to be angels, holier than thou, to come and say, oh, now we are here. We still hold those doubts in us. Unless they clear it, I don't know what they're going to use to clear that. But bado kuna politics of deceit that is still lingering in our heads. So let them have a luncheon. Let them do what they want to do, but Baba must isolate himself from that and be on his own. That is my view. Those who are throwing stones, you can now start. Thank you.
Can I start? Can I start?
Wait, Kasuti was having a very big stone. Kasuti,
Oh,
start.
Kasuri has a big stone, bwana.
No.
Let him.
I always rebuttal by
Alex ulitoroka.
Demba was
Wait a
attacked.
minute.
Take a chance.
Wait a minute. David, I know you. I love you. And I appreciate you, because if it's not you, you cannot make this forum to be the way it is today. Because since the day you crossed from the other side to come this side, but now I can see you are just fighting us from within. But that it's acceptable. It's acceptable. I allow you to express your opinion. That's why we want to show people that on our side, we are democratic people. We allow people to air their views. When you disagree with the people, with the authority, it doesn't mean that you are enemy of the people or the forum, but automatically you can disagree with the people. You can disagree with the organization. You can disagree with the leadership, but at the end of the day, you share one thing in common, which is what is our goal? What do we want to achieve at the end of the day? Now, let me rebuttal you. Let me tell you something which you don't know. Hakuna siku wala dakika mzee Baba Raila Amolo Odinga can be or will be a project or neither somebody who can be fronted with anybody whosoever in the government or in the land of Kenya. Never. That is take to the, I don't want you to take to the bank kwa sababu panga za siku hizi zina collapse. Take it to the farm. Limia, grow it. It will grow. You will see the harvest at the end of the day. Take it to the farm. I don't want you to take it to the bank. Take it to the farm and take it care of it, because you will never see. Because this gentleman we are talking about, huyo ni sheria, huyo anakuwa ni kama sheria ya Kenya hii, kwa sababu 90% of the constitution, 90% of the things that we are enjoying today, mimi niko na uwezo wa kupishana na David sahi because of who? Because of who? Raila Amolo Odinga. Niko na uwezo na naweza pika kifua nikwambie David, ebu nisikize na unisikize. But at that, hiyo wakati mwingine wallahi hata hatungekuwa hapa. Sisi zote tungekuwa tumefurushwa. Wewe David, sijui uko Canada ama sijui uko wapi, utakuta Themba ndio huyo ako Arizona huko, utakuta mimi niko huku Middle East. Are you getting the point? But we are Kenyans. And we are just trying to make sure that our country is in unity. This is what we call the family. This is the family of Kenya. Different divergence of views, different of opinions, but at the end of the day, we still remains the children of the best and good country called Kenya. Whereby, Devi, baba, usitulete mzaha hapa, tutakosana na wewe. Wewe uliporuka upande ule mwingine, wewe kile baba anasema, hata hatujasoma constitution, lakini kile baba anasema it's right, sema amen and yes. Hivyo tu, hiyo nataka kukuambia. Kile baba anasema
unaharibu hapo.
No, Fred Kasuti, Fred Kasuti.
Unachoma bwana, unachoma. Wacha tusikie Alex.
Sasa mimi nafurahia sana kwa sababu nimemsikiza ndugu yangu, na my perception was totally different, and I was expecting it to go on a far-stretched ideology, and your fears are my fears too. And any time we try to bring this upon our people, I think they think that we are against Baba. I've never been against Baba, but there is that fear. When you look at Jacob Zuma, he was captured before even he became a president, for reasons unknown. So the issue that you brought that was more cogent and persuasive is the economic disgrace that Uhuru has brought. Is it going to fall under Baba's caretaker and therefore destroy his legacy? Those are the questions that we keep on asking. But all in all, Baba has shown through his record that he can never be somebody's stooge. In a couple of years ago, when he joined with, when he put his Bandera NDP down, I was a young man, and I remember it was the headline. In the morning, I read that Orengo says Raila is Moi's stooge, and I had to go to my dictionary to look the word stooge. Raila has never been anybody's stooge. He has been consistent and persistent throughout his politics. He is not a missionary in politics. He is visionary. In fact, he creates things that sometimes perhaps our minds and we cannot even acknowledge. Oh, India amesema. For example, his ingenuity of how to work with opposition at the same time to work with the government has always mesmerized me. So your fears are well taken care of. This is a man who already has a plan in his mind. And that's the confidence that I have, that when he takes the government, he already knows who's going to be the ambassador for which country and which country. He already knows that, unlike my friend Ruto, who made me even fear him, that, you know, sio lazima ushinde. We know how we will reward our friends. That alone made me know, oh, kumbe hapa kutakuwa na rewards. But when it came to the coalition government, and I remember watching this man, how even ile hata sio nusu mkate alipewa, not even quarter mkate, but the few ministries he was given, the few responsibilities he was given, he shows a man who, if given a full basket, we as Kenyans can be confident that this is the way we should go. So your fears are also our fears sometimes, but put your fears by looking back at the history. If you know your history, you know your destiny. It is not Jacob Zuma who is going to be captured. Those within the deep state fear him so much because they know that he is not corrupt. But at the same time, they understand how bad this country is, the economic problems it has, and how much it needs. Remember Bush. When Bush was becoming a president, him and Cheney, they knew what they had done. We were hemorrhaging jobs, 1 million a day, from AIG to all power companies and ABCD. Then Bush called Obama and McCain to where? To White House. He sat them down. I don't know the talks they had. Ever since that time, you have always seen that Bush has a liking to Obama because he realized Obama had a job to do and Obama did it. So if Bush had to welcome both of these leaders to status, unataka kuniambia kuwa he was trying to buy him? No, he didn't. But their friendship blossomed by Bush being candid and say, man, we have destroyed and this is the state of the economy. So when you inherit from us, this is what you are going to inherit. So historically, presidents who are incoming are visited and known the state of affair and how they will carry. You have to remember that there are projects that Uhuru knows that must be carried even when he goes out. And you are not going to become a president and just stop the projects that were going. You have to carry and palette them through. So these are talks. So let them not make you fear. So Baba is still having the originality of mind. Thank you.
Can I ask one
Okay,
question only?
okay, okay,
Just
okay.
one.
Gentlemen and lady, I think David has just started while as we were now finalizing. David is just trying to open up the debate further. Let's stop there for today, and appreciate that it has been very, very informative. Thank you, David. Thank you, Pen. Pen, what is it, Pen?
I was attacked and you never gave me a chance.
Okay, in 1 minute, please.
No, I was going to tell the gentleman that I really don't hate Ruto. I mean, not even President Ruto. I don't hate Kenyatta and Raila. I just disagree with how they are running Kenya as a democracy. A democracy should have an opposition and a government. Opposition's job is to criticize the government. My friend, if you can show me anywhere in the world, even the gentlemen that are participating right now and ladies, if you can show me anywhere in the world where there is an admirable democracy that runs like Kenya, where the winner of the elections bring the opposition and put it in front. If you can show me that, then I'll hands down. But the point the gentleman was trying to make about me is that I don't like what these guys have done to Kenya at all. Lastly, I was there when Oginga Odinga started Ford. I even frontiered my car to be used. And even when I'm in Kenya very soon, I'll have my uncle. I will call you guys and talk to him. He was the right-hand man of Oginga Odinga. So when you sometimes say that Raila brought democracy, not for me, for you guys young people, yes, that's who you saw. But we show somebody else. Kuku, Martin Sikuku, Masinde Muliro, Richard Mwangale. You guys don't know nothing about this. But all in all, let me finish that. We should love each other and know that Kenya is our country. There's nothing we can do. There's nothing more to bring to protest the fact of democracy was killed, was hung. That's a story for another time. Thank you for giving me a minute. Thank you.
Okay, thank
Mr.
you,
Ben,
thank you.
Mr. Ben, okay,
Fred
wait a
Kasudi,
minute.
no, Fred Kasudi, no,
Demba,
thank you,
Demba,
thank you,
I
thank
beg
you,
pardon.
thank you. Pen, kindly mute Fred Kasudi. You don't have to rebut everything. You see, I mean, some things you just let pass. Okay, he's already given his thoughts. We disagree with him. That's okay. We don't have to rebut everything. Okay. We can always meet another day, and you'll have another time to respond to some of the things in this debate. By the way, it's okay for us not to disagree, right? It's okay. You know, we don't have to at every point when we are coming to the end that we are all agreeable. No, it's we have shared our views. You have understood the way the other person is thinking. They have understood how you are thinking. You have engaged with other. At the end of the day, we are all Kenyans, and we appreciate that. So thank you so much, Pen Agaka. As much as I noticed, yes, you got your views about Raila, about Uhuru, and about democracy in Kenya, which is okay. We understand that. The fears of David about, Raila capture and all, we have heard that. I'm sure also them in their technical team, they do have their strategies who are giving them views to that extent. Patriot, I'm trying to avoid opening this up, because if you talk, David will want to rebut, and
no, I won't. I promise I will never. I will not. Just give him much. I will not.
David, for that protection. Temba, it's just a second. I'm not going to contribute. In fact, I've done mine. I just wanted to let Pen Nyagaka that the list he has given is an erroneous. It is not correct in simple terms. The Mwangale that he has brought in that list is not one of the people we want to celebrate. Mwangale died a man who was with Moi to the last minute. So please, Ben can agree with me. He's not one of the list.
I stand corrected.
Now you see now. Okay, gentlemen. Thank you. I respect your views, Patriot, Ben, and everyone else. Thank you so much, gentlemen and lady. I can see Guru is there, Patriot, David, Fred Kasudi, Alex, Captain, and Penyagaka. It's always that, and Ziana. It's always a pleasure to have you guys on board, coming to share views about what's going on in our country, Kenya. Indeed, like you always say, that we must continue talking, because when we stop talking, we start fighting. We don't want to fight. We want to keep talking so that we make Kenya a better place. Kindly remember to always subscribe to Putembe TV. We want this platform to be considered and to be taken as the to-go-to channel for concise, precise, and very empowering debate and discourse about Kenyan politics. Remember to share, and let me acknowledge some of the people who are on the comment section. Like David has said, kindly, when you come to the comment section, try to be civil. Don't insult anyone. All these people are all Kenyans, and of course friends of Kenya, those who are not Kenyans, and they care about Kenya. Just try to be civil in your comment. Express your thought freely, but don't insult no one. Dennis Ondieki, thank you so much. Phil R, thank you so much. Junior Sampler, Stephen Mutumbu, thank you. Thank you, Black Son Muhindo. We also appreciate Flora Pemo. We also appreciate Michael Mwarenge, Salez. We appreciate, David was also in the comment section at some point, huh? David. David is Azimio, lakini anatuchapa huko ndani. Sasa mimi saa zingine nashangaa yeye kuingia Azimio yake ni ya ukweli ama ni kukuja kutupiga kwa ndani.
Nimekuchapa wapi?
Peter
We're trying to educate you.
Peter Royal.
David anafanya kitu inaitwa yani anakumanage kutoka ndani. Yani anajua ya kwamba akiwa ndani huko vile aliingia huko ndani ana make sure that everything runs perfectly and the right
Wacheni nimalize jamani show. Simwache nifunge show. Von Gen Paulus, thank you. Geoffrey Ruto,
Temba, mbona utaki watu waongee bwana?
Sasa simwache nifunge show jamani. Mtaongea tu.
Hapana bwana. Wacha watu waongee hata 15 minutes.
Hatutaki ufunge show. Hatutaki ufunge show. Unafunga show ache na watu wako kwa show. Twende wapi? Tufanye nini?
Yeah,
thank you my brother.
Temba wewe lala. Wacha watu wabaki wakiongea.
Thank you my brother. Ajia Patriot yako hapo. Kile kitu tu mtafanya kupatia Patriot ni mpatie ufunguo, kwa sababu huyo ndiye anakuanga the first the least and the last in the show. So mpatie Patriot ufunguo wa hiyo studio, so at the end of the day anaweza tufungia. Tukileta shida sana anatufungia. Sasa Baba Themba, we respect you so much, but please unatufungia. Ngoja kidogo. Hawa ni watu wangapi ambapo unataka kutufungia? Unamaliza show aje? Na mimi niko na shida na David, niko na shida na Alex, niko na shida na Patriot, na hatujakuja in agreement tuseme ya kwamba okay, despite the fact that tuko mrengo mmoja, lakini sasa tutafanyaje in a point of view tuweze
Jamani, wacheni
kuconvince ule
kupiga
mtu ako
temba
pale nje.
hivi. Jamani, wacheni kupiga
Unaona,
temba kwa mawe. Mbona mnarushia temba
angalia,
mawe nyinyi nyote?
angalia, hakuna mawe inarushwa. Temba ni he's our boss. Akisema right tunasema yes sir, akisema left tunasema yes sir, akisema up tunasema how high. Hivyo tu.
Haya, umemaliza? Haya, asante. Geoffrey Ruto, asante sana. Not nice show, asante. IHS KSM, Rugut Kimutai, Wycliffe Wachora, asanteni sana. All the people who are coming on, najua Facebook tulitupo nje kitambo, so tulibaki tu hapa YouTube. We really appreciate everyone who comes on to participate in these discussions. And indeed, it is our hope that you are gaining, you are learning. Everyone who comes on, you only need 3 or 4 things. One, you need a working gadget, either it's a phone or a computer. You need internet connection from wherever you are. You need ideas to share. And finally, you need a willingness to learn. Only those. There's no other qualification for you to attend the forum. So whenever you come and you see the link, just join in, share with us, learn from us, and let's engage as Kenyans. That's the beauty of Kenya, Undugu, Utu, Umoja. That is what we want to encourage us in this platform. All the views expressed here are owners' views. They are not necessarily the views of the owner of the station, Mutembei TV, or the owner of the station. So everybody here takes their responsibility of what they say. Nobody here has been sent by any politician, so we don't hold brief for any of the main politicians. Whatever it is that is expressed here is our own personal views. So thank you so much, everyone, for coming in. Kindly subscribe to Mutembei TV. And even when you're doing that, kindly remember to subscribe. Thank you so much for those who have subscribed to my channel, Temba Ondiege TV. You have pushed me, nimefika 400. Sasa push me, nifike 1,000. Share. I will share it here so that when you get time, you also subscribe. I want to thank everyone. We would like to stay, but we have to go so that we can meet again tomorrow for another show.
Today.
Yeah,
there is no way, Baba Deba, but there's no way we can postpone this forum up to tomorrow. But because let me tell you something, Baba Demba. Despite wewe uko Arizona, mi najua uko Arizona, wewe uko Kenya. Najua David hayuko Kenya. Najua Alex hayuko Kenya. Ngoja baba, ngoja kidogo tu. Kuna kitu nataka kusema tu hapa.
Kasudi, hold on, Kasudi. Why don't you be today? I don't know what's happening. Why don't you relax so that we close the show? Then you can be left talking.
Munataka kunifungia nje.
Once I've closed the show, you can remain there and you talk. Don't worry. Don't even click left.
Imagine nimekuwa
taking you offline, Fred. So that
okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
What is it, Patriot? Yes.
Thank you.
Fred, I just want to say this, Temba. Fred, tumuelewe ako Middle East. Unajua Waarabu na mao as you close the show, Temba. Nyinyi mnaishi kwa diaspora. You guys, mna kizungu mingi sana lakini how do you want to help Baba? This is just more or less like off the cuff. I have a suggestion, and this is food for thought. We want
Can you let us close the show and then now you can take that to the other corner. I just mute.
Okay.
Yeah, those people who are here, don't go away. I'm just taking you guys offline, and then you can continue talking until the time you guys mtachoka. That is. I mean, you'll just be offline, but you can continue talking. There's no problem. So you don't have to go. Just stay right here. Thank you, everyone who has been watching. God bless you. See you later today. The show starts at exactly 8, but you can join anytime. Again, we want to say those people who come on the show mapema, mkuje mnatoa maoni, mnatoka kidogo ndio wengine waingie. Then you can go do your other things and then come back later. That should be so that you can allow also other people to share their views. Thank you. God bless you. Adios.